Take it to the next level.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome along to Online Darts, and it is the PDC Women's Series live for events 15 and 16. Myself, Phil Bars, Jack Garwood. We're a little bit tired this morning, eh, Gob?
Early start, man. What are you doing to me?
Look, I love Germany as a country. However, the time difference, that hour is a killer.
Yeah.
But all good. All good. Welcome along, chat room. I know loads of you were with us yesterday. Welcome along this morning. Make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to Online Darts. Look, I suppose the big question is, Gob, can anyone stop Bo Greaves doing the quad? She has 2 in the bank.
On what I saw yesterday, no, is the short answer. There are certainly players in the field that can play at a similar level than what we saw from Bo yesterday. But the issue is, I saw a stat earlier, I think it was from our friend Wim on Twitter. Bo's average in the second tournament was 26. Her tournament average was 26 points higher than the tournament average.
Yeah.
And she looked like she was still in second gear.
Look, for me, there's only probably 2 players that could stop her. And that's a could, not will.
Yeah.
There's only 2 in that field that I think could.
Just having a look through the
morning.
draw now. Potential last 16 matchup with either Kasumi Sato or Lorraine Winstanley. Oh, she's on the same board as Laura Turner as well. Today just got a little bit more difficult for Bo then. She does have a bye. She'll play the winner of Thartisia Verenusa or Tatiana Alish. I expect that to be Verenusa. Then it's Sandy Wolf against Laura Turner. Sandy Wolf lost to Dita Hedman or Lisa Ashton yesterday. And then Bo will play the winner of that first game. Rhiannon Griffiths, Lisa Ashton and Kirsty Chubb all on the same board.
Lisa's the one that everyone's looking at. A good night's sleep, not rushing to get there. I think, look, as long as they don't lose, that's the final everyone's already looking at.
It is, if it gets that far. Yeah, it's a tough ball for Lisa on 9, which obviously puts her in the opposite half of the draw as well, by the way.
Yeah.
And having a look, apart from Laura Turner in Bo's half, Lorraine Winstanley, Kasumi Sato, they're the big names to look out for here because everybody else seems to be in the opposite half of the draw. Not only are they in the opposite half of the draw, board 11, Aileen de Graaf, Sarah Schliemann, Yanani Yanakiraman, Mikuru Suzuki, and Daniela Schuch. So Ashton and Suzuki, de Graaf and Suzuki on the same board. And obviously Rhiannon and Lisa are on the same board in the same half as well. So there's not a lot of separation between those with deep runs at the women's series.
Yeah, Tommy's question's interesting in the chat room. Is Bo definitely playing? She didn't sound convincing in her interview yesterday. I didn't hear the interview because I was in Cardiff. If I'm being
she's in the draw.
Honest, she's in the draw, so she's registered, and so we presume so.
Aileen de Graffa, Sarah Schliemann is the first streaming board game.
That's interesting. I'm just setting up some links on social media, and then I'm not going to lie, I'm going to order breakfast.
Oh, good. Send me some. Oh, it could be the Lady Anderson and hate Sundays. No, there was a period where Gary Anderson only won on Sundays, wasn't it? And then he just disappeared and hated them.
Yeah, he used to win Saturdays, and then the car was running on a Sunday, and he'd be home for roast. I shouldn't laugh, Johnny, but... Yeah, but you were thinking it.
No. Do you want the top half of the draw, Phil, or the bottom half of the draw?
I don't mind, mate. I can take whichever one you want.
I'll take the top half. 1 to 8. It's the first time I've done it like this in a long, long time because I've either not been on a Pro Tour stream from the very, very start, or where I've had to host because you've been gallivanting here, there, and everywhere. I can't host, share the screens that I need to, and have multiple windows open. So yesterday it felt like I was just more like a Jeff Stelling, just calling out the scores and absolutely no context of anything that was going on until it got to about the quarterfinals of each match.
Well, so we go. I'm setting up some bits. How far is Gary set to fall down the rankings? Around, if he has a bad world, around 19, I believe. He's certainly outside the top 16.
Yes.
It's early morning. Who do you see retiring first, Gary or Wade? Gary.
Not sure I believe Wade.
Nah. To be fair, he's actually seen in a really good place recently.
Yes.
Really good.
Couple of wins under his belt in Wollongong. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hangzhou first, wasn't it? Four, 3.
Hopefully they're on time this morning, Gob, or we're already late, aren't we?
Yeah, because is there associate member qualifiers in the same room as well? Is there more
It's
today?
the same room. Certainly the same venue.
They are in the same room. That was a delay yesterday, so they were about 20 past by the time they got underway yesterday, because both were set off at the same time.
Right, okay.
Basically, once an event starts, the PDC don't like to or want to use the microphone, so they set off the associate member. Then they set off all the women's games, or announce them in order.
Yeah. Morning, Simon. Hope you are good. I think set that. So we just got to wait for the board to click. At least they're warming up now. That's a good thing.
I think that just means they've sent an official round to set every game up.
Yeah. So, chat room, what are you saying this morning? It is early. We know. Tired bit here. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, Dylan, absolutely. Yeah, look, right now you can't. No one can say anything other than that. Completely agree. Michael, she hasn't travelled. I think it has something to do with her job. I don't know that, but I that's my gut. God, I suppose the other thing will be interesting to see is the next block that is in the
Back end of October.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see one, how many of the ones that haven't travelled re-enter in the UK, and two, how many of the Germans travel, because there is an amazing amount of Germany flags flying. So I'm really interested to see the dynamic in October.
There's been a varying of standard, but I think that's what you expect. This is effectively the first time that we've managed to get darts on for the women's series in Germany. A few standouts for me. Stephanie Rennock yesterday. Really, really impressed with her. I saw Daniela Dambeck on stream yesterday. I liked her action, but she didn't quite translate that into results.
Yeah. Obviously, I didn't see a great deal of it yesterday. Was there any standouts standouts that you saw in terms of we haven't seen before on the stream, like action-wise and...
Not really action-wise. Eastland Howland's action was lovely. Found herself in a semi-final in the first event, and actually when you look back at performances and even averages, it wasn't as great as I thought she'd played for the day. But look, you'll take it, definitely. Really impressed with Noelin van Leuven from the Netherlands. I think they follow me on Twitter now. 25 years old, I think. But some really, really good performances in there yesterday from her. She's on a tough board today. She's on the same board as Anka Zylstra on board 16. The Stephanie Fink Reeks. We've seen her name. She's one of the ones that has travelled to the UK as a German player. I think that's about it stream-wise, because every other game seemed to involve one of the big guns, if that makes sense. We saw a couple of Aileen on the stream yesterday, a couple of Dieter, Katie Sheldon looking solid. Ashton coming in. We had a couple of Bo on stream. Lorraine played on there. There was one game early on the second event. Unani Yanakiraman.
Yeah.
I didn't mind her action. Oh, pretty solid.
Nice.
Oh, they meet again. Did they meet yesterday? Or was that Priscilla Steenbergen? I know we saw Priscilla Steenbergen against Astrid Traubos as well. I keep getting Steenbergen and Rietbergen mixed up a little bit. I thought Steenbergen looked fantastic yesterday. Really, really good. I put it on socials as well. She's just got better every time we've seen her.
Yeah.
And they've not been massive jumps. They've not gone off, suddenly added 15 points to my average. But she's just looked that little bit more consistent, that little bit more confident and comfortable in the environment. And when she fully extends, her action looks $1 million. There's a couple where she gets a little bit lazy, gets a little bit flicky, nowhere near to the extent of Lorraine Winstanley, but doesn't quite follow through with the arm all the way. But when she does, the release point on the action is glorious.
Nice. Well, we saw that at Lakeside, didn't we? The first game, with the greatest of respect, she was absolutely horrendous. But then after that win, the second game, like you say, once she settled, she was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. 100%.
Just waiting. There's a whole... They're all warming up now, which is good. We're just waiting for someone to flick the switch.
What's our first feature game of the day, Phil? Where are we going?
Where are we going? Do we know what the stream game is yet? So we don't...
We do. It's Aileen de Graaf.
Right, okay.
Game on. Lorraine Winstanley, Lindsay Glaudemans. Katie Sheldon. Board 11.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Just getting...
Morning, Niall. How are we? Everyone else in the chat room, how are you all doing? Daniel's in.
Morning, Daniel. Morning, Niall. Hope you are good, man. The iPad issues were funny yesterday, where it kept telling us the game was done.
Yes. And then it was actually the first leg.
Yeah. I'll go back to sleep.
Game's
There we
on
go.
here, there, and everywhere.
Yes.
Who do we think wins the first leg? Who do we think wins the first leg of the day? I think Lorraine Winstanley because she wants 4. She's already missed 6 starts.
That'll do it.
She's beaten, though, by Iselin Howard, who takes out 72. The Norwegian goes 1-0 up on Daniela Dambeck as Winstanley misses more darts at a double. I am surprised about one omission from the entry list. Or curious, as if they intend on participating, I guess is a better way of saying it.
Go on.
Dana Verhagen.
Yeah.
No, she can play,
Yeah.
but not seen her participate in any of the women's series, I don't think.
I don't recall, no.
Who's on the streaming board, George? It is Aileen de Graaf against Sarah Schliemann.
At times yesterday, Aileen looked a little bit erratic.
Yeah, there's still that shoulder interaction. She gets not frustrated, but she just tries to power darts through as if the other ones aren't there. I think the way to do that is just to throw it significantly harder than she normally does.
Yeah.
I did not expect to see Schliemann banging a maximum.
To be fair, it's the first time I've seen Schliemann, so I'm just having a look now. The action looks a little bit lobby.
The throw, I don't think there's a lot wrong with it. It looks lovely until the very, very last minute when she goes from upright position and just leans to the right and everything leans back with it.
Yeah.
If she could stay upright, I think she'd have a lot more success.
Yeah. Katie
Early
Sheldon
legs on the board then for Natalie Van Marm, Laura Patton, Linda Rietbergen, Dieter Hedman, Lorraine Winstanley eventually winning the first leg, but averaging 37 in doing so. How many darts at the double she missed in the end?
on our feature game, Katie Sheldon is in front, but look, mucks around a lot in that first leg, so the average isn't particularly great. So just watch that 180 from Aileen there. When she gets it right, it's unreal. When there's when the shoulder doesn't come into play. Daniel, I haven't ordered Macca's breakfast yet, but I'm just about to.
And I really shouldn't, but if this stream goes on as long as yesterday's did, I'm going to have to eat at some point.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm doing.
Just the 9 hours yesterday. Lovely 1-1-1 check out from De Graaf for a 3-0 lead.
As well, just off topic, I know I'm just catching up on a lot of stuff as well from yesterday. Obviously, we knew anyway, but Rod Harrington retired yesterday.
Yes. This is the bit where I say something nice.
No, because I'm just going to say it should have happened a few years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, look, you can't fault Rod's passion. He's gone from a player to sitting on the board, etc., trying to improve the game. So from that aspect of it, you cannot fault it at all. I think commentary-wise, the last couple of years, look, people get found out.
Yeah.
When you don't put the work and the effort in behind the scenes. You can get away with it for a little while. You can carry yourself on your former knowledge of TV events and whatever. When you start doing less and less and less, it's a lot more difficult to rely on that as well. And I think Rod's style, you could tell the enthusiasm was starting to go a little bit. And just didn't feel like...
I don't think he's ever quite been the same since Gary absolutely tore him and Wayne a new one. As in the passion, rightly or wrongly, whether you agreed with what he said or what he didn't, I think the way Gary went about it hurt him a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's ever quite been the same since.
Well, no, because at that point, look, Rod had a decent career as a player. He's had a steady career as a broadcaster, and he's also been part of the PDC board. I don't expect Rod needs to be doing that job. And at that point, if that's how the players feel about you, then it's sort of like, why do I put myself through it over and over and over again?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I've done my bit. And ride off into the sunset, as I believe Aileen de Graaf is about to do in this first round match. Oh, no, she's missed tops. Dieter Hedman 2-0 up on Bianca Langendorf. Eastern Hound the same. That is a win for Aileen de Graaf. No, it's not. Sarah Schliemann just pinned double 10. My bad.
Daniel, my
Morning,
guess
Jack,
it'll either be Wigan or Milton Keynes is my guess.
Won't be long before it is announced.
Yeah. No, not really, Craig, to be fair. He did a couple of nights in Blackpool the year after he retired, and it didn't really work for a lot of people. And I don't think he enjoyed it particularly either. Anyway, back to the darts. Aileen de Graaf has gotten the job done on the stream. It is a 4-1 win for the Dutch lady. Pins double 16, turns round, big smiles all round. So Aileen de Graaf has moved on. Daniel, I'm going to sort something out with Matt once he's back from Australia. Yeah, Johnny, absolutely. I loved the Mace interview on the PDC podcast. And for me, that whole podcast, Gob, was Eddie's influence in one. Because 2 years ago...
Yeah, I said that yesterday. It was...
There's no way that the PDC...
I still haven't watched the interview. I haven't watched the interview. I do want to watch the interview, but just the fact they've been not brazen enough, but open enough to go and discuss that with Chris.
Yeah.
When for the last few years, the PDC have almost pretended that things like that just haven't happened. And that there is no backstory. And the fact they are trying to share personal lives of these professionals and get closer to them.
Yeah, no, it was so good. I loved every minute of it. Look, when you get to know Mace, he is unreal. He's got some amazing stories, and I'm glad that they're coming out. He gets a lot of unfair stick. When you get to know Mace, he is absolutely class. Oh, that just shits on my party. I was going to go with this game as the feature game, but they've just put it up on the stream, so we won't have
just moved it across. I think they've held that as well because that didn't go live, did it?
No.
So the game we've just seen was a prelim round, and I think they've deliberately held board 9 so we get Rianne and we get Lisa Ashton. I think Roos van der Velde played okay yesterday as well. I think there was a 70 average in there at one point. Could always put Makura up as the next feature.
Yeah, we'll go Makuru. First time I've seen.
I think Rianne struggled at times yesterday as well. When you look at where she is ranking wise and how she's played so far in the women's series.
She gets very, very nervous speaking to her at the Winter Gardens. First time I've seen Roos play. So let's have a... She's sponsored up well. She looks a bit like an F1 car, so that's always a good sign. Ooh, that action is quite Kevin Painter-ish.
It is. That is the perfect way to describe it.
That is very Kevin Painter-ish.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm a fan.
That is the perfect way of describing it.
It's straight. The follow through looks good.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the grip to see if it's a little bit more O'Shea. But I think Kevin Painter is the perfect comparison with that. A few results. Eastland Howen has won 4-0. Natalie Van Marm has beaten Danielle Fry 4-1 as well. Tita Hedman, match starts incoming for her. And it goes in 3. So Hedman's a 4-0 winner as well.
Good morning, Philip. Hope you are good, mate. Yeah, Johnny, him and Barney's comeback. I remember when Barney did his comeback, he was plastered like an F1 car.
He had 6 shirts for interviews just to make sure that he got them all in.
No, but early indications. I'm a fan of Roos here. I like this.
Mm-hmm. Great finish. 17 dark leg to open.
Philip, yeah, absolutely she can. Absolutely.
She has to win one today and at least make the final the other one, I think.
Oh, God, give me 2 seconds. I just need to take this call. I've been waiting for this morning. 2 seconds.
It's your food, isn't it?
No, that's ordered.
Yes, Philip, Lisa Ashton could secure her spot today. If Lorraine wins Stanley in 3rd, isn't within less than £4,000 of Lisa Ashton by the end of the day, Lisa will be confirmed at Ali Pali with 4 events to go. And as Lorraine will run into Bo in the last 16, should they both go that far, it could be really interesting. However, Lorraine's next game, tough start to the day. Lindsay Gloudman's to start. Now she'll play Kasumi Sato. Then it would be Hitchens or Pilgrim. Then very likely Bo Greaves. Then you're looking at Priscilla Steenbergen, perhaps. Dieter Hedman favourite to come through the top 4. As Roos van der Velde takes a 2-0 lead on Marianne Griffiths. Elsewhere, Laura Patton has won away from a victory against Stephanie Rennock, who was really impressive yesterday, but she's averaging below 50 right now. And that is a 4-1 win for Laura Patton. Lauren Hitchens and Vicky Pilgrim have just got underway. The Sisia Venusa is 2-1 up on Tatiana Alish. Annika Langer is 1-1 with Sandra Spranger as well. Eran van Vigerden has just got underway against Evelyn van Tol. I'll swear on a few of Barzi's boards. Chrissy Manley finds herself 2-1 down to Wendy Reinstatler. Corinna Himmel 3-2 behind Kiana Frauenfelder. Adriana van Vigerden Vermaat 2 apiece with Anka Zylstra. Helen Ward 3-0 up on Terry Francis Kidwell. You never liked Barney, did you? I remember I used to wind you up about him. I got frustrated in Barney's final year. I think the Premier League was the perfect time to walk away, 100%. And if you think that and you decide that and then you change your mind a little bit, the only reason he came back at that point was for commercial reasons and to keep sponsors happy for the rest of the year and to not be in breach of contracts or whatever. He knew at that point it was time to go. The whole year-long ceremony retirement tour was just a bit wrong. And I think that showed for the rest of the year. And it was just the constant, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get back into it. I'm going to perform for my fans. And then the lack of effort that followed it. Don't say it if you're not going to do it. Was the only issue I had with Barney. On his return, look, you can question his motives for return, especially after being so convinced that the PDC tour was no longer for him and COVID then hitting and what have you. But look, when he goes and wins a pro tour in that first weekend, you can't say an awful lot and say that he's dropped into he's the same at that point until he proves you otherwise. So Barney finished at the top level? I think so. Been steady, but the lack of just qualifying for TV events at the minute has got to be a real concern for Barney. He committed to a 3 or 5 year plan when he made his return. At least 3 years, I think. If he hadn't have picked up his card, he would have played Challenge Tour allegedly.
Would he help?
And whatever, but well, he committed to 3 attempts at Q School if he wasn't successful in the first one, didn't he? But yeah.
I'll tell you what, on the stream, what a performance this is, Gob, from Roos.
Really impressed. Johnny, leave the Funko Pops alone. My old show used to pick on his sofa. He did a sponsored Twitter post once about him getting a new sofa, a big corner thing. And it was just a running joke that it won't pay for itself.
Calling Joe Pratt.
No, don't do that. I've not spoken to that lad in a year. Yeah, I'll just ring him from my watch. No.
Anka Zilstra is through 4-2 victory.
Over.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce it.
Not mad,
least
Phil.
I'm
I'm
honest.
just disappointed in you.
At least I'm honest.
I'm not mad at you, Phil. I'm just disappointed.
Can I do a Chelsea when they first signed Aspilicueta? Dave.
Just call him Dave. Sandra Spranger now 1 away against Annika Lang. I think you jinxed Roos as well here, Phil. Missed plenty of darts to seal this 4-0. That being said, Dart Connectors just caught up ahead as Wendy Reinstatler pings a 1-2-4 checkout for an 18 dart leg, finishes with a 73 average to beat Chrissy Manley 4-0.
Look, I know Wendy reasonably well, not as a person, but know her game reasonably well. She used to play for Hampshire. She can play.
Clearly. Lorraine Hyde underway today.
Lots of Lady of the Match performances in the A side and
Game feels like it's been going on a while on board 3, but Linda Rietbergen has just got another leg back against Simone Porlucat. As Lorena goes 2-1 up on Astrid Traubos.
That was breakfast goal.
Go away, Philip. Fine, I'm ordering.
Helen Ward is 3-1 up on Terry Francis Kidwell. On our feature game, Makuru is struggling a little this morning in her opener.
Did you see Damon Hetter's tweet overnight?
Which one?
The journey begins.
Yes.
I just added up 35 and a half hours as long as there are no delays anywhere.
That's like a lot of them. Gezi was talking that he was almost contemplating staying at Heathrow whilst his family drove home because he had to literally be there the next day anyway.
To go straight to Budapest?
Yeah.
Sandra Spranger has beaten Annika Lang 4-1. Are there any withdrawals for Budapest, do you think? Not that we've heard. There's a few planning to pick the rest of the Eurotour events for the rest of the month.
Yeah. I think by the signs of it, most that we know of are going to Budapest, but I think there will be a lot that miss Jena and possibly Belgium, like split between it. I know Michael's already said he's missing Jena, and Gezi already said he's missing Belgium because it's the week before the Grand Prix, so he doesn't want to go to the Grand Prix burnt. And to be in his defence, Gezi is actually one of the best at managing his schedule.
Yeah. German Owen Binks is back. Poor lad.
Lisa is on stream, and I think this is the first time that I've seen Kirsty Chubb as well.
Yeah.
Just want to look at the action. Slight twist of the wrist, which not the best, because it just makes everything get a little bit more complicated.
Yeah.
Tommy says all the travelling people forget how that can impact the darts. Yeah, look, we saw that a few years ago when the World Series went Singapore, Vegas, Blackpool, one after another, and the ones that did it all were awful. So yeah, you just have to manage your schedule a little bit. Philip says, I think it's important that players practice ditto before the Grand Slam, a European tour can also be a burden. That yeah, look, it's a balancing act, isn't it? Tommy says, Phil, God, favourite women's throw to watch and least favourite. There's a lot of good throws, Gob, for me.
Who's my favourite throw? There's not a lot wrong with Bo Greaves.
No, I think it was silkier before dartitis.
Yeah.
But it's don't get me wrong, it's still very, very nice. But beforehand, that little rock wasn't there. That little rock has almost become her trigger moment.
Yeah.
Bo's is up there. Makuru's is nice. Makuru's follow through is brilliant. Fallon's is solid. Katie Sheldon, if she just sets the first dart a little bit more.
Yeah. Kirsty Hutchins is straight down the line, but there's a little bit of shoulder in it.
Yeah.
Quite impressed with Eastlyn Howland yesterday.
Yeah.
Yanni Yanakiraman, she's got something to work with. I want to see Noelyn Van Looyven on the stream. She's just opened up with a 17 dart leg. Once again, have to watch her play.
Yeah. Morning, John. Hope you are good, buddy. Morning, Maisie, as well. I'm guessing Maisie won't be far behind.
John was an expert last night, so.
I'm guessing Maisie will be watching at home. Look, Lisa's throw has stood the test of time. Look, that's a little bit good from Makuru if this 24 goes. Ton 177. Ooh, she's missed.
Good finish in the end from Lorena Rietberg, and she's a 4-2 winner over Ashton Chabas, taking out a ton in 2 to get over the line. And Priscilla Steenbergen has just beaten Aletta Vaya 4-1 as well. Linda Rietbergen joining Lorena Rietbergen in the last. Oh, one's moving into the last 64. Lorena just won in the last 64.
And Makuru Suzuki has gotten the job done. It's a tidy last leg.
Get yourself some Lucozade, John Boy. I warned you that yesterday. I said, get yourself some before you go out.
Some H2O.
Nah, glucose, electrolytes.
Plenty of games warming up. Eileen de Graaf will be back on in a minute as well. I'll tell you what, board
Have
one.
you seen? Yeah, there's no prelim on it, so they're straight into the 32 match. It looks like someone's either they press a button or they're both ready to go. Scott Parker's interview today.
No, we'll see.
I'm not surprised we lost 9-0. How do you come out and say that?
Is that's a one to the board? You've got 4 days. Get me some players.
But yeah, Sky Sports just pushed it again 57 seconds ago. I'm not surprised too much. Is the headline. Also, how on earth do we persuade FSG to go and buy some midfielder after that? Oh yeah, by the way, we want 120 million to buy Jude Bellingham, please.
Mind you, though, talk us through Salah's miss.
Yeah, because I haven't got him in fantasy. 57 people yesterday triple captained Roberto Firmino.
Those 57 people, can they go
2
for
goals,
psychiatric assessment?
2 goals, 3 assists.
I know we had a blinder, but can someone go and seek professional help?
Hmm.
Do you want board one as the feature?
Yeah, please. I've got no issue with whacking Firmino as captain, knowing that Salah had struggled and started slowly, and we were still playing Bournemouth. And look, we were getting chances in the first couple of games. We weren't. Look, Fulham went at us, but we still had chances to win that one. Palace, we weren't terrible. In fact, we battered them and got hit on the counter. United went at us early, granted. We've not been dreadful to start with. We just haven't got results, and we started to panic a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is just a bit different. I saw something yesterday at 3-0 saying Liverpool were now the top scorers in the Premier League this season, and then we scored another 6.
Katie Sheldon is 2-1 up, averaging a shade over 90. Good game, this one. Yuki Sakaguchi, 2-0 to the good as well. Did you order breakfast, Gob?
I'm literally just looking now.
Good effort.
So it is a Sunday, so options are limited.
To Greg's or McDonald's?
No, I've got a decent independent. It might have to be that one.
Fair enough.
I've got another one that I sometimes use, but this one is.
Just looking, Kate Sheldon's playing some solid stuff here today. And then she goes and bungs in a 30. Cursed.
Is that Aaron? Yeah, Aaron van Vigeren has just beaten Evelyn van Tol 4-1. That's disappointing from Evelyn. Saw some better results from her yesterday. Sharon Stratzman, Paul and Rebecca Edwards are underway, and Dorothy won away against Daniela Decker as well. Yasmin Heinz taking the opener against Jennifer Koenig. Lauren Hitchens 3-top on Vicky Pilgrim. Laura Turner has taken the opener against Sandy Wolf and just missed starts for 2-0 as well. Rietbergen takes the opener against Iselin Howen.
Yeah, I agree, Johnny. I'm not a fan of Laura's throw. I think that it obviously works for her, but if you were looking at it and dissecting it, I think the dart is too long and the pull backswing is too long as well, and it sort of angles out to the right and then she brings it in.
How do you... Mate, the food delivery apps are just... The fees are ridiculous these days.
Yeah.
£3 delivery fee, £1 service fee, a bag fee. Bugger off. Have you seen Domino's have started charging for delivery, by the way? It's an absolute outrage.
£1 in there.
2. Disgusting.
Lisa Ashton is closing in on victory on the stream. Not been vintage from the Lancashire Rose, but getting the job done.
Now I'm trying to work out if I want everything I'm ordering. The answer is yes.
Yes.
I ordered a sausage and bacon baguette, a couple of drinks, and I stumbled across this randomly the other day, but it is fantastic. It's a homemade sausage roll in a wrap, toasted with cheese and beans.
That actually sounds really good.
It's lovely. Honestly, it's fantastic. I'm like, yeah, boy.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Also, Poppy arrived yesterday. She dropped me off. There's a new place near where she works. So she's been for breakfast with her mum. And she brought me back a sausage roll. I'd already eaten just under half at that point. Absolutely massive. Burger King.
I had food from Chippy Alley last night. Oh. When you know, you know.
Unsurprisingly, the first pick of the BBL draft was Liam Livingston.
Shock.
And Dorestein has beaten Daniela Decker 4-1. Laura Patton taking the opener against Sarah Milkowski. Lisa Ashton being pushed all the way here by Kirsty Chubb. 3-2 at the minute.
Just watching that. Kirsty's got one of those actions. When she gets it right, it's very good. But that little twist just means it's...
There's something I can compare it to, and I just can't place the action. Can't pick it at all.
No. But I know what you mean. Now you've said that,
Where the elbow is, how high it is. It was a good effort by Kirsty, but she is defeated 4-2 by Lisa Ashton, setting up that intriguing tie now with Roos van der Velde.
Paul agreed they are all too expensive. But on a Sunday morning, that's all we can get.
16 quid for breakfast. Lorena Rietbergen takes the third against Iselin Howen.
Katie Sheldon is a 4-2 winner.
Peter Hedman about to play in the last 64 against Tara Diemer. Jasmine Heinz leads on the all-German board.
Where is Dieter in her career right now? Look, I'm not taking away from her past glories, which are the most decorated and absolutely amazing. But right now, where is she in her career?
Trouble. Not trouble. I think we're in the twilight years. I don't think Dieter's going to give it up. You'd have to drag her away from a dartboard, kicking and screaming before she ever stops playing. But in terms of competing at the very, very top, I don't think she can live with the level that some of the youngsters are playing at now. Your likes of Bo, the endurance and ability of Fallon, Katie Sheldon, etc. I'm not sure Dieter can live with them at the top level anymore. We're starting to see a B game or more often and at a slightly lower level as well. It still works, always has done, always be in the conversation of the best player to never win a world title. But I just don't think she defeats the top guys, top players in the women's series right now. WDF, maybe there's something still there. Depends who else qualifies throughout the year. But I think there'll always be that block because she's never won that Worlds and the pressure that comes with it. And the rest of the tournament seem to be in a little bit of trouble at the minute with the WDF, to be honest. And then I think we will see her again for the seniors at some point. But I have been that little bit disappointed with her performances so far.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, look, she's a fantastic, amazing ambassador for the sport. But like you say, actually, you just think that little tip over the hill now has probably happened and it's a downward spiral from here.
Yeah. Ooh, Rebecca Edwards takes out a 130 to stay alive against Sharon Stratzma-Pull as Lorena Rietbergen takes a 3-1 lead over Iselin Howen on board 1. No, I'm not sure. I do. Look, Dieter's not the most watchable in terms of action. I'm never ever going to coach Dieter's action. It's worked for her for a very, very long time, but it's not my favourite throw out there. Look, Paul Nicholson made a very regular comment, and I'm sure it went on socials yesterday. She's a walking documentary ready to be made. The career, the longevity, she's seen absolutely everything in this game. The number of titles. She's a great character.
Oh, completely. 100%.
Lauren Hitchin beats Vicky Pilgrim 4-3. I am very, very surprised as well that there is no documentary / Netflix behind the scenes, Amazon Prime, whatever, Drive to Survive, all that sort of stuff in darts at the minute. I'm very, very surprised that Eddie hasn't gone, do you know what? Stick a camera on this person, and this person for the year.
There's a reason for that.
I get what the reason is, but at the same time, how much money would you make from this? Sharon Stratsman-Paul defeats Rebecca Edwards 4-1.
Yeah, there's only one reason that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Or the only person you could do it to is Dobie.
No, because you're still going to see it at events anyway.
Yeah, but at least it won't be in his hand.
Yeah.
Laura Turner
speaks Sandy Wolf 4-1. Yeah, 100% Jack.
Yeah, you nailed it on the head. Yeah, that's the reason.
Couple of questions about the WDF, mainly what's going on with them at the minute. The honest answer is we don't know, and neither does anybody really, and that seems to be the issue. We don't have a date or venue confirmed for the World Championships as yet. We're off to the Masters in Holland very, very soon. There's very few details about that floating around as well. They've just announced the Dutch Open is moving to January or February, which is one of the biggest events. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that one, backed rather heavily with Toto, who are now involved in the sport. It's just radio silence at the minute, and that was the big criticism of the old regime under the BDO, especially towards the back end. You have to get information in the players' hands, especially when there's so many options out there nowadays.
Well, obviously,
and travel costs are flying up and cost of living is flying up. People need to be able to book things as early as possible, take holiday off, book travel arrangements.
We were in Cardiff yesterday for the Red Dragon Challenge of Champions, and there was a lot of WDF players there. I'm not gonna name them or give away who said what, but there were a lot that were moaning, genuinely pissed off that, like Gob said, there is no information, and these players have asked the questions. Emails have been sent multiple times, and they've not even had an acknowledgement back to the email to say it's been received. One player in particular, all they've asked for is 3 things in the email: where, when, and what are we playing for? Nothing.
I don't think that's too much to ask for either.
No, that's what this player said. I'm not asking for top secret information. I'm just asking for clarity on why I'm doing the tour. What is the end goal? What am I playing for?
Indeed. A couple of results flying in at the minute. Lorena Rietbergen has beaten Iselin Hauen 4-1. And Dorothy beat Daniela Decker. That's cool. There was another one that come in as well. Lauren Hitchens beating Vicky Pilgrim 4-3. Warming up. Lorraine Winstanley against Kasumi Sato. Also warming up. Bo Greaves against Starcisia Verenusa.
Yeah, some absolute belters warming up. Look at that last 32, Tygob. Makura Suzuki against Aileen de Graaf.
Stinker of a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I had some really good chats with people yesterday, just in and around the venue, not on camera or anything like that, just genuinely chatting to them and the gripes and the grievances that are going on. It's not great. It's almost returning to the not 2019, 2020 BDO days, the amount of discontent that was being shown yesterday. I suppose that the worrying thing is that the World Championship, that we've heard lots of different speculation and bits and bobs. If the Worlds is in its usual date of beginning of January, they are leaving it very, very late to put tickets on sale and all that. And if it is going to be moved or stay in the dates it was last year, just tell the players.
Yeah. Laura Patton beat Sarah Milkowski 4-0. But yeah, look, carrying on what you were saying. Yeah, and look, they've always been not restricted, but they're an organisation that has to watch out what everyone else is doing because their dates do clash. And because of their timing, because they follow the PDC Worlds and then you get Q School, it's quite a narrow gap for them to be able to put events on, which means that they run the risk of players qualifying and then losing them to the PDC again. I can't see the PDC letting people out for a second year in a row to go and play in a different World Championship.
Absolute no chance.
Yeah, they've just got to be careful that they don't end up doing a draw, putting players in, and then losing 10 players again.
As well, it's getting to the point as well. Again, this was the whispers yesterday that players are now talking about if they don't get just responses in the next week or so, they're going to go on social media attacks and make it public.
Yeah.
And put it out there.
It's the same thing you do when you get crap customer service from a normal company.
Exactly. So, and unless some of them get answers soon, there could be some social rants coming.
Maybe everybody should have a go in Price Style Instagram page. Games underway then. Bo Greaves has got underway against Narcissia Verenusa. She left 1-4-1 after 12. Dieter Hedman is playing well, by the way, Harry. Averaging 79, 3-0 up on Tara Dima. And Kasumi Sato took the opening leg against Lorraine Winstanley.
Anka Zilstra has just served a whitewash on board 16 as well. That's just flashed in front of me. Board 11.
I know
Sheldon won with Wendy Rhimes.
Yeah, I know she's very talented, but apparently she's also warming up against Yitka Cicerova on board 11. She's already won that one.
Well, I'll tell you what, I love a look at board 9. Lisa Ashton against Roos van der Velde.
Just getting underway now. Lorena Rietbergen has a bit of a wait today, by the way. She's already into the last 16. There was no bye on board 1. There was no prelim on board 1. But they've had 4-0, 4-2, and 4-1 matches. they have to wait for the last 32 on board 2, of which we're still in the second last 64 game. Natalie Van Marm is just one leg away from beating Angelique Yap. However, Yap has darts at double 8 to get a leg back on the board. Then Eran Van Wiegeren will have to play against the winner of this one. And then the winner of that will play Lorena Rietberg. And so a bit of time to sit around for Lorena now.
Yeah. I'm guessing that Bo must have mucked around on doubles a bit there to take the first, averaging 79 when she was on a manageable finish after 12.
141 after 12. 79, what's that? 18, 19? Just fired at a maximum though. Also, we were having a conversation yesterday about the fact Bo had fired in 3 11 dart legs during the first event. She then hit a 10 yesterday afternoon, which 100% guarantees is at least joint as the best leg we've seen in the Women's Series darts. I don't recall another one. But I also don't keep records like I know an awful lot of people do.
Let's be fair. It's only going to be a couple of people, Fallon or Lisa, if they have.
Yeah. Was Monday onwards live league lineup announced last night?
I believe
Are we allowed to discuss it later on?
I'll say it now. Wait a minute. Let me just double check.
No, don't do it now because we've got games on now and there's stuff for us to talk about. When we hit the quarterfinal/semi-final onwards and we're waiting for games to catch up or we're waiting for the final to start and then we have to wait for the other European Tour qualifier to be called out before the second event starts, we'll save it for a discussion point then.
Yeah, it's out.
Oh, sweet. Dieter Hedman, 4-0 winner, taking out 1-2-6 for the match. Excellent performance from her. Is that the best of the day so far? No. Would you like to know who has the best performance of the day so far, Philip?
Go on.
In the prelim round, in the 1-2-8, it was Eileen de Graaf. She had a 79-3-1. After that, there are 2 players to have gone over the 80 mark so far today.
One of them is Roos van der Velde.
It is. Who has the best average of the day so far? 81.24. The other one was Katie Sheldon in their 40 win over Jitka Ciserova. However, Bo is currently averaging 81 and 2-0 up.
Just looking at, it's the first time I've seen Wendy play for a good while because she gave up playing counter. The action's changed a little bit. I don't like the little dip in it anymore. That was never there.
Dozer, isn't it?
Yeah, that dip was never there. To be fair, Katie Sheldon's action is solid. It's just a little bit quick, but it's solid.
It's also 3-1 up.
Yeah. So watch a pin double 10 there. And again, that leg could have been so much better. She mucked around a little bit on the doubles. I'm just updating some bits on site at the same time. Yuki Sakaguchi is 3 to the good. Lisa Ashton 2-0 up, and I'm guessing this is where the experience of Roos van der Velde is showing God that she was brilliant in her opening game, but just not hitting the same heights at the moment.
Yeah.
And again, look, she's obviously young. And I remember some of the young pros coming through when they used to play. Phil and Michael used to just quiver a little bit. And maybe that's happening here, that she's playing Lisa.
Lisa, yeah. 100%. It happens. Because you just... The thing is, you try that a little bit harder as well because you know you want to put in a decent performance. But at the same time, every single bad visit, you know, right, that's the leg done.
Yeah.
Genuinely can be like that sometimes, so...
Katie Sheldon was a 4-1 winner over Wendy Reinstagler on board 11. That was the string game as well. And the tie of the round is underway. Mikuru Suzuki taking on Aileen de Graaf.
Bo Greaves is a winner against Sisia Verenusa. 4-0 win with the best average of the day, 83.5. Taking out 58 in 2 for a 17-dart leg. Campaign is underway. She will take on Laura Turner next. I wonder if we might get an extra last 32 game streamed.
Possibly.
I found this on the web.
Oh, did you?
Honestly, I can sit here working all day and it doesn't go off once. Mikuru takes the opener against Aileen. Yuki Sakaguchi looking sharp again, Phil. 3-0 up against Kiana Fraunfelder. Low 70s again, but that seems to be her base right now, which is an improvement.
And the bits I saw yesterday, a little 2-dart finishes were very good. Very encouraging. The 60s, the 72s, in and around that area were just being popped a lot. Morning, Boise.
Morning. Hi, with Stephen as well. How'd your train journey, Lee? I saw you being really polite about service delays on Twitter. Winstanley levels up at 2 apiece with Sato. Yasmin Heinz has just beaten Jennifer Koenig 4-3 on board 5. That sets up a match with Sandra Spranger. All German on that board, Phil. It was probably inevitable at some point this weekend. Lisa Ashton completes a 4-0 win over Roos van der Velde. Maybe the pressure just got to Roos a little bit there.
Yeah, I think so, because she was fabulous in her first round game, and there was so much to build with. Just watching it, we can't not go for Suzuki, can we?
Yeah, get that one for now. Rain Hyde on the way against Svenja Lehrer. Britta Gabriel has beaten Catherine Hanley 4-0 on board 14 as well. A few more now showing us warming up. One that isn't is Greaves versus Turner. I wonder. The 12-minute delay was made up within 2 stops. I do get your point, though, mate. You're like, if we're delayed and I can catch you up on the way, then I'll catch up on the way. It's like, why don't you just drive that fast normally, then?
How did Lorraine Hyde go yesterday, Gob? I saw before I had to shoot off. I saw her first couple of games and she was okay.
Not exceptional. I think the level we're seeing from Lorraine Hyde is lower than when we first encountered her on the women's series.
Yeah.
I don't think she's playing as well. Her action isn't bad. She was one that we missed earlier, by the way.
Yeah. Quick turnaround for Dieter Hedman as well, Gob. She's back out straight away. They're not hanging around, are they?
They're not. Also, I get my wish. On the streaming board is Anke Zylstra against Noelin van Leuven. Two events today, Dan.
It's interesting as well that there's a few that are on the last plane out of Germany tonight. Might be a bit of a rush to the airport for some of them.
Taxi share.
I know that Murph, Nico and Laura Turner are literally on the last plane. I think it's back to Gatwick.
Yeah. I'm going to have to look at darts rankings. Action we were trying to compare it to earlier. I've got like an image in my head. I can't get rid of it. I can't work out who it is though.
Mikuru Suzuki has just whitewashed Aileen de Graaf. The Miracle
Now then,
has done the job.
Back-to-back finals yesterday. The only player to beat her all day was Bo, twice.
I saw bits of the second final. The turning point, if I remember, did she miss 2 darts at double 16 to go 2-0 up and break?
I think so, yeah. Lee.
What's he said? Question for you guys. Do you think the World Championships Lee, I refer you to the wording in the said news article.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, but let's be fair. There's stuff that you didn't expect. Was it?
I expected better, actually. I expected much better.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, I hate this part of the day. I'm still in board view rather than just home view in one of my viewings. And board 6 is showing us Steenbergen versus Patton as 2-0 at the minute. But the last 16 matchup, which would actually be players on 11 and 12 or 13 and 14, whatever it is, 11 and 12, are now on that board as well.
Yeah. Philip said, for me, Silk's action looks a bit like Taylor. I'm just going to have a look.
The setting does 100%. The arms out in front, it's there, bang, gone. Not so much the grip, definitely not. She's at the back of the dart. Obviously, he was finger and thumb a bit further forward, but
yeah, I agree. The way it's set. Oh, surely.
it's hard to criticise Van Leuven's throw when she's averaging near 80 once again. Has been playing brilliant for the last 2 days. It's a little bit low, is the only thing I want to say.
Yeah, I'm just looking. It's the first time I've seen her. Yeah, it's almost below chin, isn't it? It's like there.
Yeah.
And it's,
So it's off memory. There's no aiming, but it's lovely. So smooth.
Mind you, we saw that a few times yesterday. There was a few throwing off memory yesterday.
Is that Joe Cullen dart as well? They're very popular right now.
There is a Joe Cullen dart, yeah. Well, if you're a middle gripper, that scallop is so subtle, but it just works.
I'm a rear gripper. You didn't see it yesterday. My brother went to a shop and bought the new Whitlock World Cup Special Editions.
Yeah.
312 darts and didn't like them. Not a fan. Tell you what I am a fan of, and do you know how hard they are to get hold of?
Go on.
Absolutely ridiculous. Devon Peterson's Unicorn Phase 2s with the rear scallop.
Yeah.
They are like rocking horse poo.
Yeah. I remember them. It's like the Gary Anderson, is it Phase 2s? But they're actually his favourite dart.
With a middle scallop, yeah. Lorraine Winstanley, by the way, just beating Kasumi Sato 4-3. She trailed for pretty much all of that match, I believe. Turned it around in the decider against the throw as well. Peter Hedman 2-0 up on Anne Dorestein as well. The all-German match on board 5 is underway. Still waiting on Turner and Greaves to get going. Sounds like an old TV cop drama, that, doesn't it? As Priscilla Steenbergen beats Laura Patton 4-0. Leonie Kamen beat Linda Rietbergen 4-2 as well.
Lorraine Hyde is one away, but throws under a little bit of pressure in this leg, so it may not be the whitewash. What are you saying, Gob? Sheldon Makura gets held for the stream?
Sheldon's just been on the stream.
Yeah.
I think we'll see Greaves or Turner versus Winstanley on the stream.
Right, okay.
If Lorraine beats Lauren Hitchens. They're just about to play a last 32 game now.
Lorraine Hyde, 1:15 for the match. Doesn't go. So this would be a break of throw. So Bo Greaves and Laura Turner are underway on board 8. That's still 0-0. Dieter Hedman just gone 3-0 to the good. Is the Dark Destroyer going to have a bit of a run today, Gob?
Booked in fine form. Again, look, the A game isn't quite there. She's not blowing people away of 85 pluses, but she's consistent enough at a level that's high enough to have been comfortable so far today.
Katie Sheldon, Makuru Suzuki are also underway. In the last 16. Remember, everyone, drop us a like if you are enjoying the coverage. There's a bit of multitasking going on this morning, catching up on some bits as well. Lorraine Hyde pins 38. Right, Gob, choice is yours. Would you like Laura against Bo or Makuru against Katie?
Laura against Bo.
Right, where are we?
Sheldon takes the opener against Makuru as Bo doubles up against Laura Turner. Dan says one thing with Greaves, her scoring power is so good. Many times averages reflecting on the shots at doubles. If those improve, watch out for her. 100%.
Oh yeah, we saw it yesterday. The scoring power is unreal. you sent me. I'm guessing they haven't been on stream.
Playing now. Edmund finishes a 4-0 victory over Ann Dorothy. Comfortable again for her. Bo turning the screw on Laura Turner as well. Left 148 after 12. Turner back on 329. Just punishes every single mistake. Lorraine Winstanley 40 points away from a 1-0 lead over Lauren Hitchens. Doesn't go, but time on her hands. Yasmin Heinz is 1-0 up in the old German clash on board number 5. Sharon Stratzman Puller's taking the open against Leonie Kanaman as well. Akira Suzuki levels up with Katie Sheldon. Oh, I heard it through the grapevine. 3-0 Bo Greaves. She continues to average over 80 once again. It's 83.5 in the round previous. It's currently 82. What round are we on now? Excellent question. We've got some 64 games going on. Kirsten Weiss, Helen Ward is the last 64, as is Tina Ziethman against Laura Kleintitchen. Then a fair few 32 games on. We've also got a last 16 game going on between Katie Sheldon and Makura Suzuki. So we are here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, it is all go, go, go.
Bo is 90 points away. Potential for another 11 data in the PDC Women's Series this weekend. Turner's left 196 after 12. So still got at least 6 darts, but it goes in 2, and we have yet another 11 data for Bo Greaves. She's just producing a ridiculous standard, finishing 91.09 as the average. I think now might be a good time, Phil, to flip the Suzuki Sheldon game to the feature as well. 2-1 to the Miracle. But it is an excellent standard of match so far. Winstanley 1-0 up. Also warming up, Lisa Ashton against Lorraine Hyde. That was Lisa's first game yesterday. She came through it pretty comfortably. How will she fare against the Scot today? 3-all on the stream as well. Van Leuven against Anke Zylstra. Plenty of missed darts at double in that previous leg.
Lorraine wins Stanley 2-0 up on Lauren Hitchens at the moment. And Kazilstra is on a bit of bother here, Gob, on the stream.
Yeah, she's not scored very well in this leg at all. Van Leuven's left 1-2-6 after 9 as well. And then starts on the treble 20. Sets up 36 though. Can't complain too much on for a 13 dart leg, but you know, interesting to see if they go that way when the opponent's on a finish. If Bo does all 4, where does that rank in achievements? Has anyone done that? I don't think so. Lisa and Fallon. No. Fallon. Yesterday was the first day that Lisa hasn't won at least one event on a day. She has won one per day for the entire year so far.
I think, did Lisa win 3 in a row, perhaps?
I think so. Wow. No way.
Yeah.
Van Leuven is out. So many missed darts at double in that match. And Zylstra takes out 50. What a way to do it. And she went for she went for 10 tops, hits treble 6 and pings double 16.
That was 9 missed match darts by my reckoning.
Minimum, just in that leg.
Yeah, that's what I mean, just in that final leg. It was 9 missed.
Win Stanley 3-0 up now on Lauren Hitchens, heading towards that showdown with Bo Greaves once again.
Yes.
Lorena Rietbergen's wait for an opponent is almost over. No, it's not. It's 2-1 to Eran van Vigeren over Natalie van Maam on board number 2. The winner of that will play Rietbergen, who won her last 32 game at least an hour ago now, I think.
Yeah.
Sharon Stratsma-Pool match starts incoming against Leonie Kaman. Plenty of time to take out this 20 as well if she needs it. Paul does take out that 20, so that's a 4-0 victory for her. Joining Zylstra, Steenbergen and Rietbergen. As the Dutch players through into the last 16. We lost Anne Dorrestein, Roos van der Velde, Aileen de Graaf, Kiana Fraunfelder and Noelin van Leuven in that round. And there's still a few more to come as well. Perhaps the best news, my breakfast is nearly here.
Oi, oi.
So sign to the police.
Dan, I believe her management have been asked. Katie Sheldon send us to a decider. Yeah, I believe her management have been asked.
Believe my breakfast is here. Bye.
Gob is going to get his breakfast. Lorraine Winstanley will have to wait a little bit longer. Lauren Hitchens has one back. All eyes are on this noble leg between Mikuru Suzuki and Katie Sheldon. It probably deserves a decider as well. They've both played some fabulous stuff across the 6 legs. And here we have it, 1 leg, 5:01 to decide who moves into the last 8. Lisa Ashton is underway against Lorraine Hyde as well. Helen Ward, 3-2 up on board 15. Yasmin Hines has just gone into 3-0 lead as well on board 5. But a 180 from Mikuru Suzuki could be the final now in Katie Sheldon's coffin. No, it's been a high quality affair, but that 180 done the damage. Only a 41 to set up 120. Sheldon needs a max and cannot find it. So Mikuru Suzuki has all the time in the world. Does it go? Does she set up? She's missed the dart at tops, but will return. Katie Sheldon, all she can do is find a lot of trebles, apply pressure, and hope. And she has done none of them. So Mikuru Suzuki has a minimum 6 darts to get rid of this double 10. And she's gone round the houses, and we talk about this so much. Board management. We'll never know if she got inside last start. If she hasn't, she should have bust. Because now Katie Sheldon has applied pressure, and all of a sudden this double 10 becomes a little bit tricky. When she pins it first dart, Mikuru Suzuki beats Katie Sheldon in a last leg decider and moves on to the last 8. Yeah, so Tommy, going back a few years on the Euro Tour, I think George, all but one of his games went to a last leg. And in the UK Open behind closed doors, I think it was an afternoon session, he was averaging 10.6 legs a game, Gob, in best of 11s.
Yeah, something like that. Here we go then, look. The big reveal. How good does that look? First leg, Lorraine Hyde against Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, wasn't a particularly good leg from Lisa.
No. Also, more importantly, someone needs to get hold of this tournament now. Because Mikuru is now in the last 8 and we still have last 64 games going on.
You know, this is the point where if a one board runs in front or
Too many, Tony.
rainbow on the stream. Yeah, we thought that would be the case. Right, I'm just catching up on some bits that didn't get done yesterday at the same time.
They do work, Johnny boy. Trust me. And the answer is definitely too many.
Oh, believe me, they do. What these do work. Lisa Ashton levelled it up and has gone through the gears here. God, a slow start, but the Lancashire Rose has burst into life. This is where there needs to be a couple of overrun boards.
Well, you can't really do it with a field this small because you're constantly waiting for a player. You can't overrun boards once you get past 64 because everything's on the same. You can't play a 32 until the 64 is done.
Lisa Ashton, that's more like it. Yasmin Hines is a 4-0 winner on board 5. That's the whitewash as Lisa Ashton pins tops and goes 3-1 to the good. We're heading for that final, aren't we, Gob?
Well, Mikuru might have something to say about it.
She may do.
She did yesterday. Who beat Lisa yesterday? Was it Mikuru?
I can't remember, to be fair. Morning, Karen. Hope you are good.
Oh my. Do you want to know what's more concerning? Is if Lisa Ashton beats Lorraine Hyde in this leg, she'll also be through to the last 8. And the quarter of the draw that she's in is the same one that Makuru's in, so they could play that last 8 game.
Surely they'll hold it.
There's still a last 64 game going on, and we're a leg away from starting a last 8 game.
Lisa Ashton has missed match starts. Can Lorraine Hyde prolong this game? No, is the answer. She's come inside on 13s. So Lisa Ashton. And she's gone round the houses as well and leaves the madhouse.
The same target. Dieter Hedman's just hit.
Here's what I found.
Go away, man. Natalie Van Marm defeats Aaron Van Vigeren to set up a last 16 tie with Lorena Rietbergen. Bo and Lorraine are underway as well. Lorraine Hyde did extend that match with Lisa Ashton, but it's Lancashire Rose with the darts and the lead in this one. Elsewhere, Mozgan Romani into last 32 against Helen Ward. They're 0-0 at the moment.
Was she streamed at all yesterday?
No. No, not at all.
It's a shame.
Ashton does defeat Lorraine Hyde 1-7 set up to 1-7-7, set up 42, and that went into the Lancashire Rose into the last 8, where she will take on Mikuru Suzuki.
Who do you want as feature? Mozgan or Dieter?
Let's go Mozgan.
There you go. Like I said, I'm disappointed she wasn't streamed because I was hoping to see her action and see if the last block that she did was just one of those that obviously happens, because the action, the first time we saw her, the action looked very, very good. The next time it was like, oh, what's going on there?
Yeah. Well, last time she played, she had cameras everywhere. Bo opens up with a 15 dart leg against Lorraine Winstanley and then goes 180, 120. I believe that was on the floor. 95 to leave 106 after 9. Yeah. .32 after 12. This goes in 1. It'll be a 15 and a 30, and it should be averaging 107.
Right, back with you.
Doesn't go in any.
Tidied up what I needed to. So back in the.
And then a bust from Bo as well. When Stanley back on 101. .79 to leave 22. So more chances for Bo now to put this leg away. More missed from Bo, and Lorraine does pinch the leg. One apiece.
It was an absolute steal.
Edmund currently 2-0 to the good against Sharon Stratzma-Bull. Just waiting on Lorena Rietbergen and Natalie Van Maan to get underway. And we did have a result, Phil, in the 64 game. Where's it gone?
It's gone.
Laura Klentitschen beat Tina Heathman 4-3. Is there still a board final? So Laura's now got to play Britta Gabriel.
I think so, yeah.
Who averaged even worse than Laura just did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. Dieter Hedman goes 3-0 up. Yeah.
Cruise
They need to get that game on as quickly as they can because, I don't mean this nastily, but the two winners we're about to see, Britta Gabriel against Laura Klentitschen, you can add their average from the last 64 performances they've just played, and it's still lower than both of what Bo's produced today.
Yeah.
And that's not how averages work or anything, but so it does go 2-1 up, double 19 to a rescue this time.
Peter Headman surely is only a couple of minutes away from wrapping up victory.
Solid performance from Romani so far, though, Phil. We haven't said a lot about her, but 2-0 up, averaging 67 once again. It's been around that level for the day.
Yeah, no, she's been tidy. Yeah, really tidy. Do you think that Bo can win all 4 tournaments? I think it's going to take something special to stop her. So, yeah, absolutely. Tidy from Lorraine now on throw. Is the 60 going 2 or 3?
3. Last start, double 10.
18 dart hold, and we're level at 2 apiece. Peter Heckman didn't get the job done 4-0 and is still fighting.
Yes, BB Rexer. No, we were wrong earlier, by the way, Phil. Chris Murphy on socials a couple of hours ago, despite multiple wins for both Lisa Ashton and Fallon Sherrick, no players ever won 3 women's series tournaments on the spin.
Fairs.
So a win for Bo, and she will have another record in her hand already.
Fairs.
She's been pushed all the way by Lorraine when Stanley Hiller. They've both left 1-4-1 after 12. The advantage is that Bo was throwing first at it. She's just left 24, which probably means she's missed a dart at the double on the outside. When the stream catches up.
So when the stream tells us, we will let you know, but that would...
That's in the treble. That's in the treble. And that's just outside. Oh, Lorraine's effort, desperately unlucky. The treble 20 was in and she slipped into the treble 3. However, Bo has left 3. Lorraine Winstanley has 3 in hand at 60. The checkout she took in the previous leg to level up, goes in 3 again, and is now throwing for the match.
Is this the most legs Bo's lost in a game?
No, she conceded 3 yesterday to Stephanie Rennock as well.
Right, okay. So I didn't see it all yesterday. That's why I asked.
Potentially the first time, excluding the first leg, that Bo has trailed. First leg against Nakura in the final.
Dita Hedman is a 4-1 winner. She has got the job done. But all eyes on the stream game.
Dita's just going about her business today, but the issue is, can she raise her game when she runs into Elisa, a Makuru, a Bo, a Lorraine?
Yeah, 100%. And Bo has left a finish. She's left the big fish. I think 2 treble 19s came to her rescue again. And she has effectively stolen the darts back. But she was in front in the last few legs as well. And it has been double trouble in this game.
Yeah, and a trebleless visit from the 170. It's 160 doesn't have to go for Lorraine, but any treble in this combination, and she's heavy favourite, and that's a slip.
Not now. Because 119 is not nice. The 112, you've got 2 darts in the same area. The 112, you've got 2 darts in the same area.
If you hit it.
Where here
112 doesn't go. Just 60 left as well. Have to go 19s first.
Oh, you have to. Missed the dart of the ball.
You should hit the 19s.
Break back. Lorraine Winstanley has missed a match dart. And Bo Greaves polishes off the 60-2. The key to that shot there, Gob, is the first dart is nice and high, where the flight isn't a blocker.
Yeah.
It's that one that sits in the middle of the 20 that's the blocker. That's high, which... And again, just watching on the
So
screen.
Dinka joins the last 8 lineup as well.
Lorraine will be so disappointed with that. Bo gave her a chance, only scoring 45 first visit. And then Lorraine's first start was sat plumb in the treble 20 and only hit 66, followed up by 22. Stick a fork in this one, Gob. This one's done. Visits of 140 and 135. And another trebleless visit from Lorraine Winstanley. This one's Romeo.
And that's where the scoring pressure's told in the last leg. But, oh my gosh, 170 as well. She didn't want that bullseye. That's where the scoring pressure's told, because the way Bo's finished, and especially the way she's just set this up as well, has not been the best. And there's been darts missed, but 12 darts. Lorraine has only scored 180 points.
I'll say, when you've gone 66, 22, 45, 47, and then finds a max, they're a little bit too late.
You'd expect so, but if Bo ends up on double one here, she does not.
It doesn't.
She takes out 8 in 2 and is into the last 8. What a last 8 this is lining up to be as well right now, by the way.
Yeah. And Lorraine will be thinking, where was this at the start of the leg? So, we have last 16s underway, last 32s being played. At this point, Gob, you have to hold the last 8, surely.
You'd expect so, just because we're so far behind with 15 and 14, which also means the board winners on 13 and 16, Zylstra and Sakaguchi have been sat around waiting a long, long time as well.
Yeah.
As Ashton and Lisa begins to warm up, I think that's been selected to stream. And they're just going to carry on with it.
I think so as well. I'll tell you in a second when they put the names up on the stream. Mozgan's just dropped off a little bit here in the last leg or so, Glob.
I said Ashton on stream in the Greaves match. Yep. Rietbergen takes a 2-0 lead over Natalie van Marm on board 1. The winner of that one will play Dieter Hebmum. Yasmin Heinz or Priscilla Steenbergen await Bo Greaves in the last 8. That's just got underway. Steenbergen's missed. Well, she left 50 after 18 and has currently taken 33 darts.
Yeah. Priscilla Steenberger just getting underway against Yasmin Heinz. The others finally poised. That one's at the infancy.
Quite impressive, actually. I've just seen on socials that 4-1 victory for Dieter Hebman in the last 16 was the first time she's dropped the leg all day.
Rihanna Rietbergen, 3-2 good leg off.
Bianca Langendorf, Tara Diemer, and Dorestein. Yeah, ton check out for Lorena Rietbergen. She's another with a lot of potential, I think. I saw her name floating around in the Dev Tour a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Steenberg and all their misses adding up for her. She loses the first leg to Yasmin Heinz, averaging just 38. But look, this is what I said about her action. When it's on, she's brilliant. She's just gone 57, 180, 140. To leave 124 after 9. That's not a player that averages 38 very often, I'm telling you. 48 after 12 left for her. Pleasantly surprised by the fact it's 3-0 already in the Laura Klentitschen against Britta Gabriel match. One more for that one to catch up. And there we have it, leveled up at 1 apiece already. Bang, bang. Rietbergen with the advantage of throw and about a 50-point lead in the fourth over Van Maar. He's a bogey, though. Mikuru versus Lisa has been confirmed as the quarterfinal on stream. Still showing as warming up. And Romani should get match starts in a second, at least 2 of them. Don't miss the big number.
Do you think Mosgan has just thought about what she's doing here? Because the first few legs were really, really good, really, really steady, solid darts golf. A lot of 60s, 81s and things like that. But it just dropped off in the last couple.
Yeah, potentially. Lots of darts missed in that last leg as well, so that reflects in the average a little bit. We were saying this yesterday. It's a bit like golf. One bad round ruins your scorecard.
Yeah.
And that's why the UK tends to play stable foot. If you have a bad hole, it doesn't negatively affect it. You just don't score anything from it. So match starts incoming though. 3 at double 16 for Romani. Rietbergen is through. She's a 4-0 winner over Natalie Van Maar. And she will play Dieter Hedman next. Steenbergen or Heinz against Greaves. Ashton versus Mikuru. And then we're still away back with the rest, aren't we? We're waiting on Romani and probably Klentitschen from the games so far, who will then play Zylstra and Sakaguchi. Yeah, 5 last 32 games complete. 5 last 16 games complete with 2 last 32 games still going. More missed darts at double from Steenbergen. Her average doesn't look great. Scoring-wise, it's been steady enough, but a bit all over the place. More match darts for Romani as well. He goes in 3, and the Iranian is through to the last 16, where she will take on Anka Zylstra in a couple of minutes' time. And then we await Yuki Sakaguchi against the winner of Clentition and Britta Gabriel. And Clentition does beat Gabriel 4-0. So that one's caught up pretty quickly. We have to wet around a little bit. She will now take on Yuki Sakaguchi. So we're a couple of minutes away from 2 last 16 games getting underway, and that'll be the last 2. However, we'll have 2 last 8 matches now showing as warming up or preparing. Ashton versus Suzuki, that'll be on the stream shortly.
Yuki's been sat around for a long, long time. A long time. Well, there's a lot of X's on the show there. Okay, now. It's like Family Fortunes.
And look, job at hand first, yeah, but that's not the sort of form you want to be carrying into a potential matchup with Bo Greaves in a minute, knowing that you're scoring all right, but your finishing just took as many darts in one leg as Bo took in 3 to finish matches over this weekend. Just the one game in play at the minute then. The last 16 games are shown as warming up. Somebody's pressed iPads, gotten them ready. But the banner has disappeared across the top of the stream.
The stream is a go.
As the 4-time Ladies World Champion Lisa Ashton is about to take on the 2-time Ladies World Champion Mikuru Suzuki, who has changed her hairstyle today.
I was about to say, yesterday it was all quite neat, wasn't it? And was it plaits she had yesterday? Today it's just gone up in a bun.
Okay, Steenbergen's left 60 after 15 in leg number 4. And then leaves tops. How many more darts do you think it will take for a double of this one?
Hopefully she pins it first dart. Mikuru has won the ball. Makuru's follow through is just amazing.
Correct. Ooh, ooh, ooh. no.
Oh, no. One more.
The draw for event number 16 is out.
Tell me the organisers want to get away early without telling me the organisers want to get away early.
Well, I don't think they do.
No.
We've got a board 12 matchup between Gabrielle Britta, who was one of the players massively behind, against Sarah Milkowski.
Can we put that one on now? I'm just going to the Lugob.
Yeah, and then we can discuss the rest of the draw. There's some interesting matchups once again. Suzuki takes the opener against Ashton. Top work from the Miracle. Excuse me. Hello, washing machine, my old friend. Much better view now, isn't it? Let's be honest. Steenbergen 3-1 up, scoring power, looking good here in leg number 5 as well. Finishing has not been great in this match for her, but a couple of minutes off the board in a minute. Get reset, go again. She will need to if she's going to land anything on Bo Greaves, the form she's been in so far. Frustration from Ashton setting in. And then she fires in a maximum. Yeah, Pat Everett. Her scoring's been steady as. It's leaving finishes after 12, 15 darts constantly. It's just finishing has been wayward. Well, no. Got the draw for the next tournament up already, but plenty of games have just started all at once, and I don't have them available. It doesn't. Wow, 153 from Lisa Ashton levels up. 15 dart leg for the Lancashire Rose. Once again, Ashton and Suzuki going at each other on the board. Rietbergen versus Hedman underway. Sakaguchi against Klentitschen underway. Romani against Zilstra underway. Steenbergen wraps up the match against Yasmin Heinz 4-1. 21 dart leg in the end. And she will take on Bo Greaves in the last 8 very shortly. Excellent leg once again from Suzuki in response. She wants 18 points for a 2-1 lead. Sakaguchi scored all right, but she's missed darts at double already. She'll be coming back for double 2 unless Klentich can take out a 1-5-2. Doesn't go. So Suzuki 2-1 up on Ashton. Rietberg and Hedman heading towards finishing stages of the first leg. Dieter wants 1-2-5. Sakaguchi has come back for that double 2. Let's see if it goes. Whilst Zylstra and Romani both have a little bit of double trouble themselves. Sakaguchi goes 1 up. Romani wants double 4 for a 1-0 lead on Anka Zylstra. She's no scored that as well.
Right, who do you want to speak to game, Gob? Dieter?
Yeah. No, Yuki. Yuki against Laura. Not seen Yuki for a while.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how she is. Cold could be the word. Starts with a tongue.
Left 104 after 15 in the previous leg. Went in 22 or something. What a leg that is from Lisa Ashton. 14
I was about
darts.
to say, the Lancashire Rose went through the gears a bit there.
That'll be frustrating for both. Back-to-back visits of 81, where the first dart is slap bang in the middle of the treble.
Yeah. Yeah, will be frustrating.
Very frustrating for Suzuki after the way she started this leg. It
I
wasn't
was about
really
to
a great
say,
deal
Lisa
coming back at her from Ashton, but that 180
It's just
tips it in her
ram-raided, isn't it?
favour. Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, Lisa's always got that in the locker. She's got a 180 or a 17 something from nowhere to completely spin a game on its head. And now Makuru looks up against it.
Rietbergen goes 1 apiece with Hedman, 57 kill. Yuki Sakaguchi has all the time in the world here in leg 2.
I tell you, it'd be so nice to see, especially Yuki, Makuru, and who's the other one?
Kasumi
They
Sato.
travel as, that's the one. That's how they travel as a 3. It'd be great to see them be able to commit to play some steel tip for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Because they dip
I mean,
in
Sato
and
was
out.
only beaten by Winstanley 4-3 in the 64 as well. They are starting to go deeper and deeper.
That's what I mean. Lisa Ashton's just missed a huge opportunity there. Will she get another go?
Talking of missed
Yes, is the
opportunities,
answer.
Ilstra's just gone 2-0 up on Romani.
Oh, Lisa. That's 3 visits to the board to break Mikuru Suzuki and hasn't.
It gets worse. Both players want double one.
What's going on here?
What's going on? It's Suzuki. Holds her throw. Double one. Last dart in hand.
Lisa Ashton missed 4 visits, separate visits to the board. On the last one, she didn't use all 3 because she went inside. But 4 visits to the board and not broken. God, that's unforgivable in games like this. You won't get better opportunities.
And then it only opens up 40. Rietbergen was banged in a maximum to leave 97, but Hedman wants 136 for a breaker throw.
Again, Ashton finds a 180 to get herself back into a tie that was slipping away. And we look set to go to a decider unless Mikuru can find another gear in this leg. And that slip into the one will not help. Doesn't leave a finish. So Lisa Ashton has got 6 if needed to get rid of 86.
She does. In the Hedman game, the 136 didn't go, but the 97 did. Rietbergen leads 2-1. She's already won more legs against each other than anybody has combined all day.
The 86 goes in 3 for Lisa Ashton, and we go to the Noble. Lisa Ashton,
there's absolutely no chance.
I should have won this 4-2.
There's absolutely no chance. We go to the Noble. In Yuki Sakaguchi's game, she's currently 3-0 up, 21 points higher in the averages. I'm looking pretty comfortable. Look, she was sat down for a long, long time, averaging in the mid-60s. We know she's got an extra level to that, but just to get yourself back on the board after being sat down for so long.
Yeah.
Steady performances, especially as she'll play the winner of Romani and Zylstra, which is not a barnstormer either.
So on a leg, you have the darts. Mikuru 83, ton 121. Lisa Ashton is in trouble.
She is after that last visit. She found a 2 treble visit, perhaps not, but she went treble-less, 57. So it's about 90 points the gap plus these. No treble from there from Mikuru. Hurts a little bit.
Only if this is 2 trebles or better, and not a treble 5.
That hurts. That's good. She's potentially gets the dart to win it there.
I think she gets the dart double. Lisa, that's good, but it may be too little, too late It is. And she did miss a dart at the 138 as well. Lisa Ashton departs. What a last leg from Mikuru Suzuki. She marches on. The Lancashire Rose is gone.
Oh my. What game that was. So yesterday, Ashton lost her record of winning a women's series title on every single day of the 2022 campaign.
Yeah.
Now she's running the risk of not winning one on the entire weekend. Missed the first one yesterday. Beaten by Mikuru in the second. And beaten by Mikuru in the third.
Not for 1 minute am I saying that she would have beaten Bo in any of them yesterday. But for her own preparation, that must have been hell. Having to travel on the day because your flight got cancelled the day before, rushing to get there. That prep is not ideal.
Yeah. What happened there?
What's that?
Bo versus Steenbergen started. It went 41 Steenbergen, 60 Bo, 61 Steenbergen, 60 Bo. And now it's gone to... Oh, no, it's back. Then it was showing nothing. As if it was the first visit all over again. Anka Zylstra's completed a 4-0 win over Mozgan Romani.
You thought someone had done a Daryl Gurney?
I just don't know what was going on. I thought they'd won the balls either the wrong way around or something. And Yuki Sakaguchi joins that last 8 as well. So it will be Sakaguchi versus Zylstra in the quarterfinals. And the winner of that will play Mikuru Suzuki. We could be heading for an all-Japanese semi-final on the women's series.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
I like
Possibility of an all-Dutch semi-final in the opposite half, as well as Rietbergen is currently 2 apiece with Dieter Hedman, make that 3-2 behind, and Steenbergen is up against Bo Greaves. We're going to get Sakaguchi versus Zylstra streamed as well.
Like that. Fan.
Mm-hmm. I also still can't get over the names that are missing from this weekend.
Oh, it's huge.
No Fallon, obviously. But then Chloe O'Brien, Jane Densley, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Trina Gulliver, Corinne Hammond, Joe Locke, Kirsty Hutchinson, Robin Bird, Natalie Gilbert, Maria O'Brien, Vicky Purim, Tracy North, Denise Cassidy, Felicia Blay, Amanda Harwood, Ros Bulmer. That's a ridiculous number of names that we're missing. That when you throw them into this tournament, you're seeing the names that are coming through last 16s and last 32s, etc. They start to sound ridiculously stacked back in the UK when this is a full tour.
Yeah, but this is what I was saying, God. This is the interesting bit, that for the last 3, we've had people from Europe not travelled over to the UK. Now we've had people from the UK not travel to Germany. The next one, in an ideal world, they all travel and we have an unbelievable tournament. But we need them all to travel.
Can't see it, but even if you just take 10 or 15 names from this group that we're seeing today, right? So if you take the likes of Steenbergen and Rietbergen have already travelled in the past, Stratsma Paul perhaps as well. If you chuck in Anka Zylstra making the journey that little bit more often, then add in Roos van der Velde. You add in a couple of the German players, Noelin van Leuven, Iselin Houwen. I presume, despite having Irish flags next to their name, Aran van Wiegeden and Adriana van Wiegeden Vermaat live in Germany somewhere or in Europe somewhere, because we've not seen them in the UK.
I would say so, yes. I don't know that, but I would say, yeah.
Yeah.
First
leg bow. I didn't see the final end of it, but
they both missed darts to win it. Priscilla missed at least 6 to hold. Bo missed at least 6 as well before she hit it.
And that'll hurt. And that's a bit of a hangover from the previous match she played as well. And you just cannot afford to go into a matchup with Bo not hitting doubles.
No, Dylan says, who are you saying for this tournament? Look, it's hard to see past Bo again. It's going to take an effort from probably Mikuru or Dieter.
Dieter and Bo have got plenty of matchup history, especially as they've been number 1 and 2 for WF for a while. Another 115, 116. Start getting set up for event number 16. Oh, can we talk draw for the next event now?
Yeah.
Board 1. Wendy Reinstatler, the standout name on there. She's got Jennifer Koenig, Helen Ward, Kiana Fraunfelter. 2, Laura Klentitschen against Sandra Spranger, Lorena Rietberg and Yitka Cicerova, and Louise Pearson. On 3, Kasumi Sato will take on Annika Lang first. If she wins that, she'll play Stephanie Rennock in the last 64. 4, very interesting board indeed. Priscilla Steenbergen takes on Yasmin Heinz in the 128. Mikuru Suzuki against Kirsty Chubb and Aran van Wiegeden as well. On 5 is Lisa Ashton. She's on the same board as Vicky Pilgrim and Rebecca Edwards, who will be her first opponent. On 6 is Aileen de Graaf as well. So those 3 in consecutive boards. Mikuru wouldn't meet one of them until the semi-final. But that would be a last 16 matchup for de Graaf and Mikuru. On 7 is Anka Zylstra. And on 8, you've got Astrid Traubor, Stephanie Fink-Reeks as well, which doesn't leave a massive amount. In the bottom half, there is obviously quality in there, though. Laura Turner's on board 9. Dieter Hedman will take on Rhiannon Griffiths on board 10. And Doris Dean on there as well. Good chance for Roos van der Velde to get through to a last 16 from what we've seen from her so far. She's on a board with Tara Diemer, Daniela Danbeck, Lauren Hitchens, and Ina Redmacher. 12 is that Milkowski, Britta, Evelyn Van Tol, Sharon Stratzman-Paul, and Bo Greaves board. 13 is tidy as well. We've got Stephanie Burig against Lindsay Glaudemans to start, and Mozgam Romani against Yuki Sakaguchi in the last 64. Chrissy Manley will take on Sarah Schliemann, Lara Frecking, Aletta Vaya, and Corinna Himmel as well. 15 is quite diverse. I like this as well. It's Narcissia Verenusa against Simone Porlacat, Janani Jana Kiraman against Iselin Houwen, and Natalie Van Marm on there as well. And then 16 is tidy as well, actually. In fact, 16 is very, very tidy. Lorraine Hyde versus Laura Patton is the prelim for the right to play Katie Sheldon. And the other match on there is Lorraine Winstanley against Noelin van Leuven.
Yeah.
So that's
Tidy.
16, possibly the standout board of the second half. Much more like it from Bo Greaves, as Pat ever says. 3-0 lead, 13 dart leg, and she just left 180 after 9, after hitting yet another maximum. Ooh. That's my fault, perhaps. Whatever. I didn't quite realise just how good that performance from Dieter Hedman was in the previous round.
Yeah.
Rietbergen 2-1 up. The first time Dieter's dropped more than a leg all day. But it was an 84 average from Hedman. She will possibly need that and more if she's to defeat Bo, who has just missed a dart, potentially. Definitely from 80, surely. For the match, for what would have been a 15 dart leg as well, to go with that 13 from the leg before. Steenbergen misses the bullseye for 94, and Greaves double 10 for the match in super quick time. No score. That, Tony, is a very, very good question, and one that I do not know the answer to. Steenbergen gets one back.
String board is underway. We have pictures.
As Zylstra has the darts. 4 different attempts at a handshake, a bow, and double fist pump, and God knows what, but we're underway.
We got there in the end. Looking at what darts Yuki's throwing at the moment. Not was she on the stream at all yesterday?
Yuki,
Yeah.
once or twice, I think.
So I obviously didn't see it. I'm just having a look to see what arrows she's throwing. It's a pretty straight barreled dart.
Match darts incoming for Bo again, then she's already missed 3 from 24 for what would have been a 13 dart leg or better. She pings double 6 again. Steenbergen sat on 30 though. Won't want to mess around. She missed darts in the previous leg, at least 6. She's done it again, and chance now. For 3-2. And it is 3-2.
You go back to that first leg, this could be 3-2 the other way.
It could indeed.
But it's not. Lee Evans won last night's live league. Good player is Lee, solid. this one looks just about done
161.
this time.
Well, we said that in the last couple of legs. 161 after 9, 96 after 12. Tom 40 from Steenbergen comes, and there's the pressure a bit. However, the 96 goes in 3. Bowgreaves over the line, and yet again another average over the 80 mark. And she is into the final 4.
Yeah, it was good to see Jamie Lewis back playing well. So, as it's the only game going, we will put the stream game on the feature game.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six.
Bit of a mess that first leg, but Anka Zilkstra does take it.
Sort of the story of her last 16 match against Romani as well.
Yeah. No, Alistair, it's been quite quiet on that front, but I guess we'll see whether he plays in Budapest or not, how he is.
My house in Budapest, my house.
I know you watched it last night, Gob. I haven't seen any of the KSI fight, but I'm guessing the broadcasters will love it. The fact that he wins and then calls out Andrew Tate after everyone's trying to ban Andrew Tate talk from everywhere.
Well, he called out everybody but Jake Paul, which is the one that everybody wanted, which is a bit weird. But I guess after the bad blood that those two have had in the build-up to this, you just don't want to draw attention to that man at the minute. I wouldn't call it a fight.
I didn't see any of it at all.
Play for the second was useless. Someone messaged me going, is he a plumber? I was like, no. A plumber wouldn't be running away and claiming he'd been hit in the back of the head every time.
Is he a plumber?
Terrible.
No,
Absolutely terrible. There were so many stereotypes banded around yesterday as well on the broadcast. So like, oh yeah, Mexican fighters, they normally come with a lot of heart, blah, blah, blah. He's just spent half the night running away.
Oh, Matt, 100%. Look, that's why DAZN and show these things, and that's why whether people like it or not, they work, because of the numbers it draws completely. And this is what we were talking about yesterday about sports, not just sport anymore, because it's things like this that just draw numbers.
Yeah, look, there were times when Chris Eubank on the coverage is like, what the hell am I here for? And at the other times, he looked at it and went, actually, you can see why people are paying for it. It's entertaining. Like, if you follow the industry as well.
Well, there was a reason that Eddie Hearn promoted.
I don't think there was more than 30 minutes of boxing, if I'm being honest. Not many fights went very far. Oh, Phil, there was 2 proper heavyweights, right? A round and a half in, and they're just blowing, trying to swing haymakers at each other that have got as much force as asthmatic trying to cough on you.
Oh.
But I sat and watched the entire show. It was hilarious. Also, I don't know if anybody else in the chat room saw it or watched it. Has King Kenny's result been overturned again yet, or what? Because I like Kenny. I like Beta Squad, Genius, Carry On. Right? But he lost to Temper on points and then swapped it back the other way. And he definitely lost that fight last night. Knocked down in the first, so he loses the round 10-8. Third round, he definitely loses. Second round, they threw 6 punches between them in the entire round. So if you're giving it to Kenny, whatever. And then the last round. So even if you give Kenny rounds 2 and 4 because of the knockdown, he loses that fight. Slim Ring Walk was class.
Oh, wow.
He walked out to... what's it? Thousand Miles.
Oh.
White chicks. One judge gave all 4 to Kenny. You're joking me. That has to be overturned.
That's criminal.
And I feel bad for Kenny at that point. Even he was surprised. But, oh my God. Even he was surprised because the last time it got overturned, and rightly so. But this time it just has to happen again. It's not fair on Kenny. Because then you're just putting him through the ringer twice. Did not win that fight. Standing count was very early. It probably helped Kenny a bit, but it was very, very early. Also, how did the ref not stop the KSI fight earlier than what it was? The man had 6 counts in a round and a half.
Oh.
AJ against Ruiz was stopped for less.
You could have used a
And this
better
guy's
example.
running around.
Frochgrove's
He came to do a 5K in the ring and earn 50K out of it.
This one's weird that they're both playing well or wellish on their own throw, but they haven't troubled each other's throw in the last few.
Guys out the back of his head more. At one point, right, he gets in close. KSI hits him with an uppercut and then swings the left, misses. The boxing glove doesn't touch him. It gets smacked in the face by KSI's bicep and he's claiming a back of the head shot.
Lisa lost in the quarterfinals to Makuru 4-3. As Yuki Sakaguchi tees up 32.
That look from Yuki Sakaguchi. She does tee up 32. But did you see the video? Did you see what she did? 92. She hits 20, tries to go tops, and just stares at it with disgust as if to say, "You're an idiot."
How dare you not go in?
No, Dan, nobody loves wrestling unless you're a child.
Whoa.
Hello, Philip. Mormon starts from Sakaguchi and a chance for Zylstra. Doesn't go to 117. Back for double 12 for Yuki. Pressure now, though. Zylstra is sat waiting on tops. Some people are going to hate YouTube boxing and get bigger. Yeah, look, the way that the events have gone since, well, a KSI, really. Then the upgrade through Logan. Logan Paul has had 3 fights in his live field. Do you know who they're against?
Mayweather
and KSI. Double against KSI,
Yeah.
a draw and a loss, and then a fight against Floyd Mayweather. And his pay-per-view buys are bigger than at least 3 of the heavyweight.
Well, that's what I mean.
Heavyweight
Callum
division right
Allen
now.
summed it all up on the interview he did with Coogan. That he said that a lot of people are gonna hate this, but KSI Logan Paul 3 does more buys than Usyk Fury, and he's 100%
They
right.
won't fight. They won't do a 3.
I know,
It'll be
he said-
KSI Jake, and that would do more buys than Logan.
Yeah. It just works.
However, Logan did talk about fighting Deji, but he is about 8 inches and 30. Not 30, I don't know. That's 2 stone too heavy for him. Yes, please, Jack. I know we didn't see a lot of him, and he fought 2 absolute plumbers. Did think that KSI looked all right last night. Deji looked... How did Deji turn that around? The man's had 3 fights, never won a single one, slated after his last one. Going, what on earth are you boxing for? And then gets in the ring last night against a lad who was absolutely ripped. I was like, Deji's going to get hurt here. And then you come out boxing. It sounds stupid because obviously this is what you expect boxers to do. But there's a moment where he reads this punch coming from his opponent so hard, he just leans back out of the way of it, let it pass, and then swings a hook and catches him on the side of the head. Whew, sweet. Proper fighting.
Let's be fair. Let's say that KSI and Tate get it on. Could you imagine the build-up and the numbers that would do?
The thing is, I like KSI. I watch Sideman and YouTube and whatever else, right? I'm not sure JJ sells a fight. He's not scary enough. He's a bit of a hype man. He'll shout your head off and whatever, but he's just not scary.
Yeah.
He just gets louder, not more aggressive.
A slight chance here for Sakaguchi on the Anka Zylstra throw. I say slight, depending on what this visit is from. Now it's a chance.
Yes.
Adrian says, see a lot on social media since Bo won twice yesterday. People saying that if Bo gets a second place, Fallon will get a backdoor entry anyway. Thoughts?
No.
I don't see how they can do it. I'm just trying to think of ways they could. No, I don't think it's the only way it would be possible, and it would have been, we said the same last year, that if there's a high number of international travellers that can't, qualifiers that can't travel for whatever reason, that right now that isn't an issue, but say it was nearer the time, the only way it could have been done that we worked out on it, God, that if you give an extra place to the associated member tours, but you'd have to give them one to each. Yeah, Dan, I agree. That is the worry. That could come into play 100%.
No, and it shouldn't, and it's ridiculous that it's even been considered. Because I also saw, and Keith should know better, right? But somebody was talking about Bo on whatever, and there's a real chance she can make the World Championship. And he quote tweeted, it said, "I'd put her in anyway." You don't put people in a World Championship. You qualify for a World Championship. This isn't the Premier League. This isn't the World Series. Bugger off, grow up, qualify for things as you're intended to do so. You do not put people in a World Championship.
You do. Let's be fair. Over the years, Devon Peterson, Diogo Portela and Max Hopp have been handed places in the World Championships.
Yes.
So...
But, and hear me out here, they sort of have, but they sort of haven't as well. Because they've gone on to win qualifiers where they are the absolute quality in that field, or be the number one ranked in that position. There already exists qualifying routes from every avenue that these ladies play in. Can't chuck another one in when it doesn't go your way, because at that point, the credibility of what they're trying to do and grow in the women's game goes completely out the window if you change the rules last minute because the player you want there doesn't qualify.
Oh, you know, I'm fully with you. It shouldn't happen, but I'm just saying that they have done it before.
That's like saying I want Liverpool and Man United to play in the FA Cup final, even if they both lose in the third round, because they'll sell more tickets and it'll get more TV audience.
Well, that almost happened when we had the European Super League. We don't want the rest of the shit. We only want good games. I know that I'm 100% with you. It shouldn't happen, but
again, another strong showing on our own throw here from Yuki Sakaguchi, and it's looking like we're going all the way. Before this leg started, there was 0.04 difference in the averages. And we do go all the way.
yeah. Oh, yeah, no, Jack, look, I completely agree with you. That there shouldn't be backdoor entries, but we've already seen this year that tour card holders have gone and used backdoor entries to get into the Worlds. Vladimir Anderson tried it. Darius Labanauskas did it. Those backdoor entries to the Worlds still do exist. Yeah, Matt, 100%. And we were talking about this the other day, that Louis Williams is one that potentially could benefit. He hasn't yet, but he could get to the World through the Dev Tour and keep his card by that 10 grand he's going to get from that way. I know Gob's sparking there, but we spoke about it the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, I like how vocal Matt Edgar's been on it, and just raising that awareness a little bit as well through parasocial media. Like, the more and more you draw attention to these things, the more and more most likely things will change.
I'm sure Danny. Yeah, I'm sure that Danny will try and use the CDC to backdoor it to the Worlds.
Another strong showing on our own throw here. It'll take something special from Sakaguchi. No, Matt, look, I've never had any issue with any player playing in what they're eligible for and making the most of it as long as these loopholes exist. I always have frustration with the fact that loopholes exist and the organisation that are responsible for that. I have absolutely nothing against any of the players that have a tour card that are playing on the development tour, because the opportunity is there for them, and quick cash, more match practice in that environment. Brilliant. Sound. I have an issue with the fact they're allowed to play there in the first place.
Yeah, it's not the players' fault. I completely agree. It's the system.
And sometimes I don't think that comes across in the way that we try and discuss it on here, because it looks like it's just an attack on the players that are doing well, highlighted perhaps most notably by Josh Rock, because look, we've had players that are tour card holders in the past that do pretty well on a development tour and are pretty steady, but none of them have been year-to-date top 16 on the Pro Tour, and so much better than everybody else in the field in the development tour as well. Right now, he is leagues ahead of 99% of that development tour. His A game is so much better.
Yeah.
So as long as they can do it, absolutely no issue with Keane Barry, Josh Rock, etc. In fact, I'd say they're stupid for not doing it. They're not just going to pull out of it while others get the chance to. Also, we're 100% getting Dieter versus Bo on the stream. I'm not even sure if it's been announced or said or what. They're showing Selko adverts at the minute. But they would have just started if not. Obviously, Anka versus Yuki has just been on the stream. Mikuru was on the stream for a matchup with Lisa as well. So they've just held Dieter versus Bo, and then obviously Mikuru and Zilstra will start at the same time as well. No, PDC will never change its development tour rule. They're just going to bury their heads in the sand over it. For the same reason that they do what they do for everything else. It's all about clicks, headlines, and selling a product. And if they can tell us that Josh Rock is averaging 90 plus on the development tour, picking it up and whatever else, then they're going to keep those players in there because it makes the numbers of the development tour look better. It looks like that tour continues to get better.
Yeah, and then they can sell sponsorship off of those numbers and everything like that. And you can go to a potential sponsor and say, look, our development tour players are hitting these kinds of numbers, getting this kind of exposure because of the players that are playing in it. They're going to do it.
Backdoor talk will be the new name. Careful. What the players do off the board is completely up to them. That could cause some misunderstanding, Dan, yes. Sounds like the Jersey boys next door.
to be fair, like we were saying about the thing, Lisa was in that situation last year, God, wasn't she? That she got to the Worlds, and if she'd have won, was it 1 or 2 games, then potentially she'd have kept her card through getting there for the Women's Series.
Yes.
It is Dieter against Bo on the stream, Gob.
Just pay me to do that. How many games did Jim McEwen win straight in the live league of the week? Was it 15 or 16?
I think 16.
Okay.
I might be wrong.
Chloe Greaves is currently on a 16-win streak in the PDC Women's Series. The win over Dieter Hedman would be 17. Did she do the double in Australia? Or did she win the first one and lose in the floor style event?
Can't remember.
Let's have a look on the very knowledgeable WDF World Championship website.
Jack's just put it there. Lisa Ashton won one of them down under. Just warming up now. Shouldn't be too long.
Let's talk lineup for the live league next week.
Lineup for the live league next week is as follows. Group A, Andreas Harrison, Christian Kist, Kieran Tian, James Hurrell. Sorry if I just come back to butcher his name. Martin Dragic. Yeah, him. Dract, yeah. Martin Adams. Group B. Stephen Burton. Danny Smith, who was a late replacement. Wayne Warren. Group C, Diogo Portela, Michael Flynn, Richie Howson.
Heidi. Also, that throw I was trying to pick earlier, it just hit me as you started naming names.
Go on.
The elbow, the angle. It's Danny Lauby.
Yes, it is. Yes,
It is Danny Lauby.
it is. So, Tommy, basically, we try and make the most competitive and best games we can outside the 128. We look at data from the Challenge Tour, the WDF events, the ADC events, and we try and look, players aren't always available as well, but we try and make the best groups possible outside the 128. Once we know who the finalists got, you'd be tempted to get some of those other games going, wouldn't you? The potential slower ones.
Any board of a 128 I would be. However, the issue with that is starting calling people out, and then you'd have to wait for all of them to finish before you start a 64. Or some of those players will be playing whilst announcements are being made about the rest of the field. Can't see it. They're quite specific with things like that.
Benito has been asked, Craig, but he's having some time away from darts. Him and his partner have just had a child and that. So he has been asked.
Tiago. Didn't even play yesterday. The 1-9-0 Phil. 9-0. Also, can you smash Forest today for me, please? Thanks.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Last season, big fan of what they did. Lots of friends getting excited, thought they played some brilliant football. The turnaround once Cooper came in, brilliant. But they're just arses now they're in the Premier League.
When you think Serge Aurier is going to help your defensive crisis, you've got worries.
I don't think Benito likes Benito's throw. It's just what works for him.
Yeah. The way he throws, his darts try and enter the board at that angle. That's why he has so many bank tacks, because the point hasn't got the power to penetrate the sisal.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't.
County for me, Tommy. I used to work for him. That's how I met my partner.
Oh, well. Manchester United, close to agreeing deal for Anthony. Oh, my.
You weren't on yesterday when I was talking about this. Give them Ronaldo.
Yeah, 100%.
You don't want him. He's a disruption to your squad. He wants to play Champions League football in his last year or last couple of years. They will piss the Eredivisie. So it's not as if he's got to work hard week in, week out. He's just got to be sharp enough to play 6 Champions League games and try and get him out of the group, including one at Anfield.
Yeah.
Both games underway then. Suzuki with the bright start. If you are watching us and the PDC stream at the same time, just give us about 15, 20-second pause.
Yeah.
And then the scores will line up with what you're seeing picture-wise as well, and hopefully we won't spoil too much.
Sheesh, that dart that D is just thrown at the ball. I live closer. And she pins it. They both missed by an absolute mile and then both plonked once in the middle of the ball. Sam says, how many World Series events do you think Fallon will be invited to next year? Also, do you think Bo or Lisa will get chances in any? The second one is no, unless they do something huge at the Worlds. Fallon, none or one. What do you reckon, Gob?
Yeah, what he said.
You agree?
Yeah.
It's going to be a first.
Very much dependent on World Championship success.
Yeah.
All eyes on that.
100%.
Create the demand for everyone else to see it. If Bo overtakes Fallon for second spot for the World Championships, goes in, plays the way that she can, averaging 90 odd, and beats a couple of people on TV, she will be all over the place.
That's why I said, depending on her Worlds. Right now, I'd say no. But if she goes to the Worlds and does big things, potentially.
Yeah.
The only World Series event that Fallon will potentially get next year, as it stands right now, I think is America.
Potentially. She's got
Just
success in
how-
Copenhagen, hasn't she?
Yeah, it was just how big she was in America in terms of the clamour for it.
$14 leg to open from Makuru.
The Edmonds just opened the door here, and if this goes yellow, an early break is not good. But Bo's missed the dart at tops. Hold of throw.
Do we think, of all the players in the women's game, that Bo just has that little bit more respect for Dita than any of the others?
Possibly, yes.
Especially at the top end, because when they do go to WDF events, as they have done, or BDO events for the last few years, which is where Bo's really learnt her game, it's been Dita versus Bo at the back end of it an awful lot. They tend to knock each other out early if that's what's going to happen, etc. Plus, then you've got the connection of playing for England, and when they set up the EDO, Dita was involved in that, I think.
Yeah, quite possibly.
First of 5 reminder in these semi-finals, so not panic stations if you do get broken early, as has happened to Anka Zylstra. Panic stations perhaps the fact you're 30 points behind in the averages. Dietrich's producing a very, very good leg against the darts. Here in leg 2 against Bo as well.
But then 60 is a slip. Do you think that Dita maybe regrets a decision not to play in the opening blocks of Women's Series for that chance to play on the match play stage? She's played
potentially.
In
that might be one clear now. Though. She's got one more year to go at it now. Missing out on that first one, definitely. For everything else, for things like the Grand Slam and the World Championships, I'm not too convinced.
No, it was more the match play one.
Yeah. I mean, one of the blocks she missed was openly because she went to try and secure her lakeside spot. Wasn't it? It was a gold or platinum ranked event, the winner of which guarantees lakeside next year. So she went to that as well, which, when she's got the history in that event, I understand.
The interesting one for me, and we'll see if her focus has shifted at all, is the final block of Women's Series for the year clashes with a WDF event. So it'll be interesting to see if she enters, or which one she enters. What have you done there?
Scoring power from Peter Hedman right here is absolutely ridiculous.
How's she at 132 to leave?
57 treble 19. $15 treble 19.
Yeah, she said 50 hours. It was how she did it, that was all. I'll tell you, going under the radar here, Mikuru Suzuki averaging 96 is 3-0 up.
Lots of head shaking going on from Bo in the background at the minute. Just not finding the rhythm or range on the trebles right now. And a 14 dart leg from Peter Hedman. Yeah.
Getting the phantom dart there from Bo in the background, doing the old pull in.
Just to try and loosen. I do that sometimes. Just try and loosen yourself up a bit.
Yeah.
We'll be quite interested in what Dieter's first 9 averages through these first 3 legs.
High. again, that's kind of a slip from Dieter. Bo presented an opportunity by only scoring 44, and the way Bo scores, that is a chance, and Dieter couldn't punish it with anything. It's all well and good Dieter being in front, but you'd always fancy that Bo will create an opportunity on Dieter's throw at some point, Gob.
At some point, she's going to throw a leg better than 15 darts.
That's what I mean. She might not think she will, but she will create an opportunity.
Yeah. She was fuming with herself 6 darts ago. She just left 40 after 12. And it's a 13 dart leg. Mikuru Suzuki, by the way, is 1 away and she's throwing for the match.
Yeah, she played beautifully.
And those 60s are just starting to become 100s for Bo right now. I wouldn't say that, Tommy. In terms of a contest, perhaps, Zylstra isn't quite the level as these other 3, but the performance from Suzuki so far is a point below Bo's and 5 ahead of Dieter's.
Yeah.
Who, until a leg ago, had a ridiculous first 9 average.
That's what we were talking about, Gob. The 44 is then duly punished.
Yeah. Very similar in the last leg as well, didn't she? Match darts for Mikuru Suzuki then. Double 16 for her 3rd final of the weekend. Goes in 3. Mikuru Suzuki back to back finals, where we are potentially 3 legs away from back to back the same opponent.
Advantage, Bo Greaves. Almost. This 1-2-7 in game has to go. Because you will feel Bo will get at least 1 dart. Irrelevant. Bo will get at least 1 dart at the 72. And it goes in 3. That's what we said. The opportunity would come. Yes, I know what weekly asset is in, but I will let him tell everyone. Dieter fighting back here. What she'd give for another 140 here.
That's not a 140.
No.
This is as well as Dieter played for a while, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, completely.
And it has just dropped a little bit the last couple of legs. Where she started was on fire.
I was going to say, Dieter's let Bo back into this leg and could pay the ultimate price. Again, if this 108 doesn't go, you would fancy the 48 does and a 4-2 lead. I think she's missed the dart of the ball. And the 48 does go.
Yeah, she did miss a dart. She dragged it in the 13, though. Long, long way away.
Yeah. And it is a hold of throw. Bo Breeze is one away from 3 consecutive finals to join Mikuru Suzuki. What's Dieter got left in? Ooh. I was about to say, what has Dieter got left in the tank? Well, that 26 could be the nail in the coffin gob. What she'd give for a 2 treble visit right here.
Even a 1 treble, as long as it was 105, but that's why as well. You just wanted some separation, didn't you?
Yeah, and that was always the worry that visit was going to be at least 2, if not something big. We've seen Bo do this multiple times today. 177's been the ammo quite a lot in that scenario.
That 4th and 5th visit for her in this match in particular, when she's been up against it, it's just been a big score constantly.
Yeah. Gone in a double 1 going for tops?
Potentially.
Point of no return. This has to go.
First start in the 5. And just tried to score. doesn't go, but the double 19 does. The second time I've seen her hit that today as well. And Bo Greaves and Mikuru Suzuki will contest a third final in 3 events this weekend. In the first final, the scoreline was 5-1 to Bo Greaves. In the second final, the scoreline was 5-2 to Bo Greaves. Mikuru Suzuki looks even better today than she did yesterday, accounting already for Katie Sheldon, Lisa Ashton, and Anka Zylstra in fine fashion in the semi-final. What sort of performance can she put in against Bo in this final today?
It's going to have to be on par with what she just produced to beat Anka Zylstra. If it's not, it will be 3 consecutive wins for Bo Greaves. So we have a final for the 3rd time this weekend.
Please. Tommy just says, skip the next event, just play the final, Bo vs Suzuki Part 4. Save me 4.5 hours.
Hopefully, this final will get turned around fairly quickly.
Yes. TTP's gone bold. Said no, Lisa will be in the final event 4. Who is Lisa on board with?
Just seen
Aileen de Graaf in the last 16.
Just seen on Twitter as well, Gob, that Lisa Ashton is going to the World Championships. She cannot be caught. She cannot drop outside the top 2.
I presume that means she's currently more than 5,000 ahead of Lorraine Winstanley in 3rd. No. But she is $2,000 ahead of Fallon, so she'd need to win. What's the final? 600?
Yeah.
8,200 need at least. Yeah, because Fallon would need at least 2 wins to get above her, and Lorraine Winstanley needs 5 from here. Yeah, Jamie, it's about 2 hours difference, isn't it? Coming back that way, so no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
She's just done it often enough this year to be well prepped. The fact the fact that Yuki Sakaguchi and Kasumi Sato have travelled a lot more frequently, I think helps Mikuru, and she's done it a few more times now. The first time, she definitely got her prep wrong. She arrived late,
massively.
did not adjust to jet lag anywhere near quickly enough, and it cost her.
No. Oh, yeah. That first event that she did, she was literally falling asleep at the hockey. She literally stood upright, just. So we're just waiting. So it shouldn't be too long. Right, folks. Whilst we're just waiting, we are going to run a quick ad break before the final because the other event will go straight on afterwards. So, right, we're going to run a quick ad break and we'll be back on the other side of this.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we are just prepping for the final of event number 15.
Yes.
And it is a repeat of yesterday's finals. Bo Greaves will take on the Miracle Mikuru Suzuki.
Again. Score predictions in the chat then. Come on.
I am going 5-3 Bo. That's what I'm going for.
You know the boxing conversation we had earlier?
Yeah.
Apparently it's been confirmed that KSI and Logan Paul will fight on the same card in January. Misfits is going big.
Both on the same card. They both win. They both get in the ring afterwards.
They won't fight each other. They're business partners. What do they have to gain by boxing the heads off each other?
Millions of pounds in pay-per-view buys.
Nah. They don't sell a fight where you're too busy shaking each other's hand. Oh, I love you. Predictions in the chat room. Tommy says Bo wins 5-3. Matt says 5-2 again. Adrian says 5-0. We're going in the opposite direction to yesterday. Suzuki going to need 2 to 3 ton plus finishes to win. She had that against Lisa Ashton yesterday. She took out a 1-5-6 and a 160. 5-3 Bo. Slav says KSI needs to fight Andrew Tate. I wouldn't be against it unless Tate wins, and then I'm very against it. Tommy says, is AJ's career over? No. Because AJ's still going to do a million pay-per-views. AJ could go and fight a domestic fight and do a million pay-per-views. He could go and fight a Fraser Clark or a Joe Joyce or another Dillian White.
Is still big.
And AJ versus Dillian White still does a million pay-per-views next week. Not sure who Logan Paul could fight. I've just seen two names. It's either Tate or AJ Dillon.
Yeah.
With KSI fighting Tommy Fury by the looks of it.
Here we go. The names have been withdrawn from the graphic on the stream.
Belgian Grand Prix has just been confirmed to be back on the calendar next year.
What's that?
The Belgian Grand Prix at Spa.
Ah.
There was talks of it being dropped from F1 next year, but they've confirmed it at the race this weekend that it'll be back next year.
Fair enough. No, I'm not fuming at all.
Bo with the darts.
That makes it an uphill struggle for Makuru to start with.
Especially when your first visit's 30 and Bo's already 150 points ahead of you after one. Well, 90 points clear, plus these. So, yeah, an early break would have been ideal for Suzuki here, but it doesn't look like it's coming the other way. Yeah, look, you don't become a world champion kickboxer if you're not pretty decent, but there's a difference between that and being a boxer. We've seen that already, haven't we? Conor McGregor was not a boxer, but he was a striker. He was an MMA strike. He's not very good at the grappling. No, I'm not getting a bold spot, you cheeky sod. 27. Have a word with yourself. Put him on the time. Put him on naughty step. Time out. The cheek. 13 dart leg to open from Bo Greaves. 116 average.
Did you ever get to or did you ever ask the question about that tweet reply you sent me yesterday? Why it was put?
No. Yeah, I'll let that one go.
You feel in these early exchanges, Makuru just simply has to hold Throgov.
Steady enough leg. The problem is it enough right now? 13 data to open from Bo, who is doesn't even finish, but you still wouldn't put it past him finishing this in 4 and being done again.
Yeah. And again, that is a slip. That is a mistake. And it will be punished.
Basically, we're genuinely at the point now where, when we talk about the top level PDC game and we talk about the fact that you need to be holding your darts in 15 and you need to be breaking in 12.
Yeah.
At the very, very top. Bo is 3 darts behind all of that right now for me. You need to be holding in 18 darts or better against her. And you need to be breaking in 15. In the majority of legs. That has to be your target. If she goes and plays better than that, If she goes and plays better than that, then fair play. Oh, she misses the ball for the 170. Gets to come back at it though.
Oh. And again, you can't be gifting.
No. And there was the chance to hold in 18.
Yeah.
And there are some legs where you will get blown away with it. It's just a general rule, right? But in the PDC, we talk about if you're on your own throw, 5 visits to the board, any more than that, you're opening yourself up for chances. You want to break your opponent, 4 visits or less. You want to be holding in 6 and breaking in 5 against Bo at the minute. And be aware that sometimes that might not be enough. She did miss the ball, Adrian. She just missed it by a way far enough that put it in the single 15. She didn't hit the 25 going for the ball. To call Bo an aggressive player, she does go for the ball a lot. Not really. She can count. I don't think I've ever seen her make a counting mistake.
Makuru's got half a chance of a break back here, Gob. No more than that at the moment.
Well, it's an outside shot of 1-3-1 at the minute. Maybe not. Breaking 15. No worries, mate. If you're watching us, you're probably not watching the stream as well, which is a bonus, so don't apologise. We don't charge you $5.99 a month either. Yet.
This wouldn't surprise me if this goes yellow.
Both must have been single and then just scored for the sake of it.
Yeah.
This has to go, though. For the break back, and it does.
Back on throw.
The camera operator keeps forgetting who's throwing first. And there's such a height difference once again. You can just see the camera move up or down to get the player in shot properly. And it's making me laugh way more than it should.
Yeah, because Makuru is tiny.
Yeah. And it's like starting above her shoulders. Just drop it.
This is a Bo having a leg off and Makuru being brilliant.
It's not a leg off. She's not gone chase or anything. She's just not found a treble in the first visit. Second one loose dart forces you to switch. 12 dart leg on. That's unbelievable.
Let's see it on the stream.
Yeah, sound. 51 ball as well with opponents on 2-6-1. I like it.
the thing is, the soft tip players will always take the ball option as well because they throw for it that much.
I'm a big fan. If I come back to the board wanting 50 with 3 in hand, I go for it first dart every time. Anyone that doesn't is a bit silly, in my opinion.
They just showed the overhead cam on the stream. Makuru's darts actually sit flatter than what you think.
Yeah, because the camera angle's from below a little bit.
Yeah. I played soft tip once and didn't enjoy it.
I've thrown on a soft tip board a couple of times. We're your friends, actually.
Yeah, bagging that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played a league game for them once because they were short. Didn't enjoy it.
Tanner, Ben, and I forgot his name now. Jimmy. They used to bring a machine or two to the University Nationals to show it off a bit. There's just not a soft tip machine anywhere near me.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I used to throw 18 gram darts anyway.
Right, yeah.
I throw 21 now, 22, but yeah, when you used to throw an 18 anyways, there's not a great deal of difference. Chance for Suzuki here, by the way, for a break.
Missed the dart of the ball.
There's not a great deal in the Midlands, darts-wise. It's all north. The other issue I've got is that the traditional Nottingham leagues, there's barely team leagues here. So I've managed to find one on a Wednesday now. It's one of the towns or areas of Nottinghamshire. But everything else is just singles leagues or the Monday night, Tuesday night and Wednesday leagues based in just outside the south of the city or the Nottingham Central leagues. Play from 6 foot.
Really?
Yeah, because when they set the leagues up like 30, 40 years ago, some of the pubs just didn't have the room to throw from full length. So the local leagues are 6 foot and they've never got out the habit of it. So then you just obviously constantly bringing players into 6 foot leagues who don't want to stretch it back. And by the time enough of them that are traditional enough to do it pass on or whatever, then everyone else is so used to playing it, you'll never get that vote through. There's nothing more demoralising. I used to play in a mixed pairs league, so it used to be 7 mixed pairs a night. 1 leg, 701. Throw decided by alternating depending on if you're first or second on or whatever. And people are playing from 6 foot. And I'm trying to play from 7-9. Sometimes you're getting 9 darts. Watching people score 180s from 1.5 foot in front of you and give it a big, and I'm like, now play me properly.
Yeah.
Just frustrating.
I tell you what, God, we go back to the last leg 5. How pivotal could that be? Makuru missed 2 darts to break.
Especially when she's on for an 11 dart leg here as well. A ridiculous response once again from her. But this could be for a 4-2 lead. Instead, it's sort of has to go for 3-all. And it does in 3. That's clinical. And this is already Suzuki's best showing against Bo Greaves this weekend. And I could watch this over and over again, by the way. This has been superb.
It's fabulous from both.
Average is just under 90 for both, but they've both missed doubles at times. They've had a leg off or whatever. Where is Suzuki in the rankings? Excellent question. She's
She
jumped
is
up a little
fifth.
bit this weekend.
Fifth at the moment.
Which, when you consider what this is her third final in a row, superb. But she wasn't in the match play, so she's done really well. And again, this is where the rest of the field might regret not being here.
Yeah.
Where's it gone? Fifth and seventh. In fact, if Bo wins this final, she's only £50 behind Mikuru in just 3 events. Lancashire play from 8 foot as well. If you watch Lisa Ashton, I'm not sure if she's moved forward now. When she first hit the tour, used to set herself back from the hockey because they play 8 foot in Lancashire.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if she still does, but she used to just take a step back. Fabulous leg from both. Bo Greaves is one away from 3 women's series title in a row.
Somewhere at an airport or in the air somewhere, Fallon Sherrick is seeing these results and is annoyed that the World Series has clashed with this.
Annoyed, yeah, but look, it's what do you do? Do you take the opportunities of TVs, or do you play in this?
You take the opportunity. She's been in that for a long, long time, but the PDC have put her in a really, really tough position right now because a competitor has come in and is basically getting a free weekend to try and get as close to her as possible. And we are potentially 161 points away from having a very, very real discussion. Oh my God. We're 0 points away, and we're about to have this discussion as Bo Greaves wins Women's Series event number 15, her 3rd title in a row. Mikuru Suzuki has been the victim in the final 3 times in a row, 5-1, 5-2, and now 5-3. Bo pushed all the way, but coming out of a 95 match average, a superb way to wrap up the match. Mikuru just smiles at her, gives her a hug, and says, "Well done." That is ridiculous from Bo Greaves, 95.46 average. And as I was trying to tee up, Phil, we now have to have a very, very serious conversation about Bo Greaves arriving at the Women's Series, potentially winning all 4 events, and ending up just £1,800 behind Fallon Sherrick with 4 events to go in the race to the PDC World Championship.
We covered it on the live lounge, Gob, and we said realistically that could happen. And now, like you say,
we did, but there was also a hesitancy, wasn't there, about settling into the environment, which is very, very different to what Bo's used to. She referenced that in a conversation with Chris Murphy yesterday. We've seen various things on social media about it being completely different for her. And you also look at the field. Lisa Ashton hasn't quite played as big a part in this weekend as we thought she would. Lorraine Winstanley as well. And the absence, perhaps not as important as Fallon at the minute, the absence of players that we've seen produce good A-level performances as well. Your Chloe O'Brien, Jane Densley, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, players that were in contention for the women's match play or were top 10, top 12 before this weekend that haven't travelled.
Oh, 100%.
Especially in this format as well. Kirsty Hutchinson was blown away by Bo in the WDF World Championship final. But she's got the game to live with, Bo, scoring-wise, and there are less people in the room that can do that right now that we weren't quite aware of when we had that discussion on Monday. Because it was an outside chance of Bo winning all 4, and nobody's laid a glove on her.
The interesting thing, like we said about Dieter, that last block of women's series, what does Bo do as well? Because she's openly said that the WDF is her first priority. She said that she would put them above. Now, does she go to Hungary? Or does she go to Wigan?
She's already confirmed her spot at Lakeside.
We know this, but remember, she'd also done that when she, early on in the year, she'd already confirmed her spot at Lakeside when then she went off to, was it Denmark?
Something like that. What I will say is, if she doesn't play in the last block, after the way that she's played in this block so far, especially if she wins the next event and is then only £1,800 behind Fallon Sherrock in a place for Alexandra Palace, whoever's advising Bo, if she doesn't go or decides that perhaps she doesn't want to, if there isn't serious resistance from her own camp to send her there, I'd be very, very surprised and possibly even a little bit aggrieved at the team around Bo. She is
100%.
a talent. She is a star in the making. And while she keeps saying that she's just a darts player that enjoys playing darts, and the minute she's not enjoying darts, she won't do it, blah, 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 she has the potential to earn some serious money very early on in her career and be an absolute star of this sport.
Oh, yeah, 100%. She should go to Wigan. But that's what I'm saying. We've already seen earlier in the year, like you said, she'd already secured that Lakeside spot or wherever it's going to be and chose to go to Denmark anyway.
Yeah. But this almost isn't a conversation about Bo now. This is an appeal to the team around Bo to make her realise how good she is, how good she can be, and what's in it for Bo if she goes down this route.
Just teeing up the... Yeah, but that's the thing. It's the same as Dita. What will they do?
Look, I think part of the reason that Bo is here as well is because it's a fresh start towards the World Match Play. And she's she's miles ahead as number one on that order merit right now. In fact, what is there an extra 4 events? What was there for the match play this year? 12.
Yeah, 3 blocks, so it was 12.
Chloe O'Brien made it on 1,600. Bo's double that already, and they'd only have an extra 8 events to catch her. She's effectively in the match play next year already. She's enough to pick up a darts again. But it's that extra incentive right now of that Alexandra spot.
The other one, which is interesting on that, will potentially the WDF also have a decision to make, because last year they gave the women the exemption that they could play in both Ali Pali and Lakeside. And we all know that there were a lot of men that kicked off that they weren't given the same choice. Are we approaching the territory where it has to be the same?
Probably, in fairness.
What one in particular?
The conversations we've heard about the WDF in the last few weeks are worrying for an organisation, and leaning on them, despite being their world champion and having the opportunity to travel to Australia and whatever in the past, and there being less pressure on Bo in that organisation, for me right now, does not make sense as a career move. I've been very vocally supportive of the WDF over the last 18 months since they took over the management of that side of the game effectively. They've always been there in the background, but they allowed the BDO to run the World Championships. And since that absolute disaster in the final year of the Jacqueline, been very, very supportive of what they're doing. But it just feels the same at the minute. And they haven't done anything revolutionary. They haven't changed anything. They just exist. They had an opportunity to do something new or something different with their World Championship. Didn't do it. Conversations sounded good. For Australia, it was a little bit disappointing in terms of it being platinum, but an invite. Expenses weren't covered to the level that perhaps was perceived when the event was first launched. And the lack of TV coverage around the world, apart from in Australia, was incredibly disappointing. And at the minute, it just feels like they're not going to get to the level they need to be.
Oh, I was just asking the question because, like, there was one player in particular. There was more as well, but there was one that was absolutely seething that he couldn't do both, but the women were allowed.
Yeah.
Granted, it was only one.
The thing is, with other players, I'm not really sure that's a concern either way. With Bo, I'm not sure either organisation are prepared to take that risk.
Well, to be fair, it's not. It'll be Lisa as well, won't it? Because Lisa will. I don't know if she has already, but potentially will effectively qualify for Lakeside as well at some point. You'd have thought.
Yeah.
Where last year it was only one, but this year it's two. If the exemption's made again, it's just getting to a point.
Well, it's just as bad as a backdoor entry, isn't it? One rule for one rule for another.
Yeah. Who do we want to feature, by the way, quickly, while we're doing this?
Excellent question. Laura Turner?
Yeah, I'm coming up.
%, Craig. Our A game level is just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, she could absolutely go there. But yeah, that would be my interesting one. What would they do? Who's potentially top of the challenge? I'm looking for it. 2 seconds. So,
Right.
It
Yeah,
might
look, Ryan, I
come
completely understand that. And there was talks around her action before Lakeside. In fact, this time last year, she was probably having those issues. But they do look to be gone at the minute. When you're playing with the freedom and comfortable and how comfortable she looks on the hockey right now, if she needs something, it's there. And that's different. Jamie, I'm not sure irony is the right word. It would be, but it would also be incredibly sad. Because, again, that sounds like it's phrased as if Fallon's done something wrong here, or it's Fallon pushing that all those opportunities. It's not. It's the PDC, and it would be a slap in the face for the PDC. But it would be unfair on Fallon to miss out on opportunities like that. Don't get me wrong; she's given other opportunities elsewhere. 100% the PDC's fault. But she's also in a position where you can't really say no, because you've seen that from the likes of A.D. Lewis or whatever, and you won't get invited again.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen that before. People have turned down World Series and not got the call again. It's not just the guaranteed money or anything like that. Look, we've seen before. Ultimately, the PDC are a promotional company. We've had this discussion a lot. As soon as this isn't just Fallon, by the way, this is anyone in the men's. We've seen it in the men's game as well, Gob. As soon as you are not marketable or drop off, they will put you in the cupboard like a disused handbag.
Yeah.
And get the shiny new one out. So you have to kind of play it at its game as well and take the opportunities and the money whilst it's there.
100%.
Where is Katie Sheldon? We want.
She was top 8 earlier. She might have dropped out now. Burma Kura jumped in.
No, she's still 8. She's. Afternoon, weekly darts cast. Hope you're good. Yeah, but Jamie, that's a prime example that yes, they loved Barney whilst he was marketable, but you think since he's come back and that fan base, that popularity isn't there anymore, they haven't put him in anything. They had the opportunity to put him in some stuff, Gob, and they chose not to, and went with the other options. So that shows that
that's because he had an extra 9 months of opportunities that he shouldn't have got. But there we go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. How was yesterday? Yeah, no, it was really, really good. The Red Dragon Champions of Champions was an excellent day. It was a new venue they hadn't used before, so there were a couple of problems that they will address for next year. But overall, it was a really good venue and a really, really good event. I love the best of 3 format. It is just so cutthroat.
I don't know much about the winner, Phil. Tell us about him.
No, I didn't know much about him, but he played very, very well. He had a lot of local support as well, which always helps. He brought a good army along with him, which is always good when you've got.
Did I see his name on the development tour order of merit earlier?
I think so, yes. I didn't know a lot about him, if I'm being honest.
Not very high up
When you
either,
look-
which was quite surprising because to go and win that event, like you said, is cutthroat.
When you saw the lineup and the way they were playing, you thought it would be a Martin Lukeman, Robert Owen final.
100%.
Because they were playing. Martin Lukeman hadn't dropped a leg until he lost. Look, he had some darts to go. The same as Robert Owen had darts to win his games as well. But that's the best of three. Surviving those scares, and putting them right, and that's why I love the format. So look, there's already plans next year. No, exactly, and anyone can beat anyone in a best of three. It's a hold, and if you then break, done, job done, or break and hold in 15 or something like that. So from that point of view, it's great. There's already talk next year of potentially trying to maybe stream a board that you can't stream 16 boards, and it's impossible. But there's talk about having a stream lane for next year and things like that. So they're looking to improve it all the time. But for the first one back since 2019, it was a great tournament and well supported as well. The place was packed. They sold over 1,000 tickets for people to come and watch. Don't get me wrong, they weren't expensive or anything like that.
They weren't too expensive either, the tickets, were they? They were just like £1 or something.
No, yeah, exactly. No, unfortunately, we didn't get any interviews. There was a couple of people that wanted to, but we used our better judgment due to the state they were in that it probably wouldn't be right. It'd been a long day.
Yeah. If the final of this one goes the same way, I think we might have to say the same thing.
But yeah, no, it was just a really, really good tournament. It was good. So, Adrian, what does a PDC class as a marketable player? So it's interesting. Well, I don't know this, but just judging by what we've seen and what they've done before, it's the player, the interest around the player, what they create. They also look at everything digital and analytical. We know we do our own due diligence on players, don't we, God? We know what players will perform better when we put interviews out and which ones won't. Which ones do numbers, which ones don't. Look, Gary is a prime example.
Yeah, but you've just made it sound way more scientific than it is for the PDC. I think they go, oh, he's all right. You're in.
To a point, they do look at analytics and stuff, but you look, Gary can say nothing and it will do views. When someone will say something, you think, that's really good, and it will do nothing.
Yeah.
You think,
Wendy Reinstatler is the first winner in the top 64. So she's already through. And then we've got 128 games going on as well. Brilliant.
I think Robert Owen's got a great chance at Q School. But Q School is a lottery. But he's playing some super stuff. Remember, big week this week, plenty going on. There will be some huge news dropping towards the end of the week. Spoiler alert, Gob?
Yes. How many have they scored? Oh.
Hello there.
Celtic are 9-0 up against Dundee.
No.
No,
Right, okay.
9.
To be fair, Liverpool should have been 10 yesterday when I saw Salah's miss this morning.
Haaland scoring more this season as well, Jamie. Even if he gets injured halfway through the season. It's just ridiculous.
Kasumi Sato 3-1 up as we speak. Vicky Pilgrim in a world of trouble. 3 down. Weekly darts cast. I'm guessing it's Lau that's on. Stay tuned. Big news dropping this week. Big news. Just looked as well, Gob, and Celtic, the Greek forward didn't even play today because it looks like he's going to Brighton. Not at the moment, Tommy, no. The others are a long way off.
Priscilla Steenberg and a 4-0 winner in the 1-2-8. He's moving along nicely on board number 4. She will take on Aaron van Wiegeren.
Board 16. Lorraine Hyde tied at 2 apiece. Jamie, do you mean Mace's interview on the PDC podcast? If so, yes, very, very good. Was having a laugh and joke with Mace this week about it.
That might be on my viewing for tomorrow when I swap into the office.
Honestly, it's really good. Really, really good.
I'm doing 1-8 again, by the way. I just thought I should probably tell you that. I can see 1-8.
Standard.
We're only 2 winners in, and I'm looking at 8 different boards, but yeah.
They wouldn't have me on now. I'm not important enough. Much more important people to have on there. It is weird though, isn't it? That you've got obviously the PDC and Sky we're all tight with their content and on the one page, and over the last 3 months they've split their pod and they've got one each now. Gob, which is
Again,
surprising. The PDC and Sky have split their content where the Dart Show, the pod, was like the one between them.
Yeah.
And had been for ages, and now it's split, but you've got Dan front in both of them. It's a little bit confusing.
Yeah. Don't know. I think if that show becomes its own entity, I think it's strong enough to stand on its own 2 feet. Kasumi Sato beats Annika Lang 4-1. And Daniela Schug is a 4-0 winner over Vicky Pilgrim.
Yeah, Mace is playing in the live league. I know the date. You will see Mace make a return to competitive action.
Don't bill it like that. He's already made a return to competitive action. Played in 2 seniors events this year. Don't be trying to steal it.
All right, his return to televised action.
Yes. He's my marketing asset. Get your own.
I don't think it'll happen.
He's also averaged over 100 twice while he's played under me. No pressure.
I don't think it'll happen, but how good would it be if we had Webby, Mace and Nico in the same group?
Please, I'll commentate. I'll volunteer as tribute.
Battle of the Pundits.
First week of October, that's happening.
Makuru swiftly back into action. Yeah, good week of live league action ahead. Just tell you all again, for those that weren't on earlier, this week's lineup will be Group A will be Andreas Harrison, Christian Kist, Kieran Tian, James Hurrell. How do you pronounce this guy's name? Martin Dracht and Martin Adams. Group B, Danny Smith, Stephen Burton and Wayne Warren. Group C, Diogo Portela, Michael Flynn and Richie Howson.
Go on, the owl.
I know Gob likes that.
Very deserved appearance for Richie. He's been sensational this year on the seniors tour. Sort of the seniors takeover at the minute as well. Last night was fantastic. Jenks, Thornton, Neil Duff making an appearance soon. Robert Rickwood was involved. Martin Turner's been involved this week. Adams is back this week.
To be fair, Christian Kiss was meant to play a few weeks back, but he was ill. So, second time lucky. Fingers crossed Fallon will be back soon now that the World Series is done. We just haven't, in the old format, we couldn't get a, when we were doing the 5-week cycle, it was almost impossible. The dates just didn't line up to get her in. That she was available for a week and then the potential of Champions Week if she got there, because everything just didn't line up. But yeah, fingers crossed. Looking at that one now. Steve Haggerty, not sure to be fair. Haven't heard since obviously he was replaced late in the live league because he was ill. And to be fair, Luke Getty, considering he got a call at 6:30 that morning, came in and did well.
Family are probably all darted out this week because Abby Jurd has been a Women's Series participant, but she's not here this week.
Yeah. Lorraine Hyde is over the line. 4-3 winner.
Performance level is just 5-10 points lower than what we saw from Lorraine in her first couple of outings.
Yeah, agreed.
she's a far more capable player than the performance level we're seeing from her at the minute.
Yeah. Martin was struggling with his knee a little bit, but he's at the last seniors event, he'd had some physio and everything like that, and he was on. It was his knee, but it was causing his calf to tighten because it was the knee that was the issue, I think. Yeah. But yeah, no, he's had some physio and whatever, and he's feeling good. This is kind of a shock, considering the way Dita played last time out. Not a shock because Rhiannon is a very good player, but Rhiannon Griffiths has beaten Dita Hedman 4-2. Dita only averaging 69 gob. Considering the way she played in the last event, that's a surprise.
Well, and the way Rhiannon's been so far this weekend, we've seen how well Rhiannon Griffiths started the campaign for the Women's Series. She was one of the 8 in Blackpool at the match play. But she's not been good this weekend so far, to be brutally honest. She has struggled to get going in Germany. But, like I said, she has just beaten Dita Hedman. That was in a 1-2-8 game as well.
Yeah.
We have a win for Adriana van Wiegeden Vermaat. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right either. Because the more and more I think about it, if that is a Dutch surname as it looks because of the double A, it would match Jeannie Wijnaldum. So that'd be Wiegeden. If there's any Dutch people speaking in the chat room, let me know. Wins for Britta Gabriel over Sarah Milkowski 4-0. Priscilla Steenberg, and also Sarah Schliemann has beaten Chrissy Manley 4-3. It's not been a great weekend for Chrissy.
No.
Top 64 results. Laura Turner, Daniela Schug, and Wendy Reinstatler already into the last 32.
Mikuru Suzuki is having an absolute mare on the outer ring, and Kirsty Chubb bust 117. I'd love to have seen that on a stream.
Take some doing that. Oh my!
But I reckon she's gone 60 to leave 57. Then gone hit the treble to leave 6. And then gone in 19s or 17s, perhaps. It's the only way I can. Or, yeah, that's the only way I can think.
What was she on? 117?
117. Because if you single the
unless
20,
she went single 20, treble 19, switched back up for another single 20 to leave tops and dragged it into the treble 20 again.
That's a hell of a drag from tops to the treble.
No, because it wouldn't be at tops, would it? It would be at 20 to leave tops. No, it wouldn't. No.
No, it would be at tops.
Yeah. Yeah, big drag.
Lorraine wins Stanley on the stream next, Gob.
Yes. Another chance to get a look at Noah Lynn van Leuven. Lisa Ashton takes the first against Rebecca Edwards. Stephanie Burig, Lindsay Glaudermans going all the way, 3 apiece. Narcissia Verenusa, 3-2 up on Simone Paulicat. Daniela Dambeck, 3-2 up on Tara Deemer. Was impressed with her action on stream the other day against Yanani Yana Kiraman. Not really seen a lot of her since then, though.
Lisa Ashton taking the opener against Rebecca Edwards.
what's the next step for ladies darts in Germany? Do we see them have their own version of the Super League?
I was about to say, I'd quite like to see a ladies' German Super League potentially.
A win for Tharcisia Verenusa.
Here we go, stream action underway.
Katie Sheldon, what? D2B? She's not played yet. Result for Bianca Langendorf. She beats Tina Zietman 4-1. Where's that gone?
Katie Sheldon's 8 at the moment, or she was at the start.
Stephanie Burig beats Lindsay Glaudermans. There's also a result for Laura Klein-Titchen against Sandra Spranger. 4-3 win in that one. Game on the streaming board. Lorraine Winstanley wins the bullseye.
Yeah. Are you watching it? Obviously, we know Lorraine's action is what it is. It's a very low. I know we spoke about it last time. It's a very low, not Lorraine's. Very low positioning, isn't it?
Yeah. Interesting game warming up on board too. Yitka Cicerova against Lorena Rietbergen. Would have loved to see this one on stream.
Yeah.
Mikura Suzuki is making light work of Kirsty Chubb at the minute, though. 73 average, 3-0 to the good. Rebecca Edwards has just taken the second leg against Lisa Ashton. 1 apiece. Suzuki wraps up that 4-0 victory. 18 dart leg gets her over the line. Kiana Fraunfelder has just got a leg back against Helen Ward. Trails 2-1.
Who do you want as feature glob?
Cicerova Rietbergen. Please.
All right, just wait for it to come up.
Thank you.
Uh,
Or Eastlyn Howen against Yanani Yanakiraman. Your pick. But both are warming up at the minute. Oh, Yuki Sakaguchi against Moskan Romani. What a horrible set of ties they are.
See which one goes. Potentially, look, but Bowes management have been asked the question. So, fingers crossed.
When do you think women's darts will reach the point of more of them can make a living just playing darts? When they add 20 points to their average, by the looks of it, unfortunately. When more of them are at the same level that Bo Greaves appears to be at right now.
Lisa Ashton is in front, Gob, against Rebecca Edwards. Tough first round game for both of them.
Yeah, again, Lisa hasn't really had an easy draw to get into the tournament. She's played okay against players that perhaps struggled a little bit against her. Lorraine Hyde, first round yesterday, springs to mind, but not ideal for either of them. I guess that's the way the draw works, but so I think that will happen. I do, but we're about 10, 15 years away from it, D2B. And a lot can change in the organisational landscape by then. The difference that Bo has over a lot of the field right now is she's been throwing darts since she was a child. We're starting to see more and more of that through academies and whatever, but the mechanics of her throw, the coordination of her throw, are so much more like what we're used to seeing from dart players, in particular male dart players, who traditionally are pushed into sports at a younger age and develop better hand-eye coordination and better motor skills. And Bo is a result of that process. As much as the opportunities you can put in there for women as a whole right now, those that are 40 plus aren't suddenly going to develop better hand-eye coordination, motor skills, or an action that is more repeatable and more like a genuine throw-in action. Lorraine Winstanley's throw is never going to change.
No. It's one of those ones where that's her throw, but you look at Bo, Makuru, Fallon, they're proper throws. Mechanically, they are sound. Lisa's as well, to be fair.
Again, the two most natural ones that look the most like a throw we'd see in the men's game are Lisa and Bo, who have played from a much earlier age than the others in a environment that allows them to be more competitive.
You look, I suppose, the test of time, that I know she's not here today, but the last time we saw her, Trina Gulliver's throw still looked as good now as it did 20 years ago.
Yeah, 100%.
Because it's a proper throw.
I tell you who else has a lovely throw, and we just don't see her anymore. Zoe Jones.
Yeah.
She used to have a very, very nice action. I refereed a county game of hers last season.
Didn't Mrs. Hybrecht's throw was quite nice as well?
I believe so. Let's not refer to people as their partners. Dana.
All right, Dana Hybrecht's.
Yeah. Lisa Ashton, 4-1 winner over Rebecca Edwards in the end. Iselin Howen took the first leg against Yana Kiraman. Because otherwise we'd have to refer to Iselin by her partner's name. So, no. And Barbara Hoss, you'd prefer, in fact, you'd probably prefer it.
Oh,
it's easier for you to pronounce. Mrs. Keane Barry, Barbara Hospoderska. You're a nightmare.
Hers is all right. Barbara Hospoderska's all right.
You're used to it now. It's interesting how that's being a little bit of a factor right now as well. Partners of male dart players.
Yeah, but also, you think the amount of time that they spend on tour, forget the older generation, because obviously you've got families and everything like that, but the younger ones, to see them and spend time with them, you've got to go on tour with them, so you might as well start playing.
Yeah. But there's quite a few of them now. Obviously, Iselin is the partner of Barry Vampire.
Yeah.
Barbara Hospoderska. And even at the opposite end of the game, Abby Jurd's a dart player. We literally spoke about a partner playing Live League last minute earlier in the week.
The Winstanleys.
Winstanleys. Fallon.
Yeah. This is what I mean. The whole darts world, if you're on tour properly,
Josie Patterson.
it's like a bubble. It's a bubble. So you spend more time with these people than anything because you're on tour 24/7. I saw the eye roll there, Gob. No, all good, Daniel. Getting through on caffeine, mate. It's all good. And Lorraine Winstanley, Gob, is battered 4-0.
She is. Some performance that. On the standouts from yesterday, Noah Lynn van Leuven. Only 7 points higher on the average. Close enough.
Last 64 game warming up that catches the eye. Katie Sheldon against Lorraine Hyde.
Yeah, 2 can play at that game, Bars.
Mosgan Romani has taken the owner against Yuki Sakaguchi.
Oh, that leg's taken a while. Helen Ward just gone 3-2 up against Kiana Fraunfelder. That one has started to slow down a little bit. Yet Kasisarova, 62 points away from a 2-0 lead over Lorena Rietberger. Danielle Fry, a 4-1 winner over Angelique. Yep. Priscilla Steenbergen, 2-0 up. Already a winner in the 1-2-8 earlier, 4-0 win over Yasmin Heinz. Daniela Decker trails to Tatiana Alish. Waking on Anka Zilstra and Kirsten Weiss. And Emma Tolleran, 2-0 up on Stephanie Fink-Reeks. I don't want to call her the other Norwegian, but she is one of 2 in the field. I think this might be her first win if she converts from here.
And Katie Sheldon and Lorraine Hyde are the stream game.
Tasty. Told you it was a ridiculous board.
Yeah.
Live Lounge is always a good one, James. However, I won't be there.
Someone's going racing.
Leonie Cameron, 4-0 winner over Catherine Hanley. Wow. That was a 60-dart leg. I just looked up and there's lots of circles with a line through the middle.
Oops. To be fair though, fingers crossed, potentially in the next couple of weeks, there may be some exciting live lounge news, Gob.
Could be.
Boise may have mentioned it once or twice, James.
Completely unrelated news. If anybody knows a live stream producer, let us know.
Good question, Jamie. I think I was talking to Mace about this maybe last week. God, if the standard keeps going the way it is, what do? Do you make the segments smaller, or do you make the throw longer? What's the
segment smaller? Always smaller target. If you go further back and people just find their range by throwing a little bit harder, you've just null and voided that. All that is a couple of weeks adjustment to getting used to throwing from that length again. Smaller target is harder to hit.
It would be good to see, like at the moment, they're called the trainer boards, isn't it? If that became the match board.
I don't think you would.
What, you don't think it'd happen?
No. Because at my level, the game's still incredibly difficult to play, right? Sometimes it clicks, sometimes it doesn't. Average anywhere between bloody 50 and 85 if I'm having a good day or whatever. Fine, brilliant. But at the top level, just unless it becomes hit a 9-darter or lose, which I still think is a long way off, it just won't happen because there are still performances at this level where we're watching mid-30s averages go in on the women's series and low 50s go in on the development tour and challenge tour running averages just over 70 something. And you make the game harder for everybody else as well as those pros. And you get more and more fall out of it because, I was playing this well before. It just wouldn't happen. Again, it's similar to changing the development tour rules and everything else earlier, especially from the PDC standpoint, is that they're all about headlines, clicks, selling entertainment. If you're suddenly having to justify continuously for a number of years until the standard gets to the same level what you've just left it as, that you've had to change the rules and make it more difficult because it was getting too easy, you're not selling entertainment anymore.
No, I don't disagree.
People immediately look and go, it was much more fun when they were hitting 12 dart legs instead of struggling to hit 18 now because the targets are that much smaller. Priscilla Steenbergen, a 4-0 winner over Eran van Weigerden.
Stream action is underway. Well, we're about to pull up. The pocket rocket that is Katie Sheldon plums the ball like you do.
Hey, but look, it is easier to change the distance than it is to change the board, but it's also easier for people to adapt, and then you end up in exactly the same situation. The one that requires an improvement in skill level is changing the board and making it smaller. Can't see it. 7'9.25". I know it's 5'8" upwards. Is it not 8 meters on the diagonal as well? Have I made that up?
I'm not sure, to be fair.
8 foot on the diagonal,
result
8 meters. Jesus.
in our feature game, Gob. What would you like next?
4-0 winner over Yanani Yanakiraman. Hopefully we see Yanani again. Their weekend is over.
What game would you like next?
What do we have starting soon? Apparently Danielle Fry is about to play 2 different opponents.
She's doing well there. Playing the last 64 and the last 32. Who do you think she is?
O's just started. No, board 3. Stephanie Rennock against Kasumi Sato. Please.
There you go.
Thank you.
As if by magic.
Do the trainer boards work?
Yeah, when I was playing a lot, we used to have 2 sessions a week on the trainer board, and I found it helped massively.
Yeah, but you average 40 now.
Yeah, no, I said back when I was playing a lot and could play. We used to have 2 sessions a week on them, and it helped massively.
Okay.
But for me personally, anyway.
Daniela Decker gets one back against Tatiana Alish. Shimi Sato wants 40 for the first leg against Stephanie Rennock. We've got a deciding leg between Helen Ward and Kiana Fraunfelter. Lisa Ashton back on again, 1-0 up and 2-0 up. Bang, bang. And Emma Tollerud is 1 leg away from a 4-0 sweep over Stephanie Fink Reeks. And Kazilstra 2-0 up on Kirsten Weiss.
Players cheating? No such thing. Just bending the rules a little bit.
How does who stop players cheating when a player moves to the side of the hockey? Some refs will look. My favourite shot, that. Cover the double 16, step 3 feet to your right, and then ping it from about an extra 4 foot away in distance from the board.
Is that a result, or is that a board malfunction?
That's a malfunction, I think, because that was the game that was doubled up. Yeah, it's still showing our last 64 game was warming up as well. So I think that's the first leg glitch. And that'll show us 1-0 very, very shortly, especially as that's a 32 game. There's no way they've flown through that as well.
Yeah. But that's what I was just saying. Is that a glitch or is that a... I was just... I wasn't... I was in my... When I was playing a lot and playing to a half decent level, I was just an all-rounder. I wouldn't say I was exceptional at either. I'd just do enough. I had a running average of around 25, 26. How I'd give for that now, Agol?
Please. Sheldon gets one back, one apiece.
I still remember
Result
the
on
first
board
time.
two. Yeah, this is a Rover beating Lorena Rietbergen 4-1.
I still remember the first time I hit back-to-back 180s. Oh, Dart 7, the chalker was in more danger.
Same.
Literally, I couldn't stop my hand shaking.
I was playing next to two pros and a 15-year-old that would absolutely batter me. The next visit did not go very well.
Yeah.
Was in Milton Keynes after a Coventry Pro Tour. I'd gone to an exhibition event that was also a Q School earn your place paid for competition thing.
Yeah.
With Kyle Anderson, Kirk Shepherd, who is absolutely hilarious. And it was at the club owned by Billy Holmes' dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're all practicing on one board, and I go back to back on the other.
Yeah.
Louise Pearson
best
is the first leg glitch.
Yeah. Tommy, the best I've done is an 11. 3 140s, treble 19, double 12 is my best. What's your best goal?
10 for me, but I can't remember how I did it.
Nice. Lisa Ashton, 4-0 winner.
What a goal.
Who scored?
Ruben Neves. Outside the
They play
box,
Newcastle.
unsurprisingly.
They play
Yeah.
Newcastle.
Yeah. Ashton 4-0 winner over Daniela Shug, first into the 16 again. Long wait for her once again, Phil.
Yeah.
Helen Ward is the winner on board 1 against Kiana Fraunfelder. So she'll play Wendy Reinstatler in the last 32. Board final, if you like. Board 2 is weird. Showing a 4-1 result. It's not moved from the live darts outwards. Maybe that's first leg and a reset in a minute. Feels like we set this as the featured game a long, long time ago, Phil, but the averages are steady.
Yeah. Bo Reeves
Daniela Deck
wraps up a 4-0 win on board 12. 80 average, light work there for Bo, looking to make it 4 on the spin.
Yeah, a few more as well. Yuki Sakaguchi, a 4-1 winner over Mozgan Romani. And Lara Frerking has beaten Aletta via 4-3. Emma Toller 3-2 up now against Stephanie Fink-Reeks. That was 3-0. Darts here in leg number 6. No, I've not lost 181.
Yeah, no. What's the biggest score you have bust?
1-6 something, I think.
I'm trying to think what mine.
No, I've bust 180. I've just not bust 181. I've bust 180. You feel like an absolute prat when you do that. It was at a point where I didn't particularly like tops either, but I just dragged the last dart into the treble so badly. I think that contributed to my attempts for a while. For on 60, I used to go double 14, double 16.
Yeah.
I'd rather have one dart at double 16 than I would 2 at tops.
Don't miss the big number.
I'm not sure I could. Sounds stupid, but I'm genuinely not sure I could. We were going to introduce it as a feature, weren't we, over lockdown? And get people on to do it via webcams. And it's just more difficult than it sounds. I played a lot of darts in lockdown, especially when I moved home. Just finish work every day, get on the dartboard. We had like big group chat. We had like 30 or 40 uni players playing in a couple of different leagues at one point. We had like current students and alumni all mixing together. It was mint. We had one day where we did like a current students versus alumni day, and we played like almost like a Ryder Cup thing. So we played pairs, trebles, singles. I know we played pairs normally, and we played pairs. And what we did, it's always been a bit of a thing that we did at uni. It's pretty standard. We practice 1-2-1 a lot, or we play 1-2-1 a lot. So you start on 1-2-1, you get 9 darts to check it out. If you do it within 9, you move up 1. If you go down, if you don't, you start again, basically. There's different variations on the rule. Sometimes if you hit it, you go up 10, down 1 if you're playing alone or whatever. 3 darts, 6 darts, 9 darts. So we tend to just do it in 9 darts as a team of 2 or 3 or whatever. If you hit it, you go up to the next one. If not, you stay where you are. Well, we turned it into a bit of a race. So we were playing pairs over webcam. 9 darts to take out each checkout. If not, you started again. And you had to race to check out 1-2-1 all the way to 130.
Nice.
It got hectic. Very hectic. But it was just something different and something entertaining. So you're constantly shouting out what you scored or what you've left for your partner on the same Zoom call as another pair trying to do exactly the same thing. Yes, no, start again. Yeah, 6 starts, whatever. It was good fun, but it was crazy.
Katie Sheldon has just beaten Lorraine Hyde on the streamboard 4-2. The Irish Pocket Rocket advances a disappointing few days for Lorraine Hyde. Gob comes to an end.
Correct. Yeah, not good. Not good. Just not the level that we saw the first time we saw her play.
Yeah.
In the women's series, Natalie Van Marms has taken a 2-0 lead over Tharcisia Verenusa. Stephanie Fink-Reeks has fought back from 3-0 behind to Emma Tollerud to be level at 3 apiece and force a decider. Some of the big names are preparing to go again very, very shortly. Wendy Reinstatler and Helen Ward are underway on board 1. Louise Pearson 2-0 to the good now against Laura Klein-Titchen on board 2. On 3, your featured game, it's 2 apiece between Kasumi Sato and Stephanie Rennock. Board 4 very shortly will be Mikuru Suzuki against Priscilla Steenbergen. The scoring power of Priscilla has a chance in this one if she can finish better than she did earlier this afternoon. On board 5, Lisa Ashton is already in the last 16. She's beaten Daniela Shug 4-0 on a board that did not have a prelim game, and there's only been one leg to anybody that's lost a match so far. On 6, Aileen de Graaf will take on Adriana van Wiegeden Vermaat after Tatiana Alish and Daniela Decker finish currently 2 apiece. On 7, Denise Nerent and Sandy Wolf underway. And on board 8, there is that deciding leg between Emma Tollerud and Emma Fink-Reeks. Astrid Trauborst and Bianca Langendorf waiting to get their last 64 game underway as well. His favourite double on the board. 5. Nobody likes 5s.
Yeah, 5s isn't very nice. 17s as well. 17s. I'm not a fan of 2. I'm not a fan of 2s either.
Don't mind 2s. I'm hitting that side a bit more than I used to. I used to despise tops. I think the issue with 5s is, A, it's the pressure building knowing that actually you just had 2 chances to split down nicely. And if you do it all in the same combination from tops down to 5, it's up, down, back up again. And I'm not very good at adjusting to go back up again. I can switch down okay, but... Big game on the stream. It is Steenberg and Suzuki.
Tidy. First time today we've seen Priscilla on the stream. I don't know if she was on yesterday.
She was on yesterday once. That's how I knew about her action. When she extends it, it's lovely. Look at that extension.
Yeah, oh, the extensions, yeah. Like you say, it's when you get a little bit lazy and it doesn't go through so much. Results, God.
Came a little bit from nowhere because last time I looked, Kasumi Sato was winning, but she just lost 4-2 to Stephanie Rennock. Superb from her. Double trouble all over the gaff on board 8. That is that match between Tolerant and Fink Reeks.
Also, as well, Laura Turner is in a world of trouble, Gob. 3-1 down on board 9.
That's not good. What time's that last flight out of Germany tonight?
I'm trying to think what they said.
4. Game over. Laura Turner is out, as is Tharcisia Verenusa, as is Stephanie Fink Reeks. 3 results all in quick succession. Danielle Fry into the last 16 as well. That was the last 32 match. Still plenty of 64s on. Most of them involving German players at the minute. There's a guy in my league that plays on 19s. I don't like him. And then he plays on 19s, and I don't like him even more.
That's like Maddox Rasmus when he starts there.
He's all over the place. See him start playing on 15 soon. Madman.
Just a little bit slow in getting going. This one, isn't it, Gob? It's just not hit the straps yet.
No, but that probably suits Steenbergen a bit more than Makura, because from what we've seen from Makura this weekend, she's capable of just blowing people away. In fact, she's pretty much done that to everybody but Bo Greaves.
Yeah.
As Ryan Statler doubles her lead. Alice needs 8 to stay in the match against Danielle Decker, or she could be heading home. I've spotted the bad board.
Go on.
The second last 64 game is just warming up.
Oh, God. Board 8. There it is.
Game on! Lisa Ashton, a 4-0 winner. That's still up there. Good. We're waiting on Aileen de Graaf and Adriana van Wiegeren Vermaat. Ooh. Am I seeing this right?
What are you seeing?
There's another board struggling as well, board 6. And they just forced it onto board 7. Board 5, I think. My boards are all over the place.
Yeah. At this point, I think they're just trying to get them on whatever they can, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like de Graaf and Van Wiegeren Vermaat are about to play on board 5, which is the one that Lisa Ashton's already finished on. Highest finish of the weekend. Might be that 161 that Bo hit to win the tournament. I don't recall seeing a big fish.
No. Bo missed the ball for a big fish.
Or a 164. Mikuru missed ball for a big fish. Mikuru took out a 156 and a 160. Yeah, 161. Bo's dropped the leg.
Right. Kate Sheldon is underway again. Makuru's turned it around on the stream.
A horrible board, wasn't it?
Yeah, board 16 was terrible.
Yeah. Suzuki's turned it around from 1-0 down to 2-1 up against Priscilla Steenbergen. De Graaf and Van Wiegeren Vermaat are underway. Astrid Traubos takes the opener against Bianca Langendorf. Aileen de Graaf is behind 1-0.
Mind you, it's been a long wait for Aileen, hasn't it? Since she lost in the last tournament to now.
Yeah.
So it's a long, long wait. Darts Fan 180, is Bo the best lady player? Right now, there's not a question she's the best lady in the world. Right now. it's like the debate we have on the Pro Tour, isn't it, Gob? Who's the best? But yeah, right now, I don't think there's no argument.
Correct.
Rhiannon Griffin is 2 to the good. Bo Greaves seals a 4-2 victory. It's one of the lowest averages of the weekend.
Yeah.
Yuki Sakaguchi one away, 3-0 to the good.
Suzuki back for a 3-1 lead as well from 1-0 behind. She's turned this around a bit. Steenbergen hasn't really responded to the raising an average of Mikuru. This could be great for Mikuru, couldn't it? Look, she's not won one of these events yet, but 3 finals in 3 efforts is already her best return on a women's series weekend. Look, she's won one event before, but she's never been this consistent.
No, she's playing some fabulous.
And when
stuff.
you consider that she's beaten Lisa in 2 of those, Lorraine, Aileen, etc.
Yeah.
Oh me.
Oh. All I'm saying is I've just looked at the live league rotor. That plane better not get cancelled tonight.
Commentary.
Yeah, Murph's on.
Mikuru wraps up the 4-1 victory with a ton checkout.
Yes.
Daniela Decker beat Tatiana Alish 4-3. That was that first last 64 game on board 6. Since they've opted to chuck it on, Aileen de Graaf is 2-1 up. She was 1-0 behind. She's now averaging 90 as well.
We were talking as well, Gob, about obviously the board and whatever, and the big release was the Blade 6 this year. What more can they do with the standard dartboard, though? Because there's not much more can be done, surely. The wires can't get any thinner. Yeah,
just material. If you could make a man-made synthetic material that is more durable than sisal.
Yeah. Roos van der Velde is 3-1 up. It's not the eye-catching averages we saw earlier, but she's winning is the important thing. And look, she may not go on today, but there is certainly a talent there, Gob, and maybe another Dutch lady that can come through and join the likes of Aileen, Priscilla, AstraZeneca, and all that.
Yes. Completely agree.
This is better from Sakaguchi after having a leg off.
VAR in that, surely.
Yeah, Francis Hansler back in the day, absolutely.
Wendy Reinstatler wraps up a 4-0 win over Helen Ward. Daniela Decker the same over Alish. Stephanie Rennock now 2-1 up on Leonie Kamen. Astrid Chabos 3-0 up on Bianca Langendorf. Sandy Wolf 3-1 up on Denise Nerentz as well. And Kazilstra awaits the winner of that. Yeah, Lisa's got a long way. You think how much earlier than everybody else she was already through to the last 16.
Yeah.
She's in the top half of the draw, and the boards after her, 6, 7, and 8, still have not started last 32 matches. In fact, if Nerentz starts putting off a comeback, or Langendorf starts putting off a comeback, or Van Weigelen Vermaat takes another leg off Alien and forces a decider, then they've got to wait 5 minutes. Then there's a 32 game to start. Then Lisa's got an opponent again.
Has Lisa qualified for everything? She's at the Worlds.
When's the slam? Is it before the last block?
Yeah, she can't be caught for this. Oh, no. Technically, she could be caught for the slam.
No.
Unlikely.
Only by Fallon, who's already there.
Yeah.
No, she can't, because Fallon's not here this weekend. If the slam's before the last block, last weekend of October.
Well, no. So, say, which will be 4.
When's the slam?
No, mathematically, she can be caught. Unlikely. What round she in the
Who? When's the slam?
Sorry, hold your horses. I updated my Dark Connect. It was still showing first round because Lorraine's out. I was going to say,
Well, it don't matter.
Tournament, yeah, before a dart was thrown in this one, yeah, she could.
She couldn't. Because there's only this event left.
No, you've got the next block.
The next block. Oh, yeah, the weekend before. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That one.
So before a dart,
when is the last
before a dart was thrown in block 16, she could have been caught, but now she can't. She's through.
Why isn't the women's series on the PDC calendar?
It is.
Not on the one I've downloaded to my calendar thing.
Oh, well, Lewis hasn't updated it then. The last 4 events are 29th and 30th of October.
Yeah.
So now that the results have panned in block 16, no, Lisa is safe. But before a dart was thrown in 16, mathematically, however unlikely, she could have been caught.
5 pound left. Yeah.
I know it would have taken a ridiculous and unlikely equation, but as you used to waffle on about could Ryan Searle get caught, mathematically yes. However, no chance.
Waffle on my ass. That's correct.
I love it. I love it when we're on together on this.
Yeah, Lisa's playing for next year's match play, effectively.
Yeah, correct.
Can't be caught for the Worlds. She won't be caught for the Grand Slam. In fact, that next block just becomes purely about the match play for most and the World Championships for anybody within $4,000 of Fallon. So if you haven't got more than 1,800, which rules out everybody that hasn't travelled.
Yeah.
So at the Slam, the match play champion and the Order of Merit leader. And if they were the same person, then it would have been second on the Order of Merit, not the runner-up at the match play. Sandra Wolf has beaten... I can never remember her first name. Sandy Wolf has beaten Denise Narent. Apologies. You know where you could just see their surnames on Darknet because I've got them that small so I can see them all.
Yeah.
Catch that. Astrid Trauborst has beaten Bianca Langendorf. Next up is her last 32 match against Emma Tollerud from Norway. Aileen de Graaf forced to a decider against Adriana van Weigeren-Vermaat. That's the best we've seen Adriana play comfortably all weekend.
100%.
By a good 15 points in the majority of matches that I've seen her play.
Yeah.
I wonder where that's
Katie
been.
Sheldon is a winner.
Is she? She beats Van Leuven.
Yeah.
Aileen de Graaf scrapes through 4-3, taking out 17 in 2 in the end. Update with Lisa Ashton in the last 16 is still on the cards.
It is.
Cicerova going about her business pretty solidly as well. 2-0 up on Louise Pearson, averaging just a shade under 70. Iselin Howen struggling now. She played pretty well earlier to beat Yanani Yanakiraman, but she's 3-0 behind to Natalie Van Marn. And Stephanie Rennock, conqueror of Kasumi Sato, is 3-2 up on Leonie Kaman. Probably the standout German player for me this weekend, Stephanie.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Pearson gets one back against Cicerova, who has just missed at least 6, probably 7 darts at double.
Just waiting for the next stream game. There's no names on there yet. That little period now. On your board, job, Stephanie is through.
Yeah, solid performance once again from her. 4-2 in the end. Chance, Phil, from memory. Maybe not. I was about to say a chance for a pretty deep run here from Roos van der Velter if she can beat Lauren Hitchens. But she runs into Bo next round.
Up next on board 5, God looks interesting. Daniela Fry against Rhiannon Griffin. Looks decent. Right, some good questions in the chat room. Whilst no game is coming to an end, we're just going to grab a quick ad break so we can refill water bottles and go for a quick toilet break. So we will be back on the other side of these.
This is just the beginning.
Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we are for the conclusion of the weekend's Women's Series action as Bo Greaves looks to make it the perfect weekend. She's 3 from 3. Can she add the 4th title to the resume? And we were saying earlier, God, there's probably only 1 or 2, maybe even 1. No, 2. I'll go 2 that can stop her.
Yes. And one's tried and failed 3 times.
Yeah. So
Cicerova's been pushed back. 3-2 against Louise Pearson. What a stat that is. Chris Murphy, once again, in 20 matches so far this weekend, Bo Greaves has faced just 1 match dart, and that was at the bullseye.
Which was on the stream board, and it was Lorraine Winstanley.
I believe so. Or it might have been Stephanie Rennock yesterday.
Lorraine definitely had a match start today.
That was Lorraine then. I don't think Wade has had a 9 dart against him yet this year, which means it's coming soon.
It'll be there soon. Yeah, he did, didn't he?
I don't think so.
James Wade, Belfast, Joe Price. Or have I made that up?
Don't know. I don't remember yesterday.
I'm not saying he has, it just rings a bell, that was all. Let's have a look.
Yeah. You do that. I'll talk through some darts. Current scores, Cicero Rove wants 156 for the match. Pearson sat on 72. Could be about to force a decider from 3-0 behind. Lara Frerking and Coronet Himmel, one apiece. One of them will make the last 16. Roos van der Velde, playing well, Phil. 77 average so far, 2-0 on Lauren Hitchens. Winner of that place, Bo Greaves. Sandy Wolf, 0-0 against Anka Zilstra, just getting underway. Winner of that one will play the winner of Astrid Trauborst and Emma Tollerud. Currently 2-0 to Astrid. Big gap in the averages in that one. And Aileen de Graaf and Daniela Decker have just got underway as well. Just that my boards are all over the place. 6, 7, 8. 5, 2. It is 3 apiece in the Cicero over Pearson game. The winner of that one will play Wendy Ryan Statler.
Yeah, he did it one against James Wade in the final.
How long ago do you think Lisa Ashton beat Daniela Shug?
It's at least 45 minutes.
Because she's got to wait for... She'll play Aileen as well, by the way, most likely from here. Who just averaged 80 in the first leg, Decker 34. But we have a last 16 game underway and another warming up. So Lisa's significantly gone ahead of all those boards, watched others catch up, and is still waiting for her own.
Probably gone back to the hotel for a sleep. In that
They'll have all
situation,
checked
Rob,
out,
when
wouldn't they,
you
for
know,
flying back tonight?
I don't think all of them are. I think there was only a late flight to Gatwick. In that situation, what do you do when you know you've got a long wait? What's your MO?
You don't want that answer. Depends what event it is. If I've not eaten, then I might try and grab some food. I wouldn't be bold enough to leave the venue. I'd send someone else to get it. But other than that, I'd probably take a break. 20 minutes on a practice board, sit down again for a bit. Same again. Just try and keep the routine. If I'm still in a competition at this point of it, I found a level with my alcohol consumption. And that means I need to stay at that level, which means I need to keep drinking at the same rate I've been drinking to get to that point. Which is usually have a chuck, sip every third visit. I would have done at least 2-3 pints in the gap she's got to wait.
Is this where you'd need a minder to make sure that you didn't go over the top?
Or 5 vodkas. No, because I can handle it. I've never won a singles competition. The best I've ever done is I was beaten in a final. And that day was the first day, as Yitka Cicero wins 4-3 against Louise Pearson, by the way. Beaten in the final. And it was a competition at my old venue. So it was where I put my team last season. It's part of the reason we put my team there in the end. When we first joined the league we're in now. It was a Sunday competition. It was a non-county players tournament. So ex-county players were playing in it, non-Super League, non-county. You weren't allowed to be signed on at that current moment. I started badly, but it was the first time I properly drank vodka to play darts. I drank vodka here, there, and everyone night out or whatever, but it was always cider before that. And I just got, for the very first time, friends and family discount at Green King through one of my brothers. So they're like, you only get 10 transactions a month. Wherever you go, start a tab, pay it all off at the end, and you only use one transaction that way instead of burning all 10 by going to the bar 10 times. Sound brilliant. I was drinking double and triple vodka, lemonade, and blackcurrants. Made the final, got beat in the final, played Unreal all day, spent £110 on the bar, or that was what the bar come to at the end. Realised that the 3 other people with me had only actually contributed £18 towards that, so the rest was on me. And because it was like a series thing where you accumulated points and there was a grand final, and it was like £2 entry, I earned a tenner in prize money.
That'll do it.
Yeah. And then, other than that, the best I've ever got to is I qualified for a couple of Riley's events when they used to have like qualifiers at each club and then go to like Wolverhampton or wherever. Qualified for the finals of them a couple of times. I used to run them, and there wasn't many entries. A couple of weeks. Other than that, the best I've ever got to is it a quarter or semi? Student event. So big weekend, nationals, 250 students, got beat in the last 8 in Lancaster, later in last 8 in Nottingham, last 8 in Lancaster. I made the last 8 of the singles in Sheffield, but not the big weekender. I went to a student event for a weekend. I lost 4 legs out of 30 something over the weekend. The big group stage to start in the singles, and then a team event, and got beat in the last 32 of the singles, 2-1. Missed the dart at double 15 to get it through. And we lost in the last 8 of the team event. And I lost 4 legs all weekend. Roos van der Velde, 4-1 winner over Lauren Hitchens. She's through to the last 16. Katie Sheldon finds herself 1 behind in the last 16, hoping to be the first player into the last 8, as is Ryan Griffiths, who's 2-0 up on Danielle Fry. So it's possibly the first player in the last 8 is from Wales. Aileen de Graaf is just 1 away against Danielle Decker, looking pretty comfortable against the darts as well, 130 points ahead. Anka Zylstra is 2-0 up on Sandy Wolf. And Astrid Trabos just 1 away against Emma Tollerud. In the last 16, it would be Zylstra versus Trabos should they both get through. And Aileen de Graaf is a leg away from setting up that clash with Lisa Ashton, who has spent a lot of time waiting around. That Roos van der Velde win just a couple of moments ago against Lauren Hitchens means she will take on Bo Greaves in the last 16, who is currently 20 straight matches unbeaten in the PDC Women's Series. Yuki Sakaguchi awaits the winner of Corinna Himmel and Lara Frerking. And Natalie Van Marm and Katie Sheldon are underway right now. So we're not a million miles away from at least the 32 being complete. As Aileen de Graaf wraps up a 4-0 win, Lisa Ashton awaits her.
Yeah. Fingers crossed we can shift through some games here. Who do you want to feature, Gob?
would I like? Good question. Excellent question. Let's go Katie Van Marn. Have I played in the UK Open qualifier? Yeah, a couple of times. I ran 2 or 3 in the end. They're just a pain in the ass. They're just way too big. Lisa versus Eileen will be streamed.
I wonder why they haven't had a stream game for a while.
It's probably worse for Lisa as well. All that time sat waiting, and it's to go on the stream as well. So even if you're having a practice, whether you believe in it or not, the boards feel different when you're in close, and you've got the cameras in there, and the referee calling the scores.
Yeah, completely.
Cicerova and Ryan Statler will be on board 1 very, very shortly.
Big game for Spurs today. Yep, no, it is. Huge game. Speaking of which, what
Your team news is literally going across the screen at the minute.
I was going to say, Lloris, Royale, Sanchez, Dyer, Davis, same as Paris. Oh, run changed.
Chance for that Forest front 3 to get him at you. Morgan Gibbs White looked really sharp the other day. Wasn't sure he was a £45 million player, and I'm still not, but he does look sharp at the minute.
Just looking at our bench. What's going on?
Welcome to my world.
We've got
Zylstra beats Wolf 4-0.
We've got 4 right backs, a centre half, and a left wing back.
What you managed by Conte, not Southgate. That's trouble if I've ever seen it. Trial beats Tolerant, Zylstra beats Wolf, and De Graaf beats Van Weigeden.
What's
West Ham have scored for the first time in this campaign. And it was against Aston Villa.
So yeah,
Stevie.
got on the bench. We've got no Lucas, which is a blow, but we've got Doherty, Spence, Tanganga, all right backs.
Mate, we've had 12-year-olds on our bench for the last 3 weeks.
I tell you what, Spurs fans on Twitter.
Spurs fans in general.
Conte changed the team, blah, blah, blah. It's like, we weren't lost yet this season.
There were genuinely people calling for Jurgen Klopp's head last week. Absolute half-wits.
Everyone's like, oh, start Basuma. What's Richarlison got to do to get a start? It's like, we're unbeaten, you idiots. Stupid.
It's my phrase.
Kate Sheldon is 1 away, Gob. Bo Green's just getting underway. Rhiannon Griffin is also 1 away in the last 16. Craig, no, he is. He's decent.
Is Sarr like the new Smith?
Yeah.
And Dembele.
Oh, no one can ever be like Dembele.
Just got all my
It's just a
boards
shame
set up
he's-
so I can see all 8 last 16 matches at once. And Katie Sheldon's wrapped up a 4-1 win, and Rhiannon Griffiths has wrapped up a 4-1 win. Bo Greaves has gone 1-0 up, and the other 5 games either haven't started or are warming up just now.
Just wish Moussa Dembele's knee wasn't absolutely screwed so he could play more than once a week.
Bit Ledley King all over again, that, isn't it?
Yeah, at least Dembele could kind of train. If this stays 1-0, is Gerrard getting sacked?
Not yet. Man City tackle if I've ever seen one. It's also stupid. Stupid. Sam Maxman is ridiculous.
Yeah.
We currently only have one game live, and that is Bo versus Roos van der Velde. I don't know, it's taken a while, unless it's not even showed up as warming up yet, so they've not put it on the iPad, which probably means they're not ready to go, which might mean Aileen's taking the break that she is allowed. A couple more burst on. They don't just burst on, they're already showing us. Is there an issue with Dark Connect? Because Ryan Statler's already 1-0 up, but that was showing as 0-0 and it's already just fired up. That was a 15 dart leg to open from her as well. Van der Velde has just got one back against Bo. Sakaguchi Himmel underway as well. Traubus Zilstra warming up on 4. And Wolves have just scored again.
2-0.
VAR might be checking it for a push, but it's very soft. Jimenez. Neto's being a silly boy. He's going to VAR though. Probably means it's being overturned.
What, is he sending him to the monitor?
Yeah. I don't know who the defender is, but he's like halfway in the air, going upwards for a header. Neto just leans an arm into his back. Pushes him over. They just ruled that out. Yeah, they have. Soft as hell free kick to give. Cicerova levels up with Ryan Statler, and Sakaguchi takes opener against Himmel. Not in the most glorious fashion, it has to be said, but a 1-0 lead is a 1-0 lead. Last 16 streaming games, still taking a while.
They're about to go and find Lisa, aren't they?
Well, it's a possibility. You said, what would you do? She has disappeared for a bit. Greaves fires in a maximum with her 2-1 lead intact as well. Ashton de Graaf finally
Warming up.
showing is warming up. And it's just done it again. Suzuki Renok has gone from not existing at all to 1-0 up Stephanie. They must be having internet issues in Germany.
Yeah.
Or is it just me?
No, so
3 of these games have just appeared at 1-0 rather than 0-0.
yeah. This has been the story of Bo a few times today, Gob. She scored like an absolute demon and then just messed around a little bit.
Yeah, back-to-back 180s in this leg. She was nearly 6 perfect yesterday. She had a bounce out. She went 180, 120, and it hit the top wire and didn't stay in.
Yeah.
She is 3-1 up, though, averaging a shade under 90 once again.
The stream game is literally taking... I think they've got internet issues.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if that's the case, just get rid of the stream and just get it on a normal board. If it's good, if they're ready to go...
Can't see anything on socials.
On board 2, Gob, Mikuru Suzuki is in a spot of bother and in danger of not making the final.
Yeah, 2-0 down to Stephanie Rennock. As I said, the standout German player so far this weekend. Could be about to be the only other player to defeat Mikuru Suzuki other than Greaves, who has just wrapped up a 4-1 win over Roos van der Velde. Really, really interesting performance from her for the weekend. Impressed with the young Dutch lass.
Yeah,
Hopefully we see more of her throughout. We have images on the streaming board. Hallelujah.
Can I get a? Yeah.
And Lisa Ashton went from the first player in the last 16 to the last player to get underway.
Yeah. Oh, can't make it up, can you?
Staggering. Yeah, the last one to get underway. Wow. Those already into the last 8 then include Rhiannon Griffiths, Bo Greaves, and Katie Sheldon. It will be Rhiannon versus Bo in the quarterfinals as well. That one shows us warming up, so they're not messing around anymore, thankfully. The rest of the draw is as follows. Either Wendy Reinstatler or Yitka Cicerova will play the winner of Stephanie Rennock and Mikuru Suzuki. And the German has darts here for 3-0. Lisa Ashton or Aileen de Graaf will play the winner of Anke Zilstra and Astrid Trauborst. An all Dutch affair. Anke Zilstra currently leads that one 1-0. As I said already, it will be Rhiannon Griffiths and Bo Greaves in the quarterfinals. And the other matchup will be Yuki Sakaguchi or Corinna Himmel against Katie Sheldon. Suzuki gets one back. Chance gone from Rennock. Wow. So Maximo has just scored a belter.
Has he?
Yeah.
Dream team points.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know how to describe it, but it's a volley from outside the box. It's hit hard, but it's controlled and low as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a half-ass clearance. Oh, mate. Some strike that. Cicerova just one away again. Boom.
What do you reckon of the manager interviews as they're coming out from half time as well?
Just a bit American. Is that a penalty? No. Yeah, it's just a bit American to me. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I don't see the need. 146. How do you leave 14 from 146? Doesn't matter because the 14 goes and Stephanie Rennock is one leg away against Mikuru Suzuki. That would be a little bit of an upset, despite the fact Rennock is averaging 84. And change. De Graaf takes the opener against Lisa Ashton and has darts. She already had 3 darts from 64. She's got another 3 from 32 to go 2-0 up on the Lancashire Rose.
That is very. I've just seen it on Twitter now. God, that's very good.
That's a great strike, isn't it? The speed he hits, the speed he gets to the volley at as well makes it tough. He's not set. He hits that on the move. That's ridiculous.
Just controls it.
Yeah. 2-0 De Graaf.
Newcastle wearing their Saudi kit as well.
Treble 20, treble 18, single 18. Yeah, I get that adds up to 132, but what are you doing there from 146?
Yeah.
Because you'd have had a dart at 32. Trouble again for Ashton. De Graaf pinched the darts in leg 3. 27 points ahead plus these. Make that 17 points ahead plus these. But the plus these is a 174 to leave 16. Oh my. Yuki Sakaguchi got the darts in leg 4. Or stolen the darts in leg 4, shall I say. Against Himmel. 98 leaves 76. Excellent setup by her. Has to go territory for Mikuru Suzuki as Stephanie Rennock has very likely just missed a dart for the match. She wanted 72. She's left tops. Suzuki wants 87 to stay in the tournament. Otherwise, for the first time this weekend, she will not make the final. And it goes in 3. A minor miracle for Mikuru, who clings on. Now she needs the break.
Speaking of, it's not a minor miracle, it is a miracle. Lisa Ashton is in a world of trouble, God. From going into this weekend, having won a title on every day of the women's series, she is in huge, huge danger of not picking up a title this weekend.
Yeah. And that would look, it's unthinkable usually, but to say it in a weekend where Fallon Sherrock is not here, that Lisa Ashton is not going to win a title, is ridiculous. And right now, Aileen de Graaf is the best way to describe this performance is it's Bo Greaves-like. It is what we've seen Bo do all day long. Every 4th or 5th visit, when she was up against it, she's fired in a 3 treble visit to set up a double, and she wins 4-0 against Lisa Ashton, averaging literally tiny amount of points underneath 94. That is some performance from Aileen de Graaf.
And to be fair, that's something that we haven't seen a lot of this weekend from her. And perhaps after the match play, we were expecting more of this from Aileen because she played really well in the last block before the match play. Got to the final, and we were expecting a little bit more from her. Oh, Lisa.
I don't want to sit here and make excuses for Lisa, but this weekend has been less than ideal for her. She had overnight travel issues on Friday, so arrived late yesterday. So preparation for that second event would have been far from ideal for her, knowing that she was already 1 down for the weekend. Last event, beaten by Mikuru Suzuki, fantastic performance. This event, she's been sat around for what must have been an hour and a half.
Easily. And this is what we said before. Would it be a consequence? Look, it's Aileen played really well. So Lisa would have had to have played well to live with that. But it's in Lisa's capabilities to play that well. So you don't know.
If she's not been sat around for an hour and a half and gone cold in a performance,
Yeah, exactly that. Mikuru couldn't, could she? She sat there poised if this 69 does not go.
I don't want to tell 2-time world champion Mikuru Suzuki how to play darts, but I'm going to prove right. If in the last leg you've given your opponent a makeable finish to beat you, what you don't want to do then is go and offer them a chance at a smaller finish the leg afterwards. 72 did not go first time round for Stephanie Rennock in leg number 5, but 69 does go in leg number 6. And we are guaranteed a new finalist today. For the first time this weekend, we will see somebody in a final other than Mikuru Suzuki.
And in a matter of a minute, we have lost Mikuru Suzuki and Lisa Ashton.
Ashton Travelers goes 3-2 up on Anka Zylstra. Right. And I guess the question is now, Phil, that we've spoken this weekend about players that can live with Bo Greaves' A game. Have we just lost both of them?
In terms of consistency, yes. Aileen has it in the locker.
Well, we've just seen it from Aileen, 94 average.
But is less consistent than Mikuru or Lisa.
Yeah. Also, Rihanna will be the last person to get a go at Bo in a best of 7. The semis and the final will go up to best of 9. So you're looking at, she's in the bottom half of the draw. So you're looking at Katie Sheldon or Yuki Sakaguchi to try and stop Bo if Rihanna doesn't, before you get to a final against her with Aileen de Graaf, Anka Zylstra, Astrid Childbirth, Yitka Cicerova, or Stephanie Rennock. So interesting times.
Yeah, look, being not trying to be horrible, but we spoke before the weekend before we went live yesterday, and we said realistically there was only 3 players that could stop Bo consistently.
Yeah.
2 of them have gone, and 1 of them hasn't performed until the last game.
Mm-hmm.
And we said that before a dart was thrown yesterday when we were talking about the players that were missing in terms of making the field more competitive and making the whole event just a little bit tougher.
Yeah. Yuki Sakaguchi has beaten Corinna Himmel. So the only last 16 game we're now waiting on is Astrid Trailburst and Zylstra. Trailburst through first, but the scores are level after she's had an extra visit. So advantage Zylstra just doesn't really make the most of it, just a 57. Big visit incoming for Trailburst now. Hopefully they start all 4 last 8 games at the same time. It might, if it's over in this leg, sneak an ad break in between the quarterfinals starting. Sakaguchi and Sheldon shows up on the stream. So Griffiths and Greaves have been warming up for a while. Well, they've had a significant break between now and their previous games. As that goes live. Yeah. And Zylstra takes us to 3 apiece. You know, you could have been a wonder. I love this part of the day, Phil, because what I'm about to do is close 4 windows.
Nice.
They are no longer needed.
To be fair, I don't know if it was caught, but I caught it. As Lisa walked off, she did swear. She was laughing about it, but it was like still on camera. You know when they go to the table and pick their stuff up, Bob, and that one in the corner, in on them. She walked off and she just laughing and joking. She was semi-laughing. She probably annoyed with herself, but she went to Eileen. Well, that was shit. If I can read it.
Okay, Lisa, I'll take your word for it. I mean, she's averaged 80.
Yeah, but To be fair, Lisa's got a wicked sense of humour when she comes into the media room on the seniors events and that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Past Daniel, I'm guessing maybe next week.
Can't be too far away. More importantly, the announcement of the other two can't be too far away.
Yeah. Like, that's going to be interesting.
It's going to be stupid. Someone's getting it. Whatever happens, someone's getting it. They could go and pick Luke Humphries and Nathan Aspinall. Someone's getting it.
All right. What happens if they pick Gordon Mathers, who did really well, and who else did well in the World Series as a Matt Campbell?
How price?
Yeah.
Who?
Matt Campbell.
Matt. If they were picking Matt, they should have picked Matt before the Australian leg. I don't agree with them announcing it before the Australian tour. Day 14, fine, but why are you announcing it? Why was a qualifier before the weekend just gone? Because there's no Pro Tours between now and the World Series, but it's just stupid.
The other last 8 games are now warming up. Obviously, there's still another one to add to that, but the others are. And Anka Zylstra has blown a golden opportunity gob and is gone.
She has. Loses 4-3 to Astrid Chalbers, who I believe makes her first quarterfinal.
Yeah, I think so. Again, Bo and Rhiannon, the only game live at the moment. Again, this 90 probably has to go.
It's for a holder throw, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Holding 18, breaking 15. Them the rules. And you've got a chance. I'm not saying you're going to win, but you've got a chance.
Scoring 16 doesn't.
Eek.
Stupid.
Bounce out, treble 5, single 1.
Possibly. But both
Chance,
missed.
though.
Missed the dart tops. And I don't think you'll be getting another one. Oh, Bo's had a mare. She's left herself in the madhouse. But he's not punished, Gob. And,
Misses again.
And somehow it's level.
26 darts. Wouldn't advise trying to beat Bo by doing that very often.
No. You've got extremely lucky that she hasn't taken it out.
Well, it worked, didn't it? You level, one apiece, and she's opened the door for a break. Not anymore. Scrap here from Bo. This is possibly the worst couple of legs we've seen her play all weekend.
But not been punished. And you would imagine there will be a couple of trebles in this visit. There you go, on cue.
No sign of any of the other last 8 games getting underway.
No. To be fair, one of them I understand because it's only just finished, but the other two could have been, they've been warming up for ages.
Cicero, Renok and Sakaguchi Sheldon could have started 5 minutes ago.
100%. Yeah,
She hit double one.
I would guess so.
Or just scored again. Dragged one into the 5, fired it in the treble 19. Seen that a couple of times earlier on the day. .38 goes and Greaves back in the lead. Cicero Renok begins. Our Perisic and Kulusevski Masters class this afternoon, please, Philip.
You got both in your fantasy team by any chance?
Yes.
Kulusevski, Son and Kane I've got to go.
Your front three is your front three?
No. So this is where I've been clever because Kulusevski and Son are
plays a
down as
midfielder.
midfielders.
Yeah.
That's why I put them both because for us they play as a front three, but on FPL they're down as midfielders.
Yeah. I've got a couple of transfers to make next week.
Yeah, which I don't get why they're down. Everyone knows that they'll play as part of a front three under Conte.
Well, Mo Salah's been a midfielder for the last 10 years, apparently.
Yeah.
There's the big visit from Greaves and the 140 once again. She's only found one of a treble in this leg so far. It puts her first to a more manageable finish. Sakaguchi Sheldon on the stream again. Been quite a good weekend for Yuki so far.
Yeah.
She's up to 20th. £850 she's earned so far. 15 before that, she'd only earned 250. Sorry, Preston. It's been a long week.
Yeah.
Run-up busts 56. Cicerova, no scores 32. Sakaguchi wins the bullseye, so that's underway as well. So we're only waiting on Aileen and Trailbor Astrid to get underway. Bo Greaves is one leg away against Rhiann Griffiths as well, with what will go down as her worst average of the weekend. But again, it's looking like job done. She won't care because she'll be 2 wins away from doing the sweep.
Johnny, Sky Sports Darts haven't tweeted since the 31st of July. So almost a month.
Was that the match play by any chance?
Just after, it's the week after the match play. So it's all the post-match match play stuff like the podcast and all that. But yeah, they haven't tweeted anything since then. No World Series.
That's because it only exists. Darts only exists if it plays on Sky. Well, that team only exists when Darts is on Sky because they're multi-sport now, so they'll be covering something else, won't they?
Yeah. Under the Sky restructure, Darts was put into multi-sport. Used to know, well, still know him, but used to know the editor of all the Dart stuff for Sky, very top guy. He obviously was moved on as part of the restructure, and he was telling us when it was all into one.
Yeah, Corin Hammond's not here this week. One of about 40 absences that we're used to seeing in the UK-based events. Match darts incoming for Bo Greaves. If they don't go, though, Griffiths is sat waiting on 40. They do go in 2, though. 4-1, and the first player into the semi-finals is Bo Greaves. Stephanie Rennock 1-0 up on Yitka Cicerova. Aileen de Graaf picking up where she left off against Lisa Ashton scoring-wise. She's left 1-1-2 after 12. And Yuki Sakaguchi has taken the opener against Katie Sheldon.
Bo can 100% qualify for Ali Pally.
19 darts. I swear every single leg to start the day so far, Sakaguchi's been on 79 average, which means 1-0 up, 19 dart leg. She can, mathematically, yeah, and definitely now after the weekend she's had so far. To qualify, she needs to be in the top 2 on the order of merit at the end of the women's series, which has got the rest of this event and 4 more events to go. Currently occupied by Lisa Ashton, who can't be caught or can't be knocked out, and Fallon Sheriff, who's on £5,800. So should Bo go on to win this event, she will only be £1,800 behind Fallon with 2 to go. Obviously, the big talking point is the fact that Fallon will be back for the next block.
To be fair, not just Fallon. The whole event will be a lot stronger. Next one, as in the earlier rounds, there'll be more competitive games as well.
Yeah. Definitely. And what you then have to start looking at is, well, if Bo wins all 4, for example, what does Fallon need to do? And if she makes 4 finals, Fallon still qualifies. If Bo starts not winning an event and loses in a final, what can Fallon afford to do and work it back like that?
Look, the Sky contract still runs for another 2 years. There was a lot of talk that DAZN may bid for it at that time, but darts will be on Sky for at least another 2 years.
So,
Okay, Sheldon levels it up on the stream. Last time, if it's anything in the last week, Craig, I haven't because we've been rammed. Last time I knew they'd cut the budget, hadn't they?
shame. I'm just looking a bit deeper into Fallon's situation, and obviously she's not here this weekend because she's been playing in the World Series. 5,800 accumulated through 12 events so far. Blanked once in event number 6. Other than that, every single weekend she's attended so far this year, she's won at least one. And then £400 is a semi-final, 600 for a final. So she's made one extra final, 3 extra semi-finals as well. So if you're a Fallon fan and you want her at the World Championships, obviously Lisa is already guaranteed to be there. Then Fallon needs £2,250 to qualify to guarantee qualification for the World Championship. Unless Aileen de Graaf wins this event. If Aileen de Graaf makes at least the final, then that goes up to £2,450 to guarantee. But that would mean Aileen winning all 4 of the next block. If you are Fallon, Phil.
Yeah.
And the final is Aileen de Graaf versus Bo Greaves.
Yeah.
Who do you want to win it? Because your save point, if Aileen wins, becomes £650 more than it would be if Bo wins the final. But it would put Bo 2,200 behind you instead of 1,800 behind you, which is, at this level, a semi-final.
You'd want Aileen.
Or would you rather Bo wins it, which keeps Aileen at 4-2 in the final instead of 4-6? Bo would then be on 4,000, level with Lorraine Winstanley. The gap to Bo is smaller, but the amount that Fallon needs to do to guarantee safety and qualify for the World Championships in the final 4 events becomes less.
I think you want Aileen to win it. Because you'd be more comfortable of Aileen's inconsistencies.
Yeah.
That she's not going to go and win multiple events.
Well, she's yet to win one this year, so this would be her first.
That's what I
waiting on her winning 3 or 4 more in the last block in a campaign where you expect Ashton to have better preparation. More contenders to return. O'Brien, Densley, O'Sullivan, Gulliver, Hammond, Locke, Hutchinson, Byrne.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it is, obviously, because, Anonymous, if Aileen wins this, Fallon's gap to the next contender goes from 1,800 to 1,200, which is, as I just said, a final. At that point, Aileen's only 2 finals away from being level with you, with an extra 2 events to play in that calculation. This is provided, obviously, Bo doesn't win any... Fallon doesn't win any more prize money. You always have to look at the extremities, so Fallon not winning anything and everybody else winning everything. That's why Ryan Searle wasn't confirmed for the match play until the very, very last opportunity last year. Don't laugh, he got him by 50 quid. You lot tried to put him in 4 months before he was actually there.
Yeah, however, we were still right.
Oh, he'll be there, he'll be there. No, you got lucky. When is the final event? 29th and 30th of October. De Graaf is 4 points away from victory against Astrid Childburst. That would put her on £4,000. That would put her level with Lorraine Winstanley. Anything there onwards for Aileen would close that gap to Fallon Sherrock.
Lorraine's had a disappointing weekend.
As the number 3 here, yeah, she's gone 100, 100, 100 blank. Ran into Bo twice, though. Defeated earlier by Noelin van Leuven. How important is the rest of the year going to play out to be as well? Because actually, look, performance-wise, this weekend, granted circumstances have not been perfect for her with the travel arrangements and then the big wait this afternoon. Lisa Ashton still looks a little bit short of the all-conquering Lisa Ashton that we've seen so far in this women's series.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
So whilst at the minute it is all about who joins Lisa at the World Championship, looking ahead to the match play, Lisa's earned £750 this weekend towards that next year. Yuki Sakaguchi has earned the same.
Yeah, look, there's work to do. Lisa didn't look herself at the match play.
Yeah.
And again, circumstances behind it here this weekend hasn't looked herself either. But when your travel plans get disrupted that much, there's always going to be. What are you owing about?
Wow. What am I owing about? Sakaguchi's out. She hit 97 to leave 129, and Katie Sheldon's like, bang, thanks for coming. 15 dart leg, 150 checkout for the match.
So I was watching it on the stream, that was all. So I wasn't watching it on the thing. I've just seen that.
Order of play for what? Order of merit? Yeah, once we finish, we'll run through that. In fact, we'll do it before the final because it will only be very likely.
Remember, I'm off at just gone 5.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dear. We are in trouble.
We'll put it up in a minute. We'll get this
No,
round.
outro.
We'll get this.
Just click gone.
Yeah, we should be on.
Hopefully these semis go at the same time then, and then it is only the final.
Yeah.
City Ground Tunnel looks so old compared to the rest of the Premier League because you can still see brickwork, whereas everyone else has got like covered images or painted walls,
there's
everything,
glass.
and it's just got white breeze blocks. Sheldon versus Greaves warming up on board 2. I think that means the other streaming game will be either Yitka Cicerova or Stephanie Rennock against Aileen de Graaf. Which means those two can go as well.
Does the 62 go? No. But T's up top, Scob. And are we going to have...
Expect this to be the moment. 3 at tops for Stephanie Rennock to make a semi-final.
Are we going to have a German semi-finalist? Not yet. There we have it. That is it. Stephanie Rennock is into the semi-finals where she will face Aileen de Graaf. Yes, Jack, we said it earlier, but give me a second and I will tell you again. So this week on the Live League, it will be Andreas Harrison, Christian Kist, Kieran Tian, James Hurrell, Martin Dratt, Martin Adams, and Group B, Danny Smith, Stephen Burton, and Wayne Warren. Group C, Diogo Portela, Michael Flynn, and Richie Howson. Right, Bob, do we want to quick look at the order of merit now?
Yes.
So
That win for Rennock, by the way, should take her above Zilstra and Van Leuven. Which is not bad for one weekend work. Hopefully, that might be an incentive for Stephanie to be one of the players that starts travelling to the UK in the hunt for the women's match play. So, yeah, this is where it gets interesting now. Obviously, Bo, Aileen, Katie Sheldon. Katie Sheldon still with a chance to go above Bo, actually, right now. But this is what we were talking about a little bit earlier with the gap to Sherrock. So at the minute, she's got £1,800 margin over third place. A title win for Aileen or Bo narrows that gap. Well, title win for Bo keeps that at 4,000 at the minute. Any result for Aileen against Stephanie Rennock would start narrowing that gap. Katie Sheldon's in a contention as well. the most noticeable thing here on the order of merit is how many players missed out. So Chloe O'Brien started in the top 8. So she's not missed out in terms of positions massively, but what they will have missed out is the head start that everybody above them and around them has picked up towards the women's match play in a year's time. This is the first block of 4 out of 20. And they've pretty much all ruled themselves out of contention for the second World Championship spot.
Yeah.
Lisa Ashton confirmed at the World Championships as well as the Grand Slam. Just 4 events to go. Maximum prize money that anybody can gain is £4,000 at that point. Fallon Sherrick is already confirmed at the Grand Slam of darts by virtue of winning the inaugural PDC Women's World Match Play. Therefore, anybody still within a chance to catch Lisa Ashton would have had to end the day less than £4,000 behind her. That is not the case, even if Aileen de Graaf goes on to lift this title. So Lisa Ashton, despite having a pretty bad weekend results-wise on the board for her incredibly high standards here at the Women's Series, already picked up 5 titles this year. She's job done for this season, and now she's looking ahead to build to the women's match play. It's a steady start for us, £750 this weekend. But it would be interesting if Darts Rankings produced a race to the match play as well as the Women's Series Live Order of Merit. I'm going to tweet them. Are they tennis rankings?
I think so.
They have it already there. Do they? Have I preempted it? Women's Series. I can't see it. World Match Play race. European. Is it in the World Match Play race? No. Other. Women's Series 2021 secondary tours. Oh, there it is. Oh, found it. Bo Greaves comfortably leads that list then, £3,400 so far. Mikuru Suzuki second, 1,900. Katie Sheldon, 950. Yuki Sakaguchi now 850. Priscilla Steenbergen, 800. Lisa Ashton, 750. Aileen de Graaf, 700. Stephanie Rennock, 700. So big match coming up for Aileen versus Stephanie. An extra £200 in their pocket minimum. Oh, bugger off, Harry. Not the best weekends for Dieter Hedman and Laura Turner, but they've accumulated 550 and 500. Eastland Howen, £550 of prize money as well. Lorraine Winstanleyfield, just £300, 19th place from this weekend. Roos van der Velde, £150 to her name. Lorraine Hyde, exactly the same, which I guess is bizarre because we sat there saying how impressed we've been with Roos van der Velde this weekend, produced some very good matches / performances. And we started saying how disappointed we are with Lorraine Hyde not being the same standard that we've seen from her in the past, and have actually earned the same amount of cash.
Yeah. It's that thing, though, and it's like manner of performances that we've seen MVG make 100 average look shit and gone, oh, he's not played very well, and then looked up and he's averaged 101. It's that manner and the way they've done it.
Yeah. At the bottom of the list, there's 20 players that haven't cashed at all this weekend. I'm just having a quick look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Go on, Harry.
Perhaps most disappointingly is that 16 of them are German. Now, it's amazing that without those 16, this would not have gone ahead this weekend. There would not have been 64 players present for the Women's Series to have gone to Germany. They would have cancelled it. So it's brilliant that they've turned up. It's just, do they make that trip to the UK in what we expect to be a stronger field?
Yeah.
Have those 16 players in particular from Germany travelled and gone because it's in Germany and they've gone for an experience? Or have they gone because they genuinely have aspirations of playing darts at that level, haven't quite settled, have had bad draws or whatever else, and are going to push on and perform and practice and put the work in to go beyond that, I guess is the question there. The other players not to bank. Kirsty Chubb has won no prize money this weekend, which seems a bit of a shock.
Yeah.
Nor has Rebecca Edwards.
I tell you what is interesting, Gob, is the fact that we're being watched while people are in the air coming back from Australia. I just got a message saying, shut up, you pair of idiots.
Don't pair, whoever that is, never pair me and Phil Bars together. Thank you very much. I'll take being called an idiot. I'll take whatever. But the minute you call us a pair, that implies we're similar or the same. Go away. I hope the person in front of you puts their seat all the way back and you feel really uncomfortable.
I thought I'd tell you, they're in expensive seats.
They're flying first class. Bugger off.
Yeah, they're in expensive seats. They haven't got to worry about that.
Hello, James. Do the Japanese players get their expenses paid by the sponsors? Depends on their agreements. Depends on who sponsors them and what deals they've got in place. Some players might have a yearly sponsorship deal that they pay a sum a month or a sum a year for a patch on their shirt, and it's up to the player to manage that. Some might get their event covered between the sponsors they have. Some might have management teams that will do that for them. And some might just self-fund it. What's travel like in Japan at the minute? Do we know?
I'm not sure. Last time I heard, it wasn't particularly great, but yeah, nice to know that we're being watched in the air.
It's off B2B. Cute couple. Jog on. Anyway, whoever you are, I hope you had a lovely trip.
Love it. Sat there in their little pod watching us. They've got nothing better to do.
Glass of Prosecco or 4? Can we FaceTime one of them and get them on? They got Wi-Fi to watch us. They got Wi-Fi to say hello, surely. Phil's fault I had to go get my son Mackie's breakfast. See, he's a bad influence. It wasn't me at all. I don't sit here talking about food, honest. Hey, Tommy. That was your fault yesterday. Both games underway then. The Graph with the darts. And Sheldon with the darts.
Let's get these up on screen.
Both of them.
Horses.
Semi-stage. Do your job.
Aren't you horses?
What's the point in you? What is the Grand Slam qualifying criteria for in general or just for the 2 spots available to the women? In general, it's stupid and it was announced late.
There we go.
And you managed to put them the right way round.
I know.
How many women's entries are there? For the Slam, 2. And they're both confirmed as of now. They are the Women's World Match Play Champion Fallon Sherrick and the Order of Merit leader who cannot be caught, Lisa Ashton. Bo Greaves wins the first leg, 19 data. De Graaf 1-0 up in 15 and then opens with a maximum. She's looked brilliant this afternoon.
Yeah, apart from that one game, there was the one blip that she got away with, but we see that in every darts go, and we see Michael do it, Gezi do it, everyone. She's got one lifeline and run with it.
Well, she was just pushed by Adriana, which was the best performance we'd seen from her comfortably for the weekend by about 10 points, 4-3. But again, that was an 80 average. Just 19 darts on average for all 7 of those legs. Same again the following 4-0. 93 average against Lisa Ashton. That was some performance. And then 84 against Astrid Trauborst as well. Currently 1 up and is on for a 12 darter. She has found the zone. Is Sheldon 18 as well? I believe so. It's not very old.
Yeah.
She missed a dart at tops for it as well. It would have been a 12 dart leg. Instead, it's a 14 for Aileen de Graaf. 2-0 lead, averaging 104 and 3 away. In slightly different fashion, Bogreaves could be about to be 2-0 up and 3 away. Doesn't go, though. Outside chance for the 1-2-7 for Sheldon to level up. Does go in 2 in the end. 23 dart leg for Bogreaves. 2-0 lead. Again, not quite the top level game that we've seen from her throughout this weekend, but she just keeps doing enough to get the job done so far. However, if she turns up to the final playing like this, despite the way she's played throughout this weekend so far, Aileen de Graaf would be favourite.
Well, this is what I mean. Though. If you're Aileen, you want to save this for the next one because there's not much coming back at you here. You'd rather scrape through with an 84 and then do this in the final.
Will she go for this? Rannoch not on a finish.
I think so.
She leaves top. Lovely setup anyway.
Yeah.
Greaves 161 after 9. Reminder, she won event number 3 this weekend, event number 15, with a 12 darter hitting a 161 to win it. She repeats that now. Her average will jump up. Does not go. De Graaf, more missed chances at tops. That's 4 darts she's missed at tops in the last 2 legs. And Greaves opens the door for Katie Sheldon as well, who I think missed a dart inside double 12 in the previous visit. 101 after 12, 89 scored, screams single 20, treble 19 inside on 12. Goes in 3, and it is 2-1 in that game. De Graaf cleans up in the end. 3-0 up, averaging 90. Is Barney going to miss out on the World? He's certainly on the cards at the minute. He needs a big back end of the year.
I thought he was in the Worlds at the moment.
Yeah, but he's just not playing very well, is he?
No, there is that. But he's qualified for at least one of the Euro Tours, I think. Might be wrong with that.
47th on the World Championship race. He's 47th on the overall order of merit, and then he's 22nd on the Pro Tour order of merit. But that's only 3.75k ahead of 33rd.
Right, yeah, that's fair enough.
So it would be Pro Tour order of merit. The thing is just qualifying for the Worlds enough for Barney anymore?
No. Not with his
standing. Because I wouldn't say
Yeah,
record or
no. I'd say not
That
record,
is-
but no,
TV record over the last 15 years has not been great.
no.
Couple of notable wins, but never a real tournament success.
No. And God, this has to go. If it doesn't, Sheldon has missed a golden opportunity here. 6
Again.
starts for 2-all. You're not going to get another one.
Come, 3-1.
Kate Sheldon misses 6 starts for 2 apiece and is absolutely punished.
Perhaps more importantly, that was for the break back as well.
Yeah.
Woody, Tommy? I tell you something, Phil. If Barney did move to the seniors tour, Phil Taylor might practice a little bit more.
Oh, Christ. He would absolutely hate getting beaten by Barney.
It just wouldn't be allowed to happen, would it?
No. Delivery!
I've been itching for a drink for a while. Ran out of Lucozade earlier. Attempted to send my brother to the shop who went out last night, who made it halfway to the shop, felt sick, and had to return.
Katie Sheldon pins it this time. But
Hold. That's more importantly. Ending the graph pin double 19. It's one leg away from the final. You boys might be old enough to remember Burnett beating Barney in '95, but I was born a week after that happened.
Richie Burnett, what a leg end.
Yeah, that final was on the 8th of January, and I was born on the 17th.
Again, God, just going back, look, the string game looks done and dusted. This is a formality. But if Bo goes on to beat Katie, which is looking as if she will now, Katie will look back at this game as a missed opportunity. 1, Bo's not at her brilliant best there, and 2, she's had chances and squandered them.
Yeah, definitely. And look, this is still very much a learning curve for Katie. They're similar ages, but the experience that Bo has had in the last couple of years totally eclipses what Katie's been able to do or experience. Which is definitely one for the future, 100%.
Oh, absolutely. She's a little pocket rocket.
Carries herself really well, plays really well. She'll play with less fear the more practice and exposure to this environment she gets. Plays at a good pace, so is watchable.
She's missed another one. Doesn't get another opportunity. 4-2. Bo Greaves one away from a 4th consecutive final. 3 titles already today. But the other one is done. It's dusted. Aileen de Graaf is in the final.
Romeo done. Again, look, it's been a solid weekend from Stephanie Rennock. Didn't know an awful lot about her coming into this. I've seen she's been a German nationals player a few times. Someone sent me a info pack on her yesterday, but really impressed her, and hopefully she's one of the ones that that travels to the UK for the rest of this block. She's made a really, really good start to it. A game and a B game looks solid enough to be competitive.
Yeah.
Be good to see her give it a go.
James Mace will be playing on the live league.
There is, Jack, but we don't really have any prize or anything for it. We just created one. It's on our socials somewhere. I've no idea where the code is. Barzy created it. I'm having a stinker this year, so I can't be bothered already. Stupid game. Match starts incoming potentially for Bo Green. She wants 96. If it doesn't go, Sheldon sat on 134, so it would be a big ask, but it does go in 3, and we have our finalists again for the 4th time in 4 events. It will be Bo Greaves. This time she will have a different opponent in the final. It will be Aileen de Graaf rather than Mikuru Suzuki.
Yes, it will. That is the final.
I'm trying to think what my fantasy is.
What have I got this week so far? I'm only on 49 this week. I had a decent week last week.
Probably more than me. Predictions in the chat room then for the final result and score. 41 for me, including 17 from Trent. I had Perisic on the bench last week for 12. He didn't come on. Is Zinchenko out?
Pass.
Yeah. Did Bruno not play either?
What, Bruno Guimaraes at Newcastle?
Yeah.
No, he picked up a knock in the week.
Oh, brilliant. All right, so last week I left 14 points on my bench. This week, when I've got 4 points on my bench, it's looking like all 3 of them are going to come in. Class. What a week.
To be fair, Newcastle kept it really, really quiet. And people only knew today. Hopefully, Webby will be playing again soon. He had an operation on his shoulder just before the match play. So, fingers crossed that won't be too long until he can play.
So, 23 game winning streak for Bo Greaves in the PDC Women's Series so far. 1 match away, 5 legs away from the perfect weekend.
Yes, and putting herself right in the mix for Alexandra Palace.
Is Glenn Moody still playing? I don't know who Glenn Moody is.
Fingers crossed. that feature game should be the iPad from the stream game, so it should just come in.
Hope so. Hugo, you lucky boy. In 2008 World Finals, one of the first I remember.
I still love Webby's reaction when he beat Taylor at the Worlds. The fact he went and give it large to his family and then came back and went, no, I'm going to go again, and gives it a second one.
The last thing you need to do is encourage Mark Webster to do anything stupid. Does that mean you're 7th, Burn? If you declare yourself in the top 7 in the Fantasy Premier League, then you're 7th, aren't you? Call him for Lakeside for the WDF, or yeah, it has to be. Depends how many more events Asia gets, how many the rest of the world gets. If Lakeside goes ahead, WDF World Championship goes ahead, whatever. Just radio silence at the minute.
Oh, I've just seen a slow-mo shot. I think it's, yeah, how has Fabian Scher not been sent off for Newcastle today?
For the stamp on the ankle late.
Yeah.
I think they barred it. VAR'd it.
I'm just going to send you the picture to see if it's the same one that you've seen. If they VAR'd this and said no, then...
Oh, no, not that one. That is a bad tackle. High stud showing on the shin. That's why you wear shin pads, folks.
That's red all day long and twice on a Sunday.
And it's Sunday.
Yeah. Literally, I will be shooting off as soon as I know that this is set up correctly, because I've got a football meeting that I can't get out of. So God will be taking you through the final. It's a good sign. Someone's touched the oven. There we go. Yes, Rod did have an invite, but he had no interest in playing whatsoever. Right, Gob, if I switch off here, hand you over to do the final.
Yay me!
Everyone, thank you very much for joining the pair of us. Gob will talk you through the rest of the action, and I will see you all tomorrow for the live lounge. Me signing out. Gob, have a good one, dude.
Bye. Yeah, now we can talk shit about him. I joke. He's definitely still listening, though, for the minute, because it's his streaming setup that we are currently running this off of. Which also means there won't be a closing video or sponsors or ads or anything else left for you guys. It'll just be a result. I'll say goodbye, and then I'll have to press a button and end the stream, and it might cut off at the completely wrong time. Other than that, what predictions did we get in the chat room then? There was a couple early. 5-3 Bo says Preston. Tommy says 5-3 Bo. James says 5-3 Bo. Recurve says 5-2 Bo. Anybody back in Aileen, speak now or forever hold your peace. I will not claim any, I told you that was going to happen after the results. You come out now and say it with chest. Or don't say it at all. There they are, at the woodwork. Jack says, come on, Aileen, 5-4. And Dog says, 5-3 to Graph. Get the studio ready. We've always got a chance. It's 50-50. Yeah, Aileen has played very, very well, especially this afternoon. It's just built. Performance has got better. That performance against Lisa, the 4-0 win, mid-90s, was superb. Taking their time to get this one underway, though, isn't they? Did you think Bo would win 4 in a row? Look, it was a possibility that we all discussed, obviously. She's clearly very, very talented. Did we think it would happen? Probably not. To come and do that in this environment. Did the time when we discussed the chances of Bo winning all 4, did we know who was missing? No. And that played... Not to take anything away from Bo's performances this weekend. She has been brilliant. But the players that are missing from this field. Go through that list again. The Chloe O'Brien, Jane Densley, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Trina Gulliver, Corinne Hammond, Joe Locke, Kirsty Hutchinson, Robin Byrne, Maria O'Brien, Natalie Gilbert, Vicky Prum, Tracy North, etc. That's a very, very big list of players missing. And I'm not even suggesting that all of them would have turned up and beaten Bo, but they give her tougher matches earlier on that just take a bit more out of you. But Here we go then, folks. Final time is on. Aileen pings the bullseye and throws first opens with a 95. If she scores like she has done in the last 2/3 matches, Bo will have to step it up a gear to live with her. Feels weird saying after the weekend that Bo has had and the levels that she has produced. But for this fourth event, Aileen has been the standout player. And this is some start from De Graaf. Scoring phase average of over 100. We'll be coming back. Just wait for the stream to catch up to see if she's missed a dart at tops for that one. It's not been her best friend so far today. That is the one criticism of the last couple of rounds worth of performances for Aileen. She has been low on that dart at double 20. But she does take the opener. In 16. I think we're heading for 1-1, don't you? Ton 80, ton. 95 leaves 126. We won't see yet another 11 data from Bo, but a 12 is on the cards. Won't have to go for it. Plenty of time in this leg at the minute. But what a message it would send if you do ping the 126. Still no pressure applied then, so at least 6 from double 18. Won't want to mess around and take that many, though, I'll tell you. Goes in 1, 13 dart leg in response. Aileen whacks out the 2 treble visit to start leg number 3. Both players playing pretty solid on their own throw. Maybe not. Unless this is more than a ton, it doesn't hurt. And Bo finds her second maximum in second consecutive leg. 140 in response from Aileen. Now, Bo, got to do some counting. Use the 18s. The issue with using the switch to the 19 in the first visit. Lovely setup. Decent response from Aileen. As Bo misses the ball for the big fish. We saw her take out the 161 to win the final of event 15. She just missed what would have been the biggest checkout in the game and of the day on the bullseye. Aileen misses tops again by the looks of it. was not far away, that dart of the ball. Just dragged it out a little bit low. De Graaf went tops. The first one was in. The second one was a little bit low. And the 25 cleaned up by Bo Greaves, who takes an early break of throw. Slap bang in the middle of the 8-8 segment. Doesn't smile a lot, Bo. As we start to see the real scoring power of Bo Greaves. It's been missing for the last few legs this afternoon. It has not been this comfortable for her, but scoring phase of this final, she has been superb so far. Her third 180 in 3 legs, leaves a finish after 9 darts once again. And maybe, for once in his life, Phil Bars was correct, because Aileen was brilliant in the last couple of rounds. Her scoring was brutal, but she's just not close enough to Bo Greaves to land it at the minute. However, is that the door open for the break back? No. How big would this be? It'd be a break back with a huge finish. It just might have swung momentum back in Aileen de Graaf's favour. However, you expect to see her be 3-1 down right now. And that's exactly what she is, an 18 dart leg from Bo Greaves. And she opens up a 2-leg gap. A huge leg. You cannot afford to be 4-1 behind. You have to win this leg if you're Aileen de Graaf and then get straight at Bo in the next leg. Trebolus in the first 2 visits for Bo. Not really taken advantage of by Aileen. Just leaves her susceptible to that big 3 treble visit that we've seen Bo produce 3 legs in a row already. The 180s, we've seen the 177s, the 171s throughout the day. Aileen just doing enough to stay in front right now. But if that big visit comes, Greaves goes favourite. Not quite. Greaves goes favourite. She's pinched the darts. No finish left by Aileen. And more of a slip from Bo once again. She just switched off a bit here, thinking the job is almost done. Still 2 legs away. Just a couple of loose darts in this one. One in the single one. Had to switch to the 19s. Drag one into the 5. And now the destination of leg number 5 hangs in the balance. Strange leg. As Aileen checks out 84 in 3. Hold a throw once again. To be fair to Bo, she did have a bounce out of the bullseye from the 135. But that is exactly what Aileen de Graaf would have hoped to see after holding her own throw and opening on Bo's darts. Feels like to go to a meeting, mate. There's the big response. Probably with a bounce out again as well. Wait for the stream to catch up and have a look at that one. There's the slip from De Graaf. The door was just open a little bit in this leg. In. Yeah, just didn't go in. 140 from Greaves. That first visit was a real chance for Aileen to apply some pressure to the Greaves throw to get that break back that she needs. But the response since then from Bo has been superb, and she leaves a finish after 12 once again. 2 darter, 14 dart leg possible, and plenty of time for it once again. The pressure is just not there on the Greaves throw right now. Which means that wasn't that big a deal to her. She misses again. It won't be either. Just cannot buy a treble in this leg, Aileen. Finally leaves a finish. It's another straight 60. Again, just does not put any pressure on this attempt for Bo, who leaves the madhouse. And if you're Aileen De Graaf now, you're just getting more and more frustrated here because the lack of your ability to find a treble at the minute and pressure a finishing performance like this from Bo, who's missed 9 darts from a finish already, potentially more incoming, and you're just not within striking distance, will only frustrate Aileen, who was desperate to get a break back. Now, Bo opens up that 2-leg lead again. She's 1 away, and Aileen needs to win 3 legs on the spin. Bo Greaves is 501 points away from 24 straight wins on the PDC Women's Series. It will be a 4th title in 4 days. £4,000 worth of prize money that would put her top of the race to the Women's World Match Play in 2023, and a real contender now to catch Fallon Sherrock in 2nd place and qualify for the PDC World Match Play. Just 4 events to go. De Graaf first to a finish. Bo needs a 140 or better. 134. There is the 140. Leaves a finish also. 2 treble to ball rather than 2 treble to a double that Aileen has, and she also has the advantage of throwing for it first. That hurt. Now, Bo Greaves, 1 title, number 15 with a 161. Can she win 16 of a 164? No. Gave that the big build-up. Should have realised the way that she finished in the last leg. That probably wasn't going to go. No, Preston, put me on pause and I'm watching both at the same time. The Graaf leaves 56, 1-2-2. Start on the 18s. The scores are also on the screen, Preston. I can't help it. Bullseye missed. A match start come and gone for Bo Greaves. And Aileen de Graaf sends this one to an 8th leg. The treble from Bo was superb because the first dart was low and blocking the treble a little bit. She steps to the right, fires it over the top, puts one in the 25. Aileen normally not been great on tops, but it came to her aid in that leg. Trade 100s to start the leg, and a trebleless visit once again from Bo gives Aileen an opportunity not taken. Yeah, everyone streams behind. Pause YouTube for about 20 seconds, then press play, and I'll be at a similar place to where your stream is. That's the big finish. That's the big visit from Bo Greaves that sets up a potential 14-dart leg for her 4th title of the day. Aileen can only apply pressure, and she does not manage it once again. She's just not been able to get close to Bo on her own throw. And a chance now to wrap up the title in 3 darts. It goes from Bo Greaves. She is a 4 times Women's Series event winner in the same weekend. The first player to ever do that. And she takes a hefty lead at the top of the Women's Series Order of Merit race to the world. Match play, winning the first 4 of 20 events. She also now in striking distance of Fallon Sherritt, just £1,800 behind with 4 events to go, ahead of the PDC World Championship at Alexandra Palace. Cannot qualify for the Grand Slam. That now solely lies with Lisa Ashton and Fallon Sherritt, both confirmed as there this weekend. But a dominant performance from Bo Greaves this weekend. At times she did not play her best. At times she's shown glimpses just how good she can be, as she wraps up a 4th title in 4 events this weekend. Thank you very much to everybody who has tuned in over the weekend. Near 18 hours worth of Women's Series action over the last 2 days. You guys have been absolutely amazing in the chat room watching along. So really appreciate you keeping me company. And Phil Barr's got to say thank you to the Big Ginger Mess for jumping on at time yesterday and most of the day today. The live league is back tomorrow morning. Phil's announced the lineup a couple of times throughout the day. If not, it'll be available via most good bookmakers and scoring apps, etc., etc. You'll be able to find it online somewhere, or just scroll back earlier in the show to have a look. That will be followed by the live lounge tomorrow night. Unfortunately, I won't be there. I am at the Nottingham Dogs, thanks to our friends at Jenningsbet. But Lee and Phil will be here to discuss the World Series, the Women's Series, a week in darts, probably look ahead to the Euro Tour in Hungary this weekend. There's a couple of European Euro Tour associate member qualifiers this weekend, and they'll also probably look at who they think should get those 2 final spots in the World Series finals that the PDC have not announced as yet. Unfortunately, as Phil has gone, there is no way of me putting a video or outro on this stream. So what's going to happen in a minute is I'm just going to press a button and it's going to end. But I really do appreciate all of you joining me throughout the weekend. And I'll speak to you all very, very soon.